Chapter 40. Feng Shao. Soaring through the sky on a flying sword, the cold wind howled around them. Yet Feng Shao felt a profound sense of tranquility within. Master. The little girl nestled in Feng Shao's embrace suddenly lifted her head, timidly asking, Master, have I caused you trouble? Feng Shao couldn't help but chuckle. Why would you say that? Looking down, the girl replied softly, I've heard that your status in the sect is quite high, and many people listen to you. You must have had many who were reluctant to part with you. Yet because of me, you left the sect. At this point, she trailed off, choking on her words. Gently stroking her head, Feng Shao smiled. Yes, it's true that my departure from the Tianhua sect is partly due to you, but it's not the entire reason. But if it weren't for me, you wouldn't need to leave the sect at all, would you? The girl questioned. Feng Shao sighed. In life, there are things we must embrace and things we must forego. Yi Chen's actions have crossed my boundaries, therefore, within the Tianhua sect. It has become a matter of him or me. Since the sect has chosen to protect Yi Chen, I no longer have a place there. But don't you feel any regret? She asked. I confess there is a twinge of reluctance. Feng Shao replied earnestly, but what weighs heavier upon me is the desire to uphold my principles. He continued, This is the first lesson I wish to impart to you, little one. No matter how far your cultivation may progress in the future, you must always remember that preceding the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment is the cultivation of the heart. Our path is not one of reckless bravado, nor of looking down upon others rather. It is to ensure that when the time comes for us to act both in our desires and in our duty's way possess the capability to do so. True freedom does not equate to wantonness. Yi Chen has already ventured into the path of darkness. He is destined to stray. I hope you never find yourself following in his footsteps. The little girl nodded, her understanding still tentative. Seeing the lingering guilt on her face, Feng Shao chuckled warmly. Little one, do you think your master's departure from the Tianhua sect is pitiable? Scratching her head, the girl hesitated to respond. She did feel a pang of sympathy for her master after all. The sect leader had sacrificed so much for a disciple from the third branch. Letting go of his own prized elder disciple, a decision fraught with emotional cost, particularly for one who had devoted so many years to the sect. Yet, voicing such sentiments seemed too hurtful to utter. Feng Shao, however, laughed cheerfully. Allow me to impart another lesson. Sometimes, a legacy can be a burden, especially when it is not one we control. While the Tianhua sect represents 30 years of my dedication and effort, I do not intend to cling to it out of sheer obligation. My efforts have primarily served to repay a debt of gratitude. Now that this debt has been settled, what remains is time that belongs solely to me. The little girl looked confused. What do you mean, master? Feng Shao ruffled her hair, smiling broadly. It means, my dear, that I am now free. I can pursue whatever I desire without worrying about sect interests. The girl was taken aback. So her master had always seen things this way? The Tianhua sect was not nearly as vital to him as she had believed. In truth, Feng Shao did not consider the Tianhua sect unimportant. Rather, he felt it had consumed far too much of his time. He had long hoped for someone capable to take over his responsibilities, allowing him to pursue his own endeavors. A primary reason behind his commitment to nurturing disciples within the sect. The position of Saint Sun held little significance for Feng Shao. He had no desire for such a title. To him, it felt more like a shackle than a throne. Only someone as greedy and selfish as Yi Chen would covet it. While he could relinquish the title, he could not allow Yi Chen to seize it. That would be a matter of honor. His plan was to cultivate true peers who could shoulder the responsibilities before bravely handing the title over. He would then choose to either remain within the sect or venture out into the world, for the vastness of existence beckoned. Neglecting to explore would be a disservice to the life he had been granted. Thus, Feng Shao felt no despair in leaving the sect. He felt only a hint of regret that the Tianhua sect had not become what he had envisioned, lamenting how it had been tarnished by the actions of Yi Chen and Ling Shuzi, who had spoiled the broth of his painstaking endeavors. He mourned the transformation of his previously just and wise master into the figure they now faced. Nonetheless, this was the result of his own choices, and what unfolded in the future would no longer concern him. However, he would not spare Yi Chen. Yi Chen was a child of destiny, possessing extraordinary fortune. Those marked by such destiny advance rapidly in their cultivation. Yet, The little girl needed to exact vengeance for her deceased brother, and thus, Feng Shao planned to confront Yi Chen periodically, ensuring the boy suffered enough to regress in strength to incapacitate him. Should the opportunity arise, he would gladly seize Yi Chen's fortunes and resources, preventing him from becoming too powerful, thus hindering the girl's path to revenge. Before long, Feng Shao and the little girl arrived in Liang City. Upon seeing the familiar city, the little girl's expression turned complicated. Although she had only been away for a night, the most important person in this city was no longer there. This realization weighed heavily on her heart, intensifying her hatred for Yi Chen. Feng Shao gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Let us first visit Linglong Pavilion." At this moment, Linglong Pavilion was being guarded by 3 disciples from the second branch of the Tianhua sect. Unaware of Feng Shao's departure from the sect, they brightened at his arrival, greeting him, "Saint's son, senior brother." To them, Feng Shao had always been a figure of great respect, one held in higher regard than the sect leader. After all, while the leader was often distant, Feng Shao had genuinely guided them on their paths of cultivation. Acknowledging their greetings, Feng Shao waved his hand. "I am here to bury the 2 unfortunate souls slain by Yi Chen yesterday. Please hand their bodies over to me." One disciple nodded. "Of course, Saint's son, please follow me." Despite having left the sect, Feng Shao wished to keep this fact ambiguous. Expounding on it would only invite unnecessary complications, and these disciples would undoubtedly urge him to return to the mountain. He preferred to avoid such entanglements, knowing they would understand the situation upon their return. It wasn't long before Feng Shao, alongside the little girl, reached an empty room at the side of the courtyard, where lay 2 coffins, one large and one small. Seeing the coffins, the little girl immediately broke down, throwing herself onto the smaller coffin and weeping uncontrollably. Watching the scene unfold, Feng Shao couldn't help but sigh. From this day forward, the little girl had but one relative remaining. Once her sobs had quieted, Feng Shao spoke gently. "Little one, shall we bury the shopkeeper and your brother together?" Nodding resolutely, the little girl clenched her teeth. Under Feng Shao's guidance, they soon found a suitable resting place. After laying the 2 to rest, the little girl knelt before the gravestone, declaring, "Uncle Shopkeeper, Xiao Bao, I vow to avenge you. I will ensure those who took your lives receive their due punishment." With that, she bowed deeply 4 times. Afterward, she turned to Feng Shao, offering him 3 deep bows. "Master, I pay my respects." Feng Shao chuckled, bemused. "Is this how one pays respect to a master? However, considering your current state, I shall overlook it," he replied, nodding. "From this day forth, you are my official disciple. I am no longer a member of the Tianhua sect, nor are you considered one of their disciples." He paused. "Moreover, the name little girl does not suit you. Let me give you a name. Do you remember your father's surname?" The little girl shook her head. "Then you shall adopt my surname," Feng Shao decided. After contemplating for a moment, he recited a line of poetry. In the corner of the wall, several plum branches bloom, defying frost and standing alone. "I know, through their fragrance, they are not snow." He added, "I hope you will one day embody the spirit of the plum blossom, unyielding in the face of winter's chill." "What is the name you've given me, master?" the girl asked. Feng Shao shook his head. "It is Feng Lingxue." The girl reacted with surprise. "What ist? How could I have such a mundane name as Feng Mei for my own disciple? Feng Lingxue sounds so much more elegant." Now called Feng Lingxue, she bowed again to Feng Shao, saying, "Thank you for the name, master." Once she stood up, Feng Shao continued, "Swear, during my absence, I will need to attend to some important matters. I will be sending you to stay with a friend for a while. I may be gone for a month, or, at most, 3 to 5. Until I return, you must behave and not cause any trouble." Lingxue was taken aback, realizing her master would be away for an extended period right after her initiation. The thought of being apart for so long made her pout unhappily. Feng Shao laughed, ruffling her hair again. "The place I'm sending you is a highly sought-after sanctuary for many cultivators. There, a beautiful lady will teach you profound sword techniques. Until I return, make sure to learn diligently from her, and don't disgrace your master." Curious, Lingxue asked, "What is this place, master?" Feng Shao smiled, "Piao Miao Peak at the Xiaorao Hall." Chapter 41. The Carefree Hall, after bidding farewell to the several disciples of the second branch stationed at Linglong Pavilion, Feng Shao took to the skies on his sword, accompanied by Feng Lingxue, heading towards the misty peak. Little did those disciples anticipate that Feng Shao was no longer their revered holy brother. The distance from Liang City to Misty Peak was over 1,000 miles. Due to the necessity of shielding Feng Lingxue with his true energy, Feng Shao's speed was considerably diminished. Thus, their journey took a full 3 days. During this time, Feng Lingxue gradually began to recover from the pain of losing her loved ones, and her exchanges with Feng Shao became filled with more smiles, which greatly reassured him. While hatred can serve as a powerful motivation, excessive dwelling in it can hinder one's cultivation. For the past few days, Feng Shao had been diligently guiding the young girl, and seeing her slowly emerge from the shadows of hatred and sorrow brought him immense joy. 3 days later, at Misty Peak, in the Carefree Hall. The Carefree Hall is the foremost among the 13 halls under the jurisdiction of the Cloud Pavilion, though it is on par with others. The other hall of equal standing is the Cold Moon Hall, presided over by the Hall Master, Cold Lingyue. The Hall Master of the Carefree Hall, Xiao Ruyao, specializes in swordsmanship and is known as the Carefree Fairy, while Cold Lingyue, the Hall Master of Cold Moon Hall, excels in blade techniques and is dubbed the Cold Moon Fairy. These two are collectively referred to as the twin beauties of the Cloud Pavilion, and they serve as the right and left arms of the pavilion's master. Lin Fengtian, the Cold Moon Fairy, Cold Lingyue, is Lin Fengtian's sworn sister, while the Carefree Fairy, Xiao Ruoyao, is his lawful wife. Xiao Ruyao and Lin Fengtian have a daughter named Lin Xiaoran, who is Feng Shao's fiancée. The purpose of Feng Shao's visit is to pay respects to Xiao Ruyao, his future mother-in-law. Although Xiao Ruyao's daughter is already 15 years old, she herself appears as youthful as a girl of 15 or 16, showing no signs of being the mother of a 15-year-old. Upon hearing the news of Feng Shao's visit, she promptly welcomed him into the reception hall. As Feng Shao gazed upon Xiao Ruyao's seemingly ageless and charming visage, he couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power of cultivation. It is no wonder that so many individuals ardently pursue the path of immortality for the sake of such everlasting youth. With a playful glint in her eyes, Xiao Ruyao first scrutinized Feng Shao before smilingly remarking, "Feng Shao, can you believe it has been 7 years since your last visit to my Carefree Hall? 7 years have flown by, yet you appear unchanged." Feng Shao let out a dry chuckle and replied, "Aunt Xiao, please refrain from teasing the younger generation. In terms of ageless beauty, who in this world could possibly compare to you? To the untrained eye, one might even mistake you for Ranner's sister." Xiao Ruyao covered her mouth with a laugh. "You little rascal, your flattery is quite sweet. By the way, you didn't come here just to butter me up, did you?" Feng Shao's expression turned serious as he said, "Aunt Xiao, I have a request I wish to entrust to you." Xiao Ruyao nodded slightly. "Speak." Feng Shao gestured to the somewhat anxious Feng Lingxue beside him, saying, "This young girl is my newly accepted disciple. She has lost all her family and has nowhere to go except by my side. However, I must embark on a journey soon, and I hope Aunt Xiao can take care of her for a while." Xiao Ruyao turned her gaze towards Feng Lingxue, and the next moment her eyes sparkled with interest. She swiftly approached, examining Feng Lingxue from head to toe, before playfully pinching her arms and shoulders. Though she endeavored to be gentle, Feng Lingxue felt a sharp pain from the pressure. Nevertheless, having been repeatedly admonished by Feng Shao to behave respectfully in front of Xiao Ruyao, she gritted her teeth and bore it. Yet, after enduring the pinch, tears welled up in Feng Lingxue's eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Just as she thought the ordeal had ended, Xiao Ruyao grasped her wrist, placing her fingers upon Feng Lingxue's pulse. Soon, Feng Lingxue felt a surge of true energy coursing through her meridians, circulating within her body. Xiao Ruyao's true energy was magnitudes greater than Feng Lingxue's own, causing her immense discomfort, as if her meridians were about to burst from the pressure. After a considerable time, Xiao Ruyao finally withdrew her hand, gazing at Feng Shao with astonishment. "Where did you find this little girl? With such innate talent, she is truly a natural material for sword cultivation that, if properly guided, she could potentially achieve greatness surpassing even my own." Feng Shao had already known of Feng Lingxue's exceptional aptitude, given her vibrant fortune, which was no trivial matter. However, he was still taken aback by the high praise from Shao Ruiyao. Feeling a surge of unexpected joy for Feng Lingxue, he smiled and said, I encountered this young girl by chance in Liang City, feeling a connection, and upon her own request, I accepted her as my disciple. But as Aunt Shao knows, being a man, there are certain aspects I am not suited to teach personally, so I must rely on your assistance. Shao Ruiyao nodded in understanding. Indeed, you as her master have thought this through. In general, male cultivators would take male disciples, and female cultivators would take female disciples. This is not merely a rigid convention. There are indeed areas of instruction that are not suitable for interaction between the sexes. For instance, memorizing meridian points necessitates physical contact to truly grasp the concepts. While it may be acceptable to touch points on the hands or neck, touching more sensitive areas could easily be misconstrued as inappropriate behavior, especially when it comes to private areas that should only be touched between spouses. Although Feng Lingxue was merely a young girl just beginning to develop, she was still a girl nonetheless. Feng Shao's initial intention to introduce her to the third branch was based on this consideration. Shao Ruiyao's gaze returned to Feng Lingxue, and she suddenly sighed, murmuring, What a pity. Feng Shao, puzzled, inquired, What do you find regrettable? Shao Ruiyao feigned a lament, saying, It is a shame that such a promising talent has been snatched away by you. Had I discovered her first, you would have had no chance. Feng Shao could only remain silent. However, Feng Lingxue clung to Feng Shao's arm, softly yet resolutely declaring, I only want my master to be my master. Her words, albeit slightly awkward, prompted Shao Ruiyao to burst into laughter. She gently patted Feng Lingxue on the head and asked, Little girl, would you like to learn swordsmanship from me? Feng Lingxue instinctively looked to Feng Shao for affirmation. Upon receiving a nod from him, she replied, I would love to. But then, she timidly asked, Do I need to pay my respects to you as my teacher? Shao Ruiyao glanced at Feng Shao and shook her head. No need. Your master is my future son-in-law, so I certainly won't compete with family for a disciple. Moreover, a significant portion of your master's sword techniques was taught by me. I am merely passing on what I taught him to you. Feng Lingxue nodded, though somewhat confused, and asked, If you teach my master sword techniques, does that make you my great-grandmaster? I am not your master's teacher, so you need not call me great-grandmaster. At this, Shao Ruiyao couldn't help but murmur, What should I be called by my son-in-law's disciple? After pondering for quite some time without arriving at a suitable title, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, In any case, you are not much younger than Ranner, so just call me Aunt Shao from now on. Feng Lingxue nodded and softly called, Aunt Shao. After discussing matters regarding Feng Lingxue, Shao Ruiyao returned to her seat and regarded Feng Shao with a serious expression, saying, Feng Shao, there are certain important matters you haven't disclosed to me. Have you? Feng Shao was taken aback, then smiled wryly. It seems I can't hide anything from Aunt Shao. Shao Ruiyao snorted, Though I am engrossed in my sword studies, I am not oblivious to the affairs of the world. You have taken on a disciple, but chose not to place her at Tianhua Mountain, instead bringing her here that don't pretend it is solely for her to learn swordsmanship from me. What I can teach her, you can teach her as well. I suspect the real reason lies in some turmoil brewing at Tianhua Mountain. With a heavy sigh, Feng Shao recounted the entire situation to Shao Ruiyao, but as she listened, her anger grew, and eventually, she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Has Qin Jiangzi lived these years like a dog? For the sake of a mere Yi Chun, he disregards the greatest contributor to our Tianhua sect. If he were under my charge, I would consider it a light punishment to strip Yi Chun of his cultivation. In my opinion, he should have all his limbs severed and be tossed into the sea of vengeful spirits to feed the vengeful souls. Despite her petite and charming appearance, Shao Ruiyao was once a ruthless and fierce individual. Before the establishment of the Cloud Pavilion, the Carefree Hall had already existed, and the name Carefree Fairy Shao Ruiyao resonated throughout the entire Eastern continent. Her most renowned feat was single-handedly defeating 17 elite members of the Chongyang Sword sect on the dragon-breaking stage, including even the sect's most illustrious holy son, Yang Shaolinji. It was from that moment that the name Carefree Fairy began to instill fear throughout the realm. After marrying Lin Fengtian and giving birth to Lin Xiaoran, she focused on nurturing her daughter, which led to a gradual decline in the legends surrounding her in the Eastern continent. Had it not been for this, Xiao Riyao would likely still be a feared figure today. Now, Qin Jiangxi's actions had awakened the long-dormant killing intent within her. Feng Shao, however, remained calm, saying, Aunt Xiao need not be enraged that if we are compatible, we shall remain. If not, we shall part ways. Since he insists on protecting Yi Chun, I shall simply sever my ties with the sect. Just leave it to Yeqing for Shuer, lest she develop a heart demon in the future due to Yeqing. Xiao Ruiyao gazed at Feng Shao, her eyes betraying a sense of admiration. Well said. With your abilities, there isn't a corner of this vast world you cannot traverse, whether it be the Xiaoyao Hall or the Yunjian Pavilion. Both would eagerly welcome your presence. Feng Shao, however, chuckled and replied, I appreciate Aunt Zhao's kind invitation, but I have my own aspirations. Though it may prove somewhat arduous, I still wish to give it a try. Xiao Riyao was well aware of Feng Shao's lofty ambitions and considerable talents. Yet, he had previously devoted himself to the development of the Taiwei sect, which had kept him in the shadows. Now that he had severed ties with the Taiwei sect, for Feng Shao, this was indeed a rebirth. Xiao Riyao nodded with a smile and said, In that case, I can only wish you success in realizing your aspirations. Furthermore, should you require assistance, the Yunjian Pavilion will offer its full support. Thank you very much. Aunt Xiao, by the way, what are your plans moving forward? Xiao Ruyao inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Shao responded, I intend to pay a visit to the Sansheng Tower. Upon hearing the name, Sansheng Tower, Xiao Ruyao's expression turned grave. She slowly remarked, The Sansheng Tower is one of the top 10 forbidden places. It is not a location to be trifled with. Are you truly determined to go there? Feng Shao nodded, his demeanor serious as he declared, The Sansheng Tower holds extraordinary significance for me. Thus I must go. After a lengthy silence, Xiao Riyao replied, Logically, I should prevent you from going. You are Ranner's fiancé. Yet this journey is fraught with peril. I would not wish for Ranner to be left in mourning before she has even entered the household. Feng Shao, however, spoke with confidence. Rest assured, Aunt Xiao, I possess a means to enter the Sansheng Tower. While I cannot guarantee absolute safety, as long as I remain cautious, I should be able to return unharmed. Xiao Riyao regarded Feng Shao for a while before letting out a deep sigh. If that is the case, then you may proceed. That I had hoped to have Ranner come meet you, but it seems that is best left undone. The name of the 10 forbidden places was well known to Lin Xiaoran. Given her nature, had she been aware of Feng Shao's intention to visit the Sansheng Tower, she would undoubtedly have done everything in her power to dissuade him. Therefore, it seemed wiser to withhold this information from Lin Xiaoran to spare her unnecessary worry. Understanding Xiao Riao's reasoning, Feng Shao stood and said, Then I shall take my leave. I entrust Shuer to Aunt Zhao's care. Do not worry. Feng Shao glanced down at Feng Lingxue, who was holding onto the corner of his clothing with a reluctant expression, and smiled. Shuer, you must listen to Aunt Xiao while I am away. Do not be willful, understood? Feng Lingxue bit her lip and softly replied, Disciple understands. Feng Shao nodded, performed a respectful bow to Xiao Ruiyao, and then turned to leave. After Feng Shao departed, Feng Lingxue continued to gaze longingly in the direction of his departure, unwilling to withdraw her gaze for a long time. Xiao Ruiyao approached, wrapping her arm around Feng Lingxue's shoulders, and said with a smile, Do not fret. Your master has never engaged in a battle without confidence. Since he is assured of his safety in the Sansheng Tower, he will surely come to no harm. Feng Lingxue, her face filled with worry, asked, Aunt Xiao, is the Sansheng Tower truly that dangerous? Xiao Riyao pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, no one can ascertain just how perilous it is. That it is merely said that those who enter the Sansheng Tower seldom return. Feng Lingxue gasped in shock. What will happen to master? Xiao Ruyao chuckled. You need not concern yourself with your master. If he claims there is nothing to fear, then rest assured, there is no danger. Instead of fretting over your master, it would be better for you to focus on learning swordsmanship from me. When your master returns, you can showcase your skills to astonish him. Meanwhile, on the back mountain of the Miao Peak, Lin Xiaoran, while practicing her swordplay, inadvertently cast a glance in the direction Feng Shao had departed. Murmuring, Why does it feel as if I have missed something important? Feng Shao's departure was akin to an earthquake for the Taiwei sect, shaking its very foundations. Many disciples remained in a daze, even 3 days later, feeling as though the events of that day were nothing more than a dream. The Holy Son, who had been like a brother and father to them, had simply walked away. He had abandoned them to leave the sect. Before that day, no one would have believed that Feng Shao would sever ties with the sect, that in their eyes, Feng Shao had dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the sect and its members, sacrificing so much. To them, he was not just the eldest disciple of the sect leader, but the very spirit of the Tianhua sect. Therefore, many were unable to accept his actions. Even more difficult to digest was the sect leader Qin Yangzi's reaction. Feng Shao's departure naturally incited Qin Yangzi's fury, but he first lashed out at Feng Shao in front of the disciples, then announced his expulsion from the sect. He even demanded that his disciples treat Feng Shao as an enemy should they encounter him in the future, and to subdue him and strip him of his cultivation. In response to Qin Yangzi's words, all present, except for Ling Shuzi, immediately agreed, while the others fell silent. The utter silence of the disciples only fueled Qin Yangzi's anger. And with a heavy snort, he retreated to his inner chamber. In the time that followed, the Tianhua sect descended into an eerie calm. The disciples resumed their meditation and sword practice, but communication amongst them dwindled significantly. Even when they did converse, they avoided the topic of Feng Shao to prevent provoking the sect leader's displeasure. Yet, despite their efforts, they often found themselves reminiscing about the harmony that had prevailed when Feng Shao was present, recalling how the brotherhood had thrived and how they had solved various cultivation dilemmas thanks to Feng Shao's guidance. They had grown accustomed to having Feng Shao resolve all their issues. And now, without him, they felt a void that left them uninspired. In stark contrast to the despondency of the other disciples were Ling Shuzi and Yi Chen. Ling Shuzi valued the fortune embodied in Yi Chen, believing that for the Tianhua sect to flourish in the future, it must be led by him. Therefore, he considered Feng Shao, the sect's holy son, merely a stepping stone for Yi Chen, while Feng Shao's departure was regrettable. He reasoned that there were other suitable candidates to fill that role, such as the second disciple of Changmen, Gao Yi, the second disciple of the second division, Chao Guang, or even the third disciple of the third division, Han Beyond As for the position of Holy Son. It was now perfectly poised for Yi Chen to claim that As for Yi Chen. Upon hearing the news, he performed a celebratory flip in delight to him. Feng Shao had been the only one capable of overshadowing him within the Tianhua sect. Now that Feng Shao was gone, the title of Holy Son was surely within his grasp. Once he became the Holy Son, he would have access to all the sect's resources, which he could freely command. Although being confined had left him somewhat displeased, the prospect of ousting Feng Shao made it all worthwhile. Thus, during his confinement, Yi Chen did not spend his time in reflection or contemplation, but rather plotted how to establish his authority among the others, erase Feng Shao's influence completely, and transform the Tianhua sect into his own domain, where he could act as he pleased. Yi Chen's visions were grand, and he even salivated in his sleep at the thought. Beyond this, perhaps the most complex emotions were felt by sect leader Qin Yangzi. He recognized Feng Shao's contributions to the sect and acknowledged that without Feng Shao's efforts, the Tianhua sect would not have reached its current stature. Feng Shao's departure was less a matter of dissatisfaction and more a slap in the face to him. This not only incited his anger, but also left him feeling somewhat defeated, which prompted him to make such a decision in a fit of rage. However, in Qin Yangzi's heart, Feng Shao was still the most suitable candidate for the next sect leader. The only issue was that Feng Shao's prestige within the sect overshadowed his own authority, which was intolerable for him. As such, Qin Yangzi's emotions were highly conflicted. He could not determine whether he felt more anger or regret. Nevertheless, with the situation as it stood, there was little use in dwelling on it. The urgent matter at hand was to mitigate the impact of Feng Shao's departure on the Tianhua sect. If left to Feng Shao, he would have many means to resolve the issue effortlessly. However, after much contemplation, the only solution Qin Yangzi could devise was to prohibit the disciples from discussing Feng Shao altogether. He forbade any conversations regarding Feng Shao's contributions to the sect, banned discussions about the unease brought about by his departure, and even prohibited the utterance of the name Feng Shao. Shortly after Qin Yangzi issued this edict, the disciples witnessed Qin Zhao storming into the sect leader's quarters, visibly agitated. It was unclear what transpired between them, but the outcome was that Qin Zhao stormed out in indignation. while Qin Yangzi ordered the disciples to clean up the mess left in the room. Du Yuanqi also felt a complex array of emotions. However, unlike the others, her feelings were dominated by guilt, as the root of the conflict lay with the disciple she had taken in from the foot of the mountain. Had she not accepted Yi Chun as a disciple, the Tianhua sect would still be thriving in harmony, rather than facing the current turmoil. Thus, she believed that Feng Shao's departure was partly her fault. In the three branches, apart from Du Yuanqi, her three female disciples have also been experiencing restless nights and anxious days. Though there are no barriers among the sisters, they have nonetheless fallen into an eerie tranquility due to recent events. Whether it is Feng Shao or Yi Chun, both seem to have become taboo topics. Despite the outward calm, turmoil brews within. During these days, all disciples of the Tianhua sect, while meditating, find themselves plagued by restlessness, unable to attain a serene state. Even when attempting to force themselves into tranquility, their chaotic minds nearly lead them to the brink of madness. Amid this peculiar silence, some individuals have taken the initiative to instigate change. The disciples of the second branch collectively bid farewell to Qin Zhao, choosing to leave the sect. Chapter 43. The human heart. This incident once again stirred a tempest within the Tianhua sect. What is even more astonishing is that Qin Zhao accepted this with remarkable composure, even personally escorting them out of the mountain gate. Once the second branch disciples departed, Qin Jiangzi hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news. Seeing Qin Zhao's nonchalant demeanor, Qin Jiangzi could not contain his anger. "Why did you so easily allow your disciples to leave?" Qin Zhao replied calmly, "If the hearts of the people are scattered, retaining them is futile. It is better to let them venture into a broader world." Qin Jiangzi gritted his teeth. "But do you realize that those who left are the backbone of our sect?" "What of it?" Qin Zhao smiled lightly. "Is Feng Shao not also a cornerstone? Did he not leave at his whim? That is different." "In what way is it different?" "Your disciples may be of little concern to you, but mine are invaluable to me. Even if they wish to depart from the sect, as their master, I can only wish them safe travels on their journeys." Qin Jiangzi fixed his gaze on Qin Zhao. "You are utterly mad." Qin Zhao laughed heartily and strode away. After walking several meters, his voice echoed back. "Brother, who is truly mad, you or I?" Qin Jiangzi glared at Qin Zhao's retreating figure, his eyes aflame, rendered speechless. That in truth, the departure of the second branch disciples was partly incited by Qin Zhao himself. In his view, for the Tianhua sect to flourish, it is not merely about strength, but about the ability to unify hearts. Undoubtedly, Feng Shao was that person. In fact, most of the disciples in both the first and second branches had been recruited into the sect by Feng Shao. Now that Feng Shao was gone, many disciples suddenly found themselves devoid of direction. Although the sect still had its leaders, everyone knew that Feng Shao had been the true authority in the Tianhua sect. With his departure, they were left unsure of what to do. Rather than letting them languish aimlessly within the sect, it would be better to release them, for perhaps a broader world awaited them. The collective farewell of the second branch disciples sent shockwaves throughout the Tianhua sect. Disciples from the first branch and outer sect engaged in fervent discussions, filled with unease. Many speculated whether the Tianhua sect was on the verge of disbandment. However, such conversations remained private. Although some disciples contemplated following the second branch's example, they ultimately suppressed those thoughts, considering their master's attitudes. That as for the outer sect disciples, since most had not been recruited by Feng Shao and had little interaction with him, they held no strong opinions, only sensing that a change was imminent within the Tianhua sect. That the Yuanqi of the third branch and her disciples maintained a stoic silence, neither expressing support nor opposition, appearing indifferent to the matter. That as for their true thoughts, only they knew. When Ling Shuzi learned of this situation, he was beside himself with rage. He confronted Qin Jiangzi, exclaiming, "There must be Qin Zhao's instigation behind this. How else could so many disciples depart the sect simultaneously, especially those of the second branch?" Qin Jiangzi shot him a cold glance. Was that even necessary to say? Qin Zhao's demeanor had already indicated his role in this affair. Yet, Qin Jiangzi could not comprehend how Qin Zhao could let his own disciples go so easily. However, he refrained from voicing this concern, as it ultimately stemmed from the conflict between him and Qin Zhao. To articulate it would only exacerbate the already unstable situation within the sect. Thus, in response to Ling Shuzi, Qin Jiangzi merely stated, "If they wish to leave the sect, then let them go. After all, there are plenty of disciples within the sect. Losing a few is inconsequential." Ling Shuzi retorted angrily, "As the sect master, how can you allow disciples to leave at their whim? What do they take the Tianhua sect for? A place they can come and go as they please." Qin Jiangzi could not help but roll his eyes. How could he say such a thing? Did he not remember how long he himself had been absent from the sect? Now he wanted to return, and who would even care? Ling Shuzi, noticing Qin Jiangzi's silence, grew even angrier. "You should immediately bring those disciples back. If you allow them to leave like this, what will stop the others from following suit?" Qin Jiangzi replied impatiently, "If they wish to depart, it only proves their hearts are no longer with the sect. Even if we brought them back, what would it matter? Did you consider returning when you left the sect?" Ling Shuzi was rendered speechless. Afterward, the two parted on unfriendly terms. Once Ling Shuzi had left, Qin Jiangzi, feeling restless, decided to visit the alchemy pavilion in the entire upper domain. The strength of any sect must be assessed holistically. The forefront is the sect's martial arts techniques, for they determine the upper limits of a practitioner's cultivation. A sect that can only cultivate to the golden core stage will undoubtedly be less alluring than one capable of reaching the Tai Ching stage. Following the techniques, the next most vital abilities are alchemy and crafting. In the past, the Tianhua sect struggled even to gather the materials necessary for alchemy and crafting. Realizing this, Feng Shao frequently traveled the vicinity of the Tianhua sect to seek out loose cultivators skilled in these arts. Eventually, through some means, he managed to recruit two individuals, Elder Zhu Yu of the Alchemy Pavilion and Elder Song Lian of the Crafting Workshop. The addition of these two greatly enhanced the strength of the Tianhua sect. Thus, Qin Jiangzi believed that his immediate priority was to stabilize Zhu Yu and Song Lian, ensuring they did not also choose to leave the sect, as he had no idea where to find two more adept cultivators in alchemy and crafting. Upon entering the Alchemy Pavilion, Qin Jiangzi found Zhu Yu and Song Lian seated at a small table, sharing drinks. Qin Jiangzi approached with a smile, saying, "Elder Zhu and Song, it seems you are in high spirits." He took a seat beside them. But there were no spare cups on the table, leaving Qin Jiangzi to watch them drink without joining in. As he pondered how to build rapport with the two elders, Zhu Yu sarcastically remarked, "Isn't this the esteemed Master Qin Jiangzi? What brings you to our humble company?" Zhu Yu's tone was far from courteous, yet Qin Jiangzi dared not confront him directly, forcing a laugh as he responded, "You two are the backbone of our Tianhua sect. It is only proper that I come to pay my respects." Zhu Yu, with a smirk, asked, "Just the two of us qualifies as the backbone of the Tianhua sect? Surely you jest." Qin Jiangzi quickly asserted, "This is the truth. How could I speak falsely? Since your arrival, the strength of our sect has surged. And we owe this greatly to the pills and artifacts you have crafted." Song Lian replied coolly, "You flatter us, sect master, that we merely fulfilled our obligations to Feng Shao. It is nothing to boast about." Qin Jiangzi's lips twitched involuntarily. Although Zhu Yu's words were harsh, at least he maintained some decorum. However, Song Lian, who was typically taciturn, had brought up the name Qin Jiangzi would rather avoid, which irked him considerably. Yet he could not afford to fall out with Song Lian over this. So he forced a smile and changed the subject. "By the way, now that you have the 6 yang spiritual fire, your alchemy and crafting must be considerably smoother, correct?" Upon his words, Zhu and Song exchanged peculiar glances. Qin Jiangzi froze, suddenly realizing he had misspoken and wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to mention the 6 yang spiritual fire? Zhu Yu chuckled lightly, stating, "With the 6 yang spiritual fire, my alchemy has indeed become much easier. I owe this to Feng Shao's efforts in retrieving it from afar. Originally, he intended to bring back the Baifeng flame, but it was unfortunately snatched away. Oh, by the way, it was that new disciple from the 3rd branch who took the Baifeng flame." Zhu Yu's words struck deep, stirring discomfort in Qin Jiangzi's heart, that he felt a surge of anger, wishing to seize Zhu Yu by the collar and shout, "Do you even understand? As the sect master, I bear immense pressure. As long as Feng Shao remains, I am nothing more than a figurehead." Yet he could not voice these thoughts. Nearly choking on his frustration, Song Lian took a sip of wine and casually remarked, Master, my brother has spent his entire life dealing with alchemy and is not particularly skilled in conversing with others. I hope you will not take offense. Qin Yangzi could only respond, Elder Song. You are being too modest. Subsequently, the three fell into an awkward silence. Zhu Yu and Song Lian continued to drink among themselves, seemingly oblivious to Qin Yangzi, who felt increasingly superfluous that he sought to find a topic to bridge the gap between them. But after ruminating deeply, he realized they shared not a single common interest, which left him profoundly disheartened. After a considerable time, he could only clasp his hands in farewell, saying, I have matters to attend to. So, I shall not intrude upon you any longer. Zhu Yu smiled and nodded at Qin Yangzi. Then please, master, do as you wish. With that, he resumed drinking with Song Lian, showing no inclination to see him off. Qin Yangzi, feeling dejected, left with a heavy heart. Yet, as he departed, his resolve grew firmer. Indeed, Feng Shao must not linger. Were it not for Feng Shao, how could he, the esteemed master of Tianhua sect, find himself so humiliated before two elders? If Feng Shao continued to stay within Tianhua sect, who could predict how awkward his position would become? Chapter 44. Hunglong Mountain, Tianhua Mountain. Wu Jinping, that a graceful figure clad in white danced with her sword under the luminous moonlight, her garments fluttering elegantly. With each step, she seemed to tread upon lotus blossoms, her movements as light as a swallow, retreating and advancing with the swiftness of lightning, each strike showcasing a fierce demeanor. Yet her posture was exquisitely beautiful, fluttering like a butterfly, elusive as smoke, reminiscent of a moonlit sprite or a fairy from a painting. As she leapt, it appeared as though she might soar into the heavens, heading straight for the radiant moon on the horizon. Not long after, having completed a sequence of swordplay, she prepared to dance again when a cool voice interjected, Junior sister, your heart is in disarray. The graceful figure sheathed her sword and bowed to the speaker, saying, Senior sister. The two were none other than disciples of the three branches, Han Biyun and Lu Qingyuan. Han Biyun gazed at the composed Lu Qingyuan and sighed. Junior sister, you have likely heard about the matters concerning the second branch? Lu Qingyuan nodded silently. Do you have anything to say? After a moment of silence, Lu Qingyuan shook her head. Han Biyun, however, chuckled. Junior sister, the sect is rife with speculation about your aloof nature, as if you keep others at bay, yet your thoughts are, in truth, easily deciphered, that if I am not mistaken. You long to accompany the second branch to seek Brother Feng, do you not? Despite Feng Shao's departure from the sect, Han Biyun still habitually referred to him as Brother Feng. A faint blush crept onto Lu Qingyuan's face. Yet she stubbornly replied, I have no such intention. Han Biyun observed Lu Qingyuan for a long moment, until the latter could no longer bear the scrutiny and turned her head away. With a sigh, Han Biyun continued, Oh, junior sister, why must you be so stubborn before me? I am aware that you had a misunderstanding with Brother Feng regarding Yi Chen's affair not long ago. However, Brother Feng is magnanimous, since he was able to aid your ascension to the Golden Core stage. He surely does not hold those misunderstandings against you. Since discovering that Yi Chen was the one who had seized the Bai Fong flame that day, Han Biyun ceased to regard him as her junior. In her view, since Yi Chen could act against her, it indicated that he did not regard her as his senior. Thus, she felt no need to keep him in mind any longer, and she began to refer to him by name. Lu Qingyuan, upon hearing this, bit her lip and softly said, Senior sister, I feel that our third branch has truly wronged Brother Feng. Han Biyun merely smiled, saying, If you say so, you clearly misunderstand Brother Feng. He is a person who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. He would not blame the third branch for Yi Chen's actions, nor would he cease to acknowledge us as his junior disciples. Unable to contain herself, Lu Qingyuan asked, Senior sister, has Brother Feng not already left the sect? If that is the case, how could he? Are you suggesting that since Brother Feng has left the sect, he would no longer recognize us as his junior disciples? If so, I must say you are mistaken. Han Biyun gazed at the bright moon on the horizon, her tone serene. I have been on the mountain for 28 years, and I have known Brother Feng for the same duration. In these years, I have seen Brother Feng angry, but never once has it been due to dissatisfaction with his junior disciples that he has always regarded us as his younger siblings, embracing us with his vast heart. Therefore, the bond between him and us is unbreakable. Having said this, Han Biyun took a deep breath and added, "Disciples of the second branch have already departed for Liang City. If you go now, you might still catch up with them." Lu Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. "Senior sister," Han Biyun smiled, "as the eldest disciple of our master, I shall not accompany you des for you. I will inform our master that you have just entered the golden core stage and require a journey to broaden your horizons and seek opportunities for further advancement. This way, it will be acceptable to the master." Lu Qingyuan hesitated, unable to restrain herself from asking, "But senior sister, I angered Brother Feng recently due to my protection of Yi Chun. Moreover, Brother Feng's departure from the sect is also partly due to Yi Chun. I truly feel unworthy to face Brother Feng." "Then go and apologize to Brother Feng. Do so in his presence, that if you continue to hesitate to take this step, your path in cultivation may well come to an end," Han Biyun stated earnestly. "Therefore, for the sake of your own future, you must seek him out." Lu Qingyuan pondered for a moment, suddenly gritting her teeth and declaring, "Senior sister is right. If I cannot resolve this mental block, I will not be able to continue my cultivation." She looked up at Han Biyun, clasped her hands together, and said, "Then I shall go now." Han Biyun nodded. "Be careful on your journey. If you encounter Brother Feng, please extend my regards to him." "Yes." With no further hesitation, Lu Qingyuan drew her sword and soared away. Han Biyun stood in place, watching Lu Qingyuan's figure gradually fade into the distance, her expression tinged with melancholy. After a while, she let out a self-deprecating laugh and murmured, "Now that he has departed, what more is there to ponder?" With that, she turned to leave, her solitary figure exuding a sense of desolation, much like Tianhua Mountain on this very day. After nearly a month of flying with her sword, Feng Shao finally caught sight of a majestic range of mountains from a distance. Hunlong Mountain, situated at the boundary between the central and eastern continents, stretches over 6,000 miles from north to south, renowned as one of the prominent mountains of the upper domain. Mist shrouds its peaks, creating an ethereal realm. However, within lies a haven for ferocious beasts, fraught with perilous thorns. Any cultivator venturing inside must risk being devoured by these monsters, while mortals regard this place as a forbidden zone. Legends say that Hunlong Mountain was formed from the remains of an ancient dragon. Yet many such tales are fraught with inaccuracies, and no one truly knows their veracity. After all, true dragons have not graced the world for many years, and it remains uncertain whether any still exist. Moreover, how could a dragon grow to such immense size? Thus, the majority dismiss these stories with scorn. Nevertheless, while the legends surrounding Hunlong Mountain may be false, the dangers it harbors are all too real. The greatest peril, however, does not stem from the beast but rather from a concealed forbidden area within. The Sansheng Tower. The Sansheng Tower, as the ancients tell, is a divine relic left by the celestial realm in the upper domain, governing the fates of love and reincarnation. Many have yearned to seek out the Sansheng Tower, and some have indeed located its whereabouts. Yet, nearly all who entered the Sansheng Tower have never returned. The only recorded survivor was one of the three great palace masters of the once flourishing sect. Qinkuan Palace, known as Master Xia. Master Xia was not born with that name, but her true name has been lost to time. It is said that Master Xia discovered unparalleled opportunities within the Sansheng Tower, which led her to establish Qinkuan Palace. However, some claim that the ephemeral nature of Qinkuan Palace was due to Master Xia's entrance into the Sansheng Tower, provoking the wrath of celestial beings from the higher realms, resulting in divine retribution. Others assert that Master Xia was not of this realm, but hailing from the higher realms, having seized the body of a cultivator who inadvertently entered the tower, thus reincarnating in this world. As for the fate of Qinkuan Palace, its whereabouts remain a mystery. Feng Shao, however, paid little heed to these tales. His true purpose in coming here was to reshape his own aptitude. The notion of reshaping one's aptitude may sound like a fantastical dream to most. Aptitude, akin to one's gender, is determined at birth. No one has ever heard of one's aptitude being altered. Thus, the cultivation world has long held the belief of one life, one cycle, destiny predetermined, signifying that upon birth, one's upper limit in cultivation is already set. Initially, Feng Shao also thought that reshaping aptitude was impossible, until he cultivated the Qinkuan canon to the innate realm and activated the subsequent chapters, revealing to him the existence of such a miraculous method. However, reshaping one's aptitude must occur within the innate realm. It cannot be done prematurely or belatedly. Furthermore, it requires the extraordinary power of the Sansheng Tower, which connects past lives and this life that in other words, the so-called reshaping of aptitude essentially involves integrating the aptitude one possessed in their previous life into the bloodline of this life. After countless cycles of reincarnation, there will inevitably be a few instances of fortunate circumstances that yield extraordinary aptitude. Yet possessing extraordinary aptitude does not guarantee one will achieve success in cultivation. The overwhelming majority of exceptionally gifted individuals remain obscured among the common populace throughout their lives, never embarking on the path of cultivation until the day of their demise. Moreover, should one truly achieve enlightenment, unless they willingly enter the cycle of reincarnation, it is impossible for them to experience another life. They are destined to either coexist with the heavens for eternity, avoiding reincarnation, or to dissipate into nothingness, their essence extinguished. Consequently, the innate qualities inherited from previous lives are often dormant, never activated. As Feng Shao embarked on this journey, he felt a twinge of apprehension within his heart. His unease was not due to the enigma of the Three Lives Tower, but rather a reflection on his true identity, that he was not of this realm, but rather a traveler from another world. Thus, could he still connect with his past lives within the confines of the Three Lives Tower? Even if such a connection were possible, where would his previous life reside? In the world he once inhabited, or in this current realm? Regardless, he resolved to take this gamble, but he sensed that the fundamental reason for his crossing into this world might be concealed within the very essence of the Three Lives Tower. Even if it were merely to unravel the mystery surrounding himself, he felt compelled to undertake this journey. Upon soaring above the peaks of Hunglong Mountain, he activated the Tianhua Jade slip within him. A soft azure light enveloped his eyes, and soon he beheld a majestic purple column standing tall amidst the heavens and earth, reaching skyward and extending to the clouds. That a smile crept onto Feng Shao's lips. There it was, the Three Lives Tower. Chapter 45. The maze. Though the purple column appeared deceptively close, it was in reality quite distant. Despite having spotted it from afar, it took him the better part of a day to reach it. While observing from such a distance, it seemed unremarkable, but as he approached, Feng Shao finally comprehended the grandeur of the column. With a diameter spanning several miles, it resembled a colossal pillar supporting the heavens. Vast and imposing, with no discernible apex. Feng Shao pondered whether the opposite end of the column might already lead to the upper realm. However, as the soft blue light faded from his pupils, the world remained placid, devoid of any peculiarities. Descending on his sword, he soon returned to solid ground. Although he could see the column, he could not directly enter the Three Lives Tower from the sky. The only path to enter the tower lay upon the earth. Upon landing, all he could perceive was a misty haze, with a few pillars, each about half a meter thick, faintly visible. Beyond that, there was little to behold. Feng Shao squinted slightly before stepping forward. Before long, he arrived at the first pillar. Instead of continuing onward, he paused to survey his surroundings. Soon, he discerned 3 additional pillars nearby. One positioned in the Qian direction, another in the Dui direction, and the last in the Sun direction. The pillars further away remained obscured from his view. Recalling the path described in the Qian Kuan Sutra, he proceeded toward the Sun pillar to his right. After walking several dozen meters, he found himself before the Sun pillared at this moment. 6 more pillars emerged around him, their arrangement even more intricate. The first step is Sun, the second is Wei Ji, the third is Diyu, and the fourth is Wu Wang. Feng Shao murmured to himself, diligently following the directives of the Qian Kuan Sutra as he approached each pillar, carefully turning at each juncture. This process demanded utmost precision. A single misstep could lead to complete disorientation within the maze. Unless one were exceptionally fortunate to rediscover the correct path, they would be doomed to remain trapped for eternity. Amidst the swirling fog, visibility was limited to merely a few dozen meters, with the distance between each pillar precisely matching that range. Thus, Feng Shao could only perceive the pillar preceding and following his current position, and a moment's carelessness could result in traversing the wrong path, even if he later stumbled upon the correct pillar. How could he be certain that the step he took was indeed the right one? This uncertainty was the fundamental reason why those who wandered into the maze were never able to escape. Through the Qian Sutra, Feng Shao learned that there were a total of 108 connection pillars surrounding the Three Lives Tower, and to gain entry, one must traverse 36 of them. Each of these 36 pillars demanded absolute correctness. Any error would entrap one within the maze that in this realm. Spatial perception was rendered ineffective, as though the very fabric of space had been distorted by some peculiar force. One might believe they were advancing forward, yet they could very well be retreating. Only by adhering to the correct path and following a specific method could one hope to enter the Three Lives Tower. As he journeyed, Feng Shao occasionally encountered bleached bones strewn across the ground. The majority of these skeletons belonged to humans, with the occasional remains of beasts. These bones were the remnants of those who had lost their way within the maze, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and death. However, this was merely a fraction of the countless bones that lay quietly in other corners of the labyrinth, likely to never see the light of day again. Each time he stumbled upon a fallen skeleton, Feng Shao would kneel to meticulously search through their belongings. Most of those who found their way here were cultivators of considerable ability. Otherwise, they would not have been able to locate the Three Lives Tower. Though they had met with misfortune in failing to discover the correct path, their inherent strength was undeniable. Feng Shao viewed these encounters as fortuitous opportunities. With fortune laid before him, only a fool would ignore it. Thus, as he ventured forth, Feng Shao scavenged numerous storage bags and rings left behind by these predecessors, amassing a significant bounty that he even mused that, even if he could not restore his own talents, the treasures he collected would ensure a prosperous life for him in the years to come. Yet, amidst this plundering, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for these individuals. Many among them, he surmised, were destined for a more resplendent future, but through a twist of fate, they had entered the Three Lives Tower and met their silent end. However, the pursuit of wealth often necessitated risk. They had come here in search of opportunities, and their demise was ultimately their own choice. One could hardly blame others for it. Before he knew it, Feng Shao had reached the 33rd step. Yet before the 33rd pillar, he beheld two skeletons entwined together on the ground. Their hands clasped. Beside them stood two swords, one golden and one silver. Feng Shao gazed at the swords, unable to suppress his astonishment. Could these be the legendary, long-lost Golden Crow sword and Silver-Toed sword? Millennia ago, there existed a distinguished family skilled in forging in the upper domain. This family, bearing the surname Ling, resided in a place known as Lingshao Mountain Manor. Renowned for their swordsmithing, they produced 8 famed divine swords, collectively known as the Lingshao 8 Swords. Among these were the Golden Crow Sword, Silver-Toed Sword, Bailu Sword, Huangquan Sword, Ziming Sword, Qingyang Sword, Baihong Sword, and Qixia Sword. The 8 swords were divided into the upper 4 and lower 4. Currently, the lower 4 swords remained, while only the Bailu and Huangquan swords of the upper 4 were extant. The Bailu sword was wielded by the carefree fairy, Xiao Ruyao, and the Huangquan sword was in the possession of Lin Fengtian, the Lord of Yunji Pavilion, as for the Golden Crow and Silver-Toed swords. Their whereabouts had long since vanished. It was rumored that a peerless sword cultivator had emerged from Lingshao Mountain Manor, allowing them to wield the Golden Crow sword. However, that sword cultivator had a falling out with their family for reasons unknown, leaving in anger while taking the Silver-Toed sword with them. Thus, both swords and their wielder disappeared from the upper domain. Although Feng Shao had never seen the Golden Crow and Silver-Toed swords, he was aware of their formidable reputations, and their distinctive characteristics were unmistakable. One radiated golden brilliance, imbued with the flames of the Golden Crow. The other shimmered with silvery light, harboring the chilling essence of the Tian. Thus, with but a glance, Feng Shao recognized both swords, turning his gaze back to the two skeletons. One towering and the other petite, it was evident they belonged to a man and a woman. The reasons behind the legendary sword cultivator's discord with their family seemed to have found an answer in this moment. Feng Shao regarded the skeletal remains and sighed. What is love, that it compels one to forsake life and death? Who would have imagined that such extraordinary talents would meet their end here, entwined with their beloved? After a moment of reflection, Feng Shao unceremoniously claimed the Golden Crow sword and Silver-Toed sword. Given that Lingshao Mountain Manor had long since fallen into obscurity, these swords had become ownerless artifacts. It would be foolish not to take them. However, out of a sense of duty, Feng Shao dug a grave for the two and laid them to rest together, erecting a simple tombstone that bore the inscription, "A pair of devoted lovers." After all, he knew not their names, so this was the best he could do. Having completed the burial, Feng Shao pressed onward. After passing 3 more pillars, the fog that had obscured his path finally dissipated, revealing a towering structure that soared 100 feet into the sky. The base of this colossal tower boasted a diameter of several hundred meters and comprised 12 stories, each several yards in height. Surrounding the base was a wide pool, with a narrow path of 6 or 7 meters leading to the entrance of the Three Lives Tower. The water of the pool shimmered with iridescent hues. Yet upon closer inspection, the water was crystal clear. This pool was the legendary cleansing heart pool, rumored to allow one to forget the tribulations of 3 lifetimes, that if used in alchemy, it could even concoct the fabled forgetting emotions pill. However, the veracity of this claim remained uncertain, as it seemed that only the Lord of Shiha had drawn water from this pool over the millennia, and the recipe for the forgetting emotions pill resided solely within the Qianquan Palace. With the connection pillars and cleansing heart pool now in sight, Feng Shao wondered about the fate of the fate-guarding platform. Scanning the area, he found no trace of the stone platform and ultimately directed his gaze toward the Three Lives Tower. Could it be that the fate-guarding platform resided within the tower itself? Truth be told, Feng Shao was somewhat reluctant to enter the Three Lives Tower, though he had navigated the most perilous maze. Who could say what awaited him within the tower? It could be a fortuitous opportunity, but it might also harbor dangers far greater than those of the maze. The unknown inevitably stirred feelings of trepidation, and Feng Shao was no exception. After a prolonged hesitation, Feng Shao finally resolved himself and stepped toward the Three Lives Tower. He had traversed most of the path, and to falter now out of fear would render all his prior preparations futile. Following a narrow trail, Feng Shao arrived at the front of the Three Lives Tower, but he took a deep breath before pushing the door open. Before his eyes lay an astonishingly vast space. Feng Shao stood there, momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend his surroundings. Was this truly the interior of the Three Lives Tower? Before him unfolded a picturesque paradise, replete with lush mountains, clear waters, melodious birds, and fragrant flowers. In the distance, majestic peaks loomed, and the sky was adorned with fluffy clouds. Everything he beheld seemed to convey to Feng Shao that he was not within the confines of a mere building, but rather in an entirely different realm. This revelation greatly exceeded his expectations that he had assumed that the interior of the Three Lives Tower, no matter how expansive, would merely consist of an exceptionally large circular chamber, and that locating the commanding destiny platform would be a simple task. However, the scene before him left Feng Shao utterly bewildered. He scratched his head, pondering his next move. Just then he faintly perceived a translucent figure materializing before him. He could not help but widen his eyes, only to realize that this was no mere illusion. The figure was becoming increasingly defined. As time passed, he discerned the figure's delicate features and a flowing green robe. Feng Shao instinctively grasped the hilt of his golden crow sword, narrowing his eyes in readiness for battle. Before long, the figure solidified into that of a real person. That it was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, with long hair simply tied back with a headband, exuding an air of nonchalance. The man regarded Feng Shao with a smile, speaking in a calm tone. "You have finally arrived." Chapter 46. She gazing at the middle-aged man before him. Feng Shao could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Do you know me?" "Of course," the man replied with a smile. "After all, you are me." Feng Shao's mouth fell agape, utterly confounded by this statement. The middle-aged man chuckled and clarified, "Every individual who enters here can only encounter their previous life." Feng Shao instantly grasped the concept. Yet a lingering question remained. "Surely, I must have more than one past life." "Indeed," the man affirmed, "but here, I am the one who calls the shots." His simple declaration exuded an unmistakable authority. Before Feng Shao could pose another question, the man continued, "I suspect you are quite puzzled as to why it seems I have been anticipating your arrival." Feng Shao instinctively nodded. Don't tell me you foresaw this. While it was true that this realm harbored methods of divination, Feng Shao had never heard of anyone capable of forecasting events hundreds of years into the future. The man, however, merely smiled. You don't actually believe that the heavenly Hua Jade slip sought you out by mere coincidence, do you? Feng Shao stood there, momentarily speechless, for he genuinely had believed, so that in his previous life, he had read numerous novels of a similar nature. However, as a transmigrator, he had arrived without any system to assist him, leading him to assume the heavenly Hua Jade slip was simply a form of compensation for lacking such a system. After all, it had become a common understanding that transmigrators possess some form of golden finger to aid their journey. Yet, the man's insinuation suggested a far more intricate reality. Then a different thought crossed Feng Shao's mind. The heavenly Hua Jade slip was renowned as the foremost among the 10 treasures of Qian Kuan, the very foundation of the Qian Kuan Palace. After the fall of the Qian Kuan Palace, the 10 treasures had been lost, and even their names had faded from memory. Now, with the heavenly Hua Jade slip finding its way to him, could it be that his previous life was somehow linked to the Qian Kuan Palace? The middle-aged man seemed to perceive Feng Shao's thoughts and smiled faintly. Indeed, not only am I your past life, but I am also Shi-He, one of the 3 sovereigns of the Qian Kuan Palace. Feng Shao was rendered speechless. Yet he could not help but exclaim, "But I am a transmigrator. You know what that means, don't you?" The man nodded. "Of course I do. After all, I was the one who facilitated your transmigration." Feng Shao was once again taken aback. The man added, "To be more precise, I sent you to another world, and then you transmigrated on your own." Feng Shao, now thoroughly perplexed, questioned, "I transmigrated on my own? How could I possess such capability?" The man chuckled. "Haven't you already transmigrated? Are you not aware of your own abilities?" Feng Shao retorted, "What I mean is, why did I transmigrate on my own? In the other world, I was merely an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person transmigrate?" The man shook his head. "That's something I'm not entirely clear on. But have you considered that your ability to transmigrate might be a matter of destiny?" Destiny. Feng Shao found himself deep in thought. To be frank, he was not fond of that term, as it made him feel as though his fate had been predetermined, with no possibility for change. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education as a modern individual and being influenced by his predecessors, Feng Shao had always subscribed to the belief that human determination can overcome fate. Hearing the middle-aged man mention destiny left him feeling unsettled. The man, however, spoke with a serious expression. "Do not think I am merely sensationalizing. The truth is just as I say. Otherwise, the Qian Kuan Palace would not have suffered divine retribution." Feng Shao could not help but inquire, "Divine retribution? What does that entail?" The man sighed, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. "To discuss this matter, we must first mention the heavenly Hua Jade slip and the earthly Yuan divine chapter, 2 secret treasures." What followed was Feng Shao learning of previously unknown secrets from his past life. The origins of the heavenly Hua Jade slip and the earthly Yuan divine chapter remained a mystery to all. Even in his previous life as the sovereign of the Qian Kuan Palace, Shi had been unable to ascertain the provenance of these treasures after acquiring them. However, he speculated that they might have existed since the very dawn of creation. The heavenly Hua Jade slip can reveal the locations of all earthly treasures by consuming fortune, while the earthly Yuan divine chapter can uncover hidden realms. When combined, they can almost ascertain all secrets across the land. It could even be said that the world would hold no secrets. It was through these 2 treasures that the Qian Kuan Palace rapidly rose to prominence, becoming a leading sect in this realm. Feng Shao could not help but exclaim, "Such formidable treasures! Wouldn't they incur the wrath of the heavens?" The man nodded. "Indeed. In fact, I had sensed this danger the moment we acquired the 2 treasures. Thus, the heavenly Hua Jade slip and the earthly Yuan divine chapter have always been safeguarded by myself and Wang Shu." By the way, Wang Shu is the 2nd sovereign of the Qian Kuan Palace. And who is the 3rd? The 3rd sovereign is named Xianji. He is the sole survivor of the Qian Kuan Palace after it faced divine retribution. However, he adopted a strategy of feigned death and rebirth, splitting his soul in 2, one half preserved through secret methods, and the other reincarnated. After his rebirth, he merged with the other half of his soul according to his prior arrangements, thus escaping the divine retribution. At this point, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. Perhaps no one in the world knows that the Tiangang sword sect was established by him after his rebirth. Feng Shao was astonished. The Tiangang sword sect was a super sect in the northern continent of the Upper Domain, boasting countless disciples and a multitude of experts, wielding significant influence. Its most renowned technique was the Tiangang 36 sword techniques, which rivaled the Xiaoyao 36 sword techniques of Xiaoyao Hall. However, while Xiaoyao Hall was famous for its sword techniques, its strength paled in comparison to the Tiangang sword sect. Even the Yunji Pavilion fell slightly short when compared to the Tiangang sword sect. Who would have imagined that the founder of the Tiangang sword sect was actually the reborn Xianji? Oh, by the way, it is worth mentioning that the three supreme treasures of the Tiangang sword sect, the Tianluo star plate, the Xianji seal, and the Tiangang divine weapon, are among the 10 treasures of Qiankuan. Feng Shao looked at him with skepticism. You can't possibly be suggesting that I should acquire their 3 supreme treasures. Can you? Those were their treasures. Although protagonists in fantasy novels often pilfer such treasures without a second thought, Feng Shao truly did not possess such audacity. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes at him. I merely mentioned it. I never suggested you go and take them. Feng Shao. Fortunately, the middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that. Let's focus on you instead. Now that you possess the heavenly Hua Jade slip, your next task is to retrieve the earthly Yuan divine chapter. These 2 treasures share a natural connection. So through the heavenly Hua Jade slip, you will eventually locate the earthly Yuan divine chapter. However, the prerequisite is that you must elevate your realm to the true immortal stage. Otherwise, the moment you acquire the earthly Yuan divine chapter, divine retribution will obliterate you. Feng Shao exclaimed. That's far too dangerous. Are you still urging me to seek it? Is there no alternative? None. The middle-aged man replied sternly. For this is your destiny. Don't speak to me of destiny. I don't buy into that, Feng Shao retorted, shaking his hand dismissively. I have no ambitions for world domination, nor do I wish to be a lofty figure looking down upon mortals. I simply desire to forge the life I wish to lead in my own way. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, shook his head with a smile and suddenly remarked, I suspect you have recently encountered the so-called child of destiny, haven't you? Feng Shao was taken aback. How did you know? Because when you utilize the Tianhua Yujian, your fortune has already undergone a transformation. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. As cultivators, although we defy the heavens, there remains a sliver of hope within the grand scheme of fate. The celestial path allows for a degree of escape. However, both the Tianhua Yujian and the Diyuan Xinjiang are unequivocally contrarian artifacts, incompatible with the celestial order. While you may not face divine retribution during the use of the Tianhua Yujian, your fortune will inevitably shift. After all, those who wield such contrarian artifacts are inherently destined to oppose the heavens. How could the celestial order possibly tolerate your existence? Feng Shao could not help but interject. Aren't you essentially setting me up? How can that be construed as a setup? The middle-aged man, though still smiling, bore a hint of bitterness in his expression. The Tianhua Yujian, if not in your possession, will inevitably fall into the hands of others that I once meticulously derived its origins, only to discover it faintly pointed towards the previous celestial path. Feng Shao furrowed his brow. Isn't the celestial path eternal and indestructible? How could it possibly undergo a succession? The middle-aged man inhaled deeply, his tone darkening, because beyond this realm lies a great terror. At this juncture, a shadow of concern crossed his face. The reason for the current celestial path's emergence is unknown to me. Yet, I have a vague sensation that it is orchestrating a momentous event that, if my conjectures are correct, it pertains to the imminent onset of the 10,000 races battlefield. Feng Shao instinctively placed a hand to his forehead. This was yet another aspect of his ignorance. Thus, he wisely inquired, May I ask what the 10,000 races battlefield entails? The 10,000 races battlefield is a cataclysm faced collectively by countless worlds that I cannot ascertain how frequently it occurs, but I am certain it will manifest again. When that time comes, if this world possesses no means of resistance, it shall inevitably be annihilated by other races. But why must it be this way? What is the significance of the 10,000 races battlefield's emergence? Who can say? The middle-aged man shrugged. I am not well versed in how the previous celestial path dealt with the 10,000 races battlefield. However, this current celestial path appears intent on nurturing children of fortune to confront this calamity. Feng Shao's understanding dawned upon him. This narrative aligned perfectly with the novels he had perused in his past life. Yet he soon connected it to his own fortune, and his expression turned astonished. Indeed, the middle-aged man remarked nonchalantly, for a child of fortune, what better sharpening stone exists than the wielder of the Tianhua Yujian? Chapter 47. The Six Paths of Reincarnation. Feng Shao had not anticipated that his mere intent to reshape his aptitude would lead to such critical intelligence. Even more alarming was that the one imparting this knowledge was none other than his previous self. Thus, the words of his past life could not possibly be false. After all, who would take the time to deceive oneself? Noticing Feng Shao's somewhat dejected demeanor, the middle-aged man chuckled. You need not take this too much to heart. After all, while children of fortune may pose challenges, they do not threaten you. You possess an unparalleled treasure. After all, Feng Shao shot him a sidelong glance, silently muttering, it's easy for you to say, I can discern that there must be more than one child of fortune in this world, right? Am I to contend with them one by one? The mere thought of such a possibility gave Feng Shao a headache. He was not afraid of the children of fortune. Rather, he found them to be a collection of bothersome individuals. Most troubling was the fact that the severe consequences of these troubles were borne by others, leaving only opportunities for them. How could one reason with that? At his core, Feng Shao was an idealist with his own aspirations, and those aspirations did not include the petty act of ostentation. After all, they were all adults. Who would indulge in such juvenile antics? While some might find it gratifying, Feng Shao felt it was utterly shameful. Thus, he felt a sense of disillusionment. The middle-aged man, however, comforted him. Although you may be the finest sharpening stone for the children of fortune, for you, are they not the best targets for reaping rewards? Consider this. You still possess the Tianhua Yujian, which can consume fortune. Feng Shao shot him another glance. But do you comprehend the troubles these children of fortune bring? They are favored by the celestial path, stirring up chaos wherever they go, taking all the benefits while leaving the consequences for others to endure. Just by flaunting their superiority, they garner admiration from others. Who can tolerate such anti-intellectual behavior? The middle-aged man smiled faintly. How troublesome can children of fortune truly be? In my day, the number of children of fortune harvested by the Tianhua Palace exceeded 80, if not 100. Feng Shao found himself momentarily speechless. The middle-aged man continued. After I came to wield the Tianhua Yujian, children of fortune flocked to me as if they were free of charge, continuously besieging me. They treated the Tianhua Palace as a leveling point. Were it not for the profound foundation of the Tianhua Palace and the immaturity of those children of fortune, we might have been undone before divine retribution could descend. Feng Shao sighed in admiration. You speak quite fashionably, even using the term leveling point. The middle-aged man shot him a glare. Nonsense. I am you. I know what you have experienced. I am merely communicating in a language you are familiar with. Feng Shao waved his hand. All right, let us leave that aside. Why don't you tell me what you actually want me to do? After all this conversation, Feng Shao suddenly realized that this so-called previous self had a purpose in appearing here. The esteemed master of the Xia Palace could not possibly be here merely to engage in idle chatter. As expected, upon hearing his words, the middle-aged man broke into a smile. Indeed, I cannot conceal it from you. He then spoke with gravity. I hope you can shatter the constraints of the celestial path and set this world on a proper course. Feng Shao was taken aback. What did this mean? The middle-aged man continued. This world has effectively stagnated in its development for several millennia. Consider this. What can be achieved in your world over the span of several thousand years? Feng Shao shook his head. Every world has its own way of existing. This world need not necessarily follow the trajectory of my previous world. Right? It may seem so, yet it is not quite the case that I have derived that overturning the status quo and constructing a brand new world is indeed feasible. And from your experiences, I have gleaned your thoughts. At this point, A cunning smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Before departing from the Tianhua sect, you must have harbored such intentions, correct? You abhorred how the powerful in this realm treat mortals as mere ants. And you detested those factions that annihilate entire families and sections thus. You aspire to forge a world of equality for all, and you have even devised your own plans that am I correct? Feng Shao's lips twitched. You truly lack a sense of propriety. Likewise, after all, I am you. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, that he firmly patted Feng Shao's shoulder and said, I too once entertained similar thoughts, yet I was limited by my perspective and failed to chart the correct path. But you are different. You possess the developmental trajectory of another world as a reference, making your ideas entirely feasible. Whether or not you can alter this world hinges upon your efforts moving forward. Feng Shao sighed, murmuring, I suddenly feel as if I am being led astray. Do not say such things. If you have a dream, pursue it. Regardless of success or failure, having made the effort will not render this life in vain. The middle-aged man encouraged him. As for those children of fortune, you can view them as stepping stones, harvesting their fortune and utilizing their opportunities to fulfill your dreams. Their opportunities will only serve to amplify themselves, while your acquisition can benefit the entire world. Given this, why should you shrink back? Feng Shao took a deep breath and said, All right, I generally understand your points. Furthermore, your mention of breaking the constraints of the celestial path should also factor in considerations for the 10,000 races battlefield. Correct? Naturally. The middle-aged man nodded. Originally, the celestial path's plan was to cultivate multiple children of fortune, akin to raising a goo, allowing them to slaughter one another, ultimately selecting the true child of destiny that I am in the end. The child of destiny would represent this world in the 10,000 races battlefield. Upon reaching this juncture, the middle-aged man abruptly shifted his tone. However, you need not worry excessively. The opening of the 10,000 races battlefield will require several hundred years. You can fully utilize this time to cultivate your own forces. Additionally, I advise you to harvest children of fortune as much as possible to delay the birth of the child of destiny. Because if the child of destiny does not appear, the 10,000 races battlefield will not commence. Feng Shao nodded in understanding. So, the 10,000 races battlefield serves as the ultimate trial for the child of destiny. After the trial concludes, can they return home to eternal rest? While your line of thought is somewhat peculiar, I believe you grasp the essence. Feng Shao inquired. So, do you have anything further to convey? I presume you know why I am here. Of course, you are here to reshape your aptitude. After all, I once did so right here. Feng Shao was instantly elated. That is wonderful. The content within the Tianhua Yujian is something I can only approximate. I have yet to fully comprehend the specifics. Since you are here, could you not enlighten me on the exact steps? Also, where is the Shoming platform? The middle-aged man regarded him with an oddly scrutinizing expression. Actually, the steps are not as complicated as you imagine. Moreover, the Shoming platform is right beneath your feet. Only when you stand on the command platform will I appear before you. Feng Shao was taken aback. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, All you need to do next is take a nap, and I will complete the reshaping of your qualifications. Feng Shao was momentarily stunned. This is splendid, a one-stop service. Moreover, I can assure you that the qualifications I will reshape for you will be the most powerful physique in this realm. This physique is known as the Six Paths Reincarnation Body. With this physique, you will no longer be inferior to any prodigy. Up until now, many readers remain somewhat unclear about the direction of this book, so I shall briefly divulge a few details. Firstly, this book is not a feel-good story, as I am incapable of writing such a narrative that on another platform, I once had a whimsical idea to write a scene of ostentatious revenge. Upon completing it, I felt a sense of shame regardless of the reader's opinions, and thus I deleted it entirely. That I cannot produce feel-good stories, nor do I excel at crafting ostentatious revenge plots. So for those seeking a feel-good narrative, this book may disappoint you. Some have labeled Feng Shao as a saintly figure. However, this stems from a misunderstanding of his character. Feng Shao is a person driven by purpose. He cares solely about outcomes, disregarding the process as long as the result is favorable. Forgiving others is merely a trivial task for him. Conversely, if he determines that certain individuals are beyond redemption, he will show no mercy. Now, let me discuss the subsequent plot of this book. The forthcoming narrative comprises three main components: the protagonist's growth, the harvesting of the fated ones, and the establishment of the protagonist's faction. Therefore, the ensuing storyline will feature a considerable amount of agricultural themes. The protagonist will evolve into a true world changer, rather than a mere tool for ostentation and revenge. Lastly, I must reiterate that while this book will feature multiple female characters, among whom some may harbor feelings for the protagonist, there will be only one leading lady. I can confidently reveal her name: Lin Xiaoran. So please refrain from inquiring about the identity of the female lead. That's all for now. See you tomorrow. Don't forget to leave a 5-star review. Chapter 48. Qingdi City in the Eastern Continent. Qingdi City stands as one of the largest urban centers, situated at the confluence of the Li River and Tai River. Known for its bustling shipping and thriving trade. Thanks to its unparalleled geographical position, Qingdi City has evolved from a humble village into the foremost metropolis of the Eastern Continent. The city lord, Miao Feng, is also renowned as a formidable cultivator, rumored to have reached the Taiqing realm, standing merely a step away from the Tribulation realm and commanding numerous powerful cultivators under his banner. Miao Feng's formidable cultivation and the deep-rooted heritage of Qingdi City have solidified his position as city lord, instilling a sense of deterrence that prevents others from daring to offend him lightly. It is a widely accepted consensus throughout the upper domains that every major city must be anchored by a strong presence. This is not born out of reverence for the powerful, but rather a necessary compromise for survival. In the eyes of the mighty cultivators, mortals are but ants, their lives and deaths trivial. Thus, it is not uncommon for powerful cultivators to obliterate a city at will, and this applies to both righteous and demonic paths alike. The righteous path, to some extent, must at least provide an excuse when annihilating an entire city, lest they tarnish their own reputation. In contrast, those of the demonic path act purely on personal whim, often destroying cities simply due to a name that evokes their aversion. Faced with such powerful cultivators, ordinary mortals devoid of cultivation abilities can only resign themselves to fate. After all, they lack the strength to resist, and no one can advocate on their behalf. Their only recourse is to seek out powerful allies, hoping for a momentary respite. Consequently, many cities governed by formidable cultivators have become the preferred refuge for mortals. However, gaining entry into a large city is no simple feat. Large cities entail substantial taxes, particularly in a metropolis like Qingdi City, which houses a population of nearly 1 million. Each household is expected to contribute 2/3 of their annual income in taxes. Despite the heavy tax burden, life is afforded a degree of basic security. One is unlikely to freeze or starve to death, nor to be randomly slaughtered. Furthermore, the cultivation of cultivators necessitates a significant expenditure of resources and money, and the taxes paid by mortals help sustain the cultivation of the protectors, thereby forming a symbiotic relationship of mutual benefit. This is the unique social structure of this realm. In this world, the concept of nations does not exist. Rather, it is structured around cities that form fragmented alliances. The relationships between these city alliances are tethered by mutual interests, typically relying on kinship and resource exchanges as connections between cities. Yet, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Thus, these city alliances are inherently fragile, sometimes fracturing over minor conflicts of interest. The absence of nations in this realm is not due to a lack of ambition to establish them, but rather the very nature of this world makes the birth of nations exceedingly arduous. Due to the existence of cultivation, the disparity in individual strength is magnified, rendering it impractical to form armies composed primarily of mortals. After all, a cultivator at the tribulation stage can easily annihilate a 1 million-strong army with a mere gesture. As for assembling an army of cultivators, this too is a daunting prospect. Cultivators require the absorption of spiritual energy for their training, which predominantly resides in lofty mountains. Feeding an army with spirit stones incurs excessive costs, leading to a situation where the martial protection of each city typically consists of only a small team of cultivators, incapable of forming a genuine army. The martial force provided by such a team is limited to surrounding areas, making widespread influence unattainable. Even if a cultivator army were formed from the resources of a city alliance, it could only ensure self-defense, lacking the capacity for advancement, let alone safeguarding a nation. Without the establishment of armies, the formation of nations remains a distant dream. The absence of nations consequently leads to the precarious survival of mortals. Thus, in this world, mortals truly resemble ants, merely eking out an existence in the interstices of various factions. Those fortunate enough to find refuge in a large city fare better, while countless mortals without any support are daily slaughtered by cultivators as if they were mere livestock. At this juncture, one might wonder, are there not exceptionally fortunate mortals who, through cultivation, gain powerful forces to protect their kin? The reality is that such individuals do exist, but they are exceedingly rare. Many mortals who begin their journey in humble circumstances harbor grand aspirations of safeguarding their kin through their own strength. Indeed, some among them have encountered extraordinary opportunities, ultimately achieving great feats. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of success, the vast majority of these individuals forget their original intentions, viewing mortals as ants just like other cultivators. For countless realities have taught them that in this world, strength reigns supreme, that as long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can act with impunity, that if one is strong enough, they can look down upon all beings. If one is strong enough, they can demand anything from anyone, that if one is strong enough, they can disregard all notions of justice. Thus, their only remaining goal is to grow stronger, to become even more powerful. In their relentless pursuit of strength, they may trample upon the dignity and lives of all mortals that in the face of powerful cultivators. The only recourse for mortals is to survive, for they are deemed unworthy of dignity in the presence of cultivators. This situation has persisted for countless millennia, perhaps destined to continue unchanged indefinitely. Let us now shift our focus back to Qingdi City, that is the largest city within a 1,000-mile radius. Qingdi City sees tens of thousands entering daily, including numerous cultivators. Today, a team of 15 cultivators has entered the city. These 15 comprise the second branch disciples of Tianhua Mountain, along with Lu Qingyuan. The addition of Lu Qingyuan was met with surprise and delight from the second branch disciples. After all, among their generation of disciples within the Tianhua sect, Feng Shao possesses the highest cultivation, followed by Yi Chun and Lu Qingyuan. With Lu Qingyuan's recent breakthrough and Feng Shao's departure, she has now emerged as the leader among her peers. How could they not be pleased to have such an individual join them? Lu Qingyuan soon learned that the second branch disciples, after leaving the sect, also intended to seek out Feng Shao. However, in the vast expanse of the eastern continent, locating a single individual is no trivial matter. Consequently, after some deliberation, they resolved to first gather information in Qingdi City, being one of the largest cities in the eastern continent, rich in sources of news. Since they were all cultivators, the city gate guards, who typically engage in extortion of newcomers, consciously overlooked them. Upon entering the city, the group first sought a tavern to settle temporarily, then began discussing where to gather information. Their first choice was the Linglong Pavilion in Qingdi City. As a major city in the eastern continent, Qingdi City attracts numerous large merchant associations, and Linglong Pavilion is among them. Moreover, the Linglong Pavilion here is significantly larger than that of Liang City, with even the proprietor being at the transformation realm, a full realm higher than the one in Liang City. Such a high-ranking proprietor naturally holds considerable influence within the Linglong Pavilion. However, after inquiring, Lu Qingyuan and her companions were met with disappointment, as even the Linglong Pavilion had no news of Feng Shao. Nevertheless, upon learning they hailed from Tianhua Mountain, the proprietor warmly welcomed them and offered several suggestions, such as posting a missing person notice through Linglong Pavilion or seeking information from other merchant associations that in any large commercial guild. There exist several branches, and thus, intelligence is one of the commodities they offer for sale. As for the publication of missing person notices, it is also one of the lucrative avenues for these grand guilds. However, upon inquiring about the cost of such notices, the crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment. While the price was within their means, they would be left practically destitute after payment. Furthermore, the publication of a missing person notice does not guarantee the retrieval of the individual. Left with no choice, they decided to seek alternatives and try their luck at other guilds. Consequently, they dispersed at the entrance of the Linglong Pavilion, each heading towards the major guilds in the city. For Lu Qingyuan, Being the most formidable among them, she ventured forth alone. She made her way directly to the Tianbao Pavilion located in the southern part of the city and upon entering, immediately sought information. Unfortunately, although the Taiwei sect was well known in the vicinity of Taiwei Mountain for hundreds of miles, its influence diminished significantly beyond that range. As for Feng Shao, the saint of the Taiwei sect, many had heard of his name but had never laid eyes upon him. Thus they had not kept track of his whereabouts, resulting in a dearth of relevant intelligence. Naturally, Lu Qingyuan felt deeply disheartened by this outcome. Yet she did not intend to give up. Should all else fail, she resolved to seek out the headquarters of the Yunjian Pavilion, confident that they would possess some knowledge of Feng Shao's movements. However, lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice a young man in splendid attire within the Tianbao Pavilion, whose gaze was fixed upon her, a playful smile gracing his lips. Just as Lu Qingyuan prepared to take her leave, the young man suddenly approached her, smilingly inquiring, "My dear lady, are you in search of the saint of the Taiwei sect?" Feng Shao. Lu Qingyuan was taken aback and could not restrain herself from asking, "Good sir, do you happen to know the whereabouts of my senior brother Feng?" The young man, producing a folding fan from seemingly nowhere, waved it open with a flourish, fanning himself as he chuckled. "I am but a humble individual who has had the fortune of some acquaintance with Saint Feng. Coincidentally, he is currently a guest at my residence. May I inquire about your intentions?" Lu Qingyuan, astonished to hear news of Feng Shao, could not contain her joy and quickly replied, "I am Feng Shao's junior sister, also hailing from Taiwei Mountain, that if you could facilitate a meeting with my senior brother, I would be immensely grateful." The young man responded with a smile, "It is but a simple matter." In her elation, Lu Qingyuan failed to notice the glint of cunning lurking in the young man's eyes. Indeed, it was all too easy to deceive a Na'vi girl such as her. Chapter 49. Xiao Yinqing. As the young man made his way back home, he continued to attempt conversation with Lu Qingyuan. However, she remained utterly uninterested, fixated solely on her desire to meet Feng Shao, and thus offered little response to his advances. The young man felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet Lu Qingyuan's exquisite beauty rendered him incapable of expressing his irritation. After several attempts at probing, he discerned that her thoughts were solely consumed by her senior brother. An idea sparked in his mind, and he cheerfully remarked, "Speaking of which, Feng Shao truly is a paragon among men. I had the privilege of witnessing his prowess firsthand. With a single stroke of his sword, he vanquished several demon cultivators before they even grasped the situation, their heads rolling like marbles. My admiration for him was boundless, and I invited him to my home as a guest. To my delight, he accepted graciously, leading to our friendship." The young man spun a tale, skillfully crafting a narrative. He had surmised that Lu Qingyuan's sect was sword-oriented from the long sword she bore. Thus he tailored his story accordingly. Lu Qingyuan, oblivious to the deception, smiled and replied, "Indeed, my senior brother's swordsmanship is extraordinary, far beyond the reach of us junior disciples, that if I could master even a fraction of his skill, I would be thoroughly content." The young man's eyes sparkled with delight, and he continued his fabrication. "Feng Shao's swordplay is indeed remarkable. He once spent an entire night discussing techniques with me, proclaiming that the pinnacle of swordsmanship lies within the Tiangang 36 sword techniques, followed closely by the Xiaoyao 36 sword techniques." The young man spoke with utmost conviction, for any cultivator would be familiar with the two revered sword sects, Tiangang and Xiaoyao. He presumed that as a sword practitioner, Feng Shao would hold both in high regard. Lu Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Certainly, both the Tiangang sect and the Xiaoyao Hall possess exquisite sword techniques. The young man smiled again. "Feng Shao once confided in me that if given the chance, he would visit the Xiaoyao Hall to seek guidance from the Xiaoyao Fairy regarding the Xiaoyao 36 sword techniques. However, I believe that while the Xiaoyao 36 sword techniques are formidable, they may not surpass the swordsmanship exhibited by Feng Shao himself. Though the Xiaoyao Fairy has long been renowned, in terms of swordplay, she may not be able to rival Feng Shao." The young man prided himself on this flattering statement, as he subtly elevated Feng Shao's stature, hoping to garner goodwill from Lu Qingyuan. Yet, as he spoke, he noticed that Lu Qingyuan had halted, regarding him with a look of skepticism that a sense of alarm gripped him, realizing he may have misspoken. However, maintaining his composure, he inquired with a benign smile, "My lady, do you agree with my sentiments?" Lu Qingyuan narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze betraying suspicion. She placed her hand on the hilt of her sword and calmly stated, "A portion of my senior brother Feng's swordsmanship is derived from the Tianhua sect, while another portion comes from the Xiaoyao Hall." How could he ever utter such words about seeking guidance from the Xiaoyao Hall? Lu Qingyuan was not naive. She simply failed to recognize the malice in others. Upon realizing the young man's deceit, she understood his ulterior motives. The young man was momentarily taken aback, then sighed, "I did not anticipate revealing my flaw here." Subsequently, a malicious grin crept across his face as he declared, "My lady, I am Chu Xian, the scion of the Chu family in Qingdi City, that I find your beauty captivating and wish to propose marriage. Would you consider my offer?" Lu Qingyuan's eyes turned cold as she retorted, "You are indeed trying to deceive me. Alas, one cannot fault me. After all, your beauty is simply too striking." Chu Xian replied with a chuckle, "Though my fabricated tale is false, my admiration for you is genuine. Are you truly not considering my proposal?" Lu Qingyuan drew her sword and shouted, "Enough of your nonsense. Should you speak another insolent word, I shall sever your tongue." Chu Xian sighed, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. "It seems I must resort to other methods." With that, his tone turned icy. "Lao Shui, capture her alive." Before Lu Qingyuan could react, a calm voice replied, "Yes, young master." Suddenly, Lu Qingyuan felt a gust of wind behind her. Startled, she instinctively employed her agility to evade the impending threat. Upon regaining her focus, she saw that the assailant was a cultivator of the transformation stage. "Ah, the little girl has quite the reflexes," he scoffed coldly, advancing again to grasp her shoulder. Lu Qingyuan promptly unleashed her sword technique. Engaging him in combat, the assailant, confident in his strength, chose to fight barehanded. His hands moved with such swiftness that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, while Lu Qingyuan exerted her utmost effort to hold her ground. However, it was evident to all that she could not withstand for long. Observing Lu Qingyuan's faltering defenses, Chu Xian wore a smug smile, fanning himself as he remarked, "My lady, I advise you to cease your resistance and obediently accompany me home. Rest assured, while I cannot offer you the position of primary wife, I can certainly make you a secondary consort." Just as Chu Xian believed victory was assured, a clear voice suddenly rang out, "Bullying the weak. How shameless!" Chu Xian instinctively turned toward the source of the voice, his eyes widening in surprise. The speaker was a maiden who appeared no older than 18, clad in white attire with a veil obscuring her face. Her silhouette hinted at an extraordinary beauty that stirred the heart. With a graceful figure and an ethereal aura, she exuded an otherworldly charm merely by standing there. That Chu Xian quickly bowed to her. Smiling, "May I inquire who this young lady is?" Before he could finish, she replied coolly, "Qingyi, please do take action." Only then did Chu Xian realize that behind the maiden stood a tall woman. Though her beauty did not quite match the maiden's, she too possessed an enchanting countenance, her frigid demeanor mirroring that of the younger woman. The woman responded with a simple yes, then leaped forward, delivering a palm strike toward the transformation stage cultivator. The cultivator swiftly raised his hand to defend, but as their palms met, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, penetrating his very core, and he staggered back several steps to mitigate the impact. Yet pain still throbbed in his chest. Unable to contain himself, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. That Chu Xian, witnessing this, was filled with both shock and fury, shouting, "You dare to lay a hand on my guard? Do you know who I am?" The woman replied icily, "The Chu family of Qingdi City has truly lost all sense of propriety, brazenly attempting to abduct a maiden in broad daylight." Cuxion, taken aback, exclaimed, "You know who I am?" The woman sneered, "Remember, the one who struck you is from the Nine Eans sacred land. Should you seek vengeance, be sure not to target the wrong person." At this proclamation, the crowd was left in stunned silence. That I in the eastern continent, there exist 3 sacred grounds, among which the Nine Eans sacred land is the most renowned. This is not merely due to its fame. Rather, it is exclusively reserved for women, and every female disciple is a paragon of beauty to all cultivators. The Nine Eans sacred land is deemed the finest place to seek a partner for the Tao. However, not every cultivator possesses the qualification to wed a disciple of the Nine Sacred Land, as for the Chu family, to which Chu Xin belongs. It is considered a prestigious family in the Qingdi city. Though it may not rival the ruling Miao family, it is nonetheless a significant lineage not to be underestimated. Yet, when faced with the disciples of the Nine Sacred Land, he lacks the audacity to boast. Not even daring to utter harsh words, trembling with fear, he respectfully clasped his hands and said, "I was unaware that you too are disciples of the Nine Sacred Land. I apologize for my rudeness, and hope you will forgive me." The woman instinctively glanced at the girl, only to hear her utter coolly, "Such a person should be dealt with." The woman nodded in agreement, and with a swift motion, struck towards Chu Xian's abdomen. A chilling scream echoed as Chu Xian was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Although his body was injured, Chu Xian barely registered the pain. However, he was horrified to discover that his dantian had been shattered. The destruction of his dantian meant he was utterly severed from the path of cultivation, doomed to become a cripple. Reflecting on the fierce internal strife within the Chu family, despair enveloped Chu Xian, leaving him despondent. The girl, however, paid him no heed and instead bowed to Lu Qingyin, saying, "I noticed the sword technique you displayed earlier resembles that of the Tianhua sect. Might you be a disciple of the Tianhua sect?" Despite having departed with the second branch disciples, Lu Qingyuan had not severed ties with her sect, thus retaining her identity as a disciple of the Tianhua sect. Upon hearing this, she also returned the bow, replying, "There is no need for such formality, for I am indeed a disciple of the third branch of the Tianhua sect." The girl's eyes lit up, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Then might I inquire if the holy son Feng Shao is present here?" Lu Qingyuan was taken aback. She scrutinized the girl closely and noticed that upon mentioning Feng Shao, a hint of shyness crossed her features, causing her previously frosty demeanor to vanish. Lu Qingyuan could not help but speculate. Could this girl be an acquaintance of Brother Feng? Perhaps even someone with a significant relationship with him? With this thought, Lu Qingyuan felt a pang of discomfort. Yet since the girl had aided her, she could only force a smile and respond, "Brother Feng is not here." The girl let out a soft "oh," her face revealing palpable disappointment. Qing gently cleared her throat and whispered, "Holy maiden, while outside, please exercise caution in your words and actions." The girl, however, replied earnestly, "Qing, young Master Feng once saved my life. Had it not been for him, I would have perished at the hands of bandits. How could I possibly be here today? To save this sister today is our fateful connection, and you need not concern yourself with it." Qing could only sigh in resignation, falling silent. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyuan felt a bitter pang in her heart. It turned out that her salvation was a consequence of the kindness Feng Shao had shown her in the past. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently incurred another debt to Brother Feng. However, she soon recalled something and could not help but ask, "This young lady, I overheard Qing mention that you are the holy maiden of the Nine Sacred Land?" The girl smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, I am Shao Yunqing, a disciple of the Nine Sacred Land, and I hold the title of Holy Maiden." Chapter 50. 7 Types of Constitution. Who would have thought that the esteemed leader of the Sangyan sect, one of the top 10 sects in the southern region, would resort to selling his daughter for glory? The leader, did you even consider the Holy Maiden's wishes? Have you shown her any respect? Such flattery and fickleness are truly contemptible. I say, let this Sangyan sect be damned. Within a grand hall, a young man spoke passionately, vociferously denouncing the proceedings with the bravado of one unafraid of tigers. An elder clad in a blue robe rebuked him. "Yi Fan, you are but an outer sect disciple. What gives you the right to speak? Dare you make such a ruckus in the grand hall? Have you no fear for your life?" Yi Fan laughed heartily. "A mere stranger from the upper domain has managed to sway you all into willingly offering the Holy Maiden, completely disregarding her own wishes. Such actions, and you still have the audacity to condemn me? I, Yi Fan, may be unworthy, but today I shall stand up for the Holy Maiden." Seated at the central position of the hall was a middle-aged man. His tone cold as ice. "Yi Fan, I acknowledge your talent and intended to accept you as my true disciple. Yet you demonstrate such ingratitude that do you truly believe I would refrain from taking action against you?" Yi Fan extended his hand, a black longsword materializing in his grasp. He declared loudly, "Leader, The holy maiden is your own daughter. How can you so easily hand her over to a stranger? Do you even deserve to be called a father? Preposterous. The leader's fury ignited. Observing this scene, a young man seated to the left of the leader stifled a yawn. This young man was none other than Feng Shao. To be honest, Feng Shao had never anticipated encountering such a melodramatic scenario. He had seen similar scenes in novels from his previous life, and he often thought that a single instance was sufficient. Repeating it would be tiresome. After all, in writing, one should strive to create original content. Should they not? Beginning with a cliché scene seemed a surefire way to induce reader fatigue. However, Feng Shao later realized that readers rarely grew weary of such scenarios. Rather, they found each instance exhilarating. Well, where there is demand, there is supply. Feng Shao had underestimated the situation. Yet he never expected to find himself in such a scene one day that a sigh of lament escaped Feng Shao's heart. Had he known such melodrama awaited him, he might have chosen not to come here. Nevertheless, Feng Shao had little choice in the matter. This predicament began 7 days prior, within the Sansheng Tower. He had encountered his past life, the illustrious Shihe, one of the 3 palace masters of the Qiankuan Palace. From Shihe, he learned various secrets about this world and the hidden functions of the Tianhua Jade Slip. Subsequently, the palace master voluntarily offered to reshape his constitution. Before Feng Shao could react, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Soon after, he found himself in a lengthy dream. In this dream, he seemed to experience an entire lifetime. And towards the end, he vaguely heard a sorrowful voice say, "Senior brother, this path ultimately leads nowhere." Then, he awakened. He meticulously recalled the details of the dream, realizing that although he had undergone numerous experiences, he could not remember any specifics. The only thing that lingered was that melancholic voice, echoing in his mind. Yet he could not recall the visage of the speaker, only a vague sense of familiarity. After attempting to sort through his thoughts, Feng Shao resigned himself to the present, deciding to prioritize current matters. He stood up, preparing to leave. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Where was he? Feng Shao quickly summoned the Tianhua Jade Slip, only to find that it could only display a small portion of the surrounding area. Beyond that small area lay an abyss of darkness. Alarmed, Feng Shao understood he was in serious trouble. The Tianhua Jade Slip often served as an electronic map, but it required prior exploration of the area to function effectively. In simpler terms, it was akin to exploring a map in a strategy game. He now found himself in a new map, needing to explore once more to regain visibility. This posed quite a challenge. Just as Feng Shao prepared to take flight on his sword to explore the map, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground. Initially, he did not comprehend the situation, but upon examining his body, he realized the reshaping of his constitution had nearly depleted all of his true essence. Therefore, he needed to meditate to recover. While this was a straightforward task, the current circumstances were not conducive to such an endeavor. The reason was that he was entirely alone, without anyone to safeguard him. Meditating in the wilderness could easily attract the attention of passers-by or beasts that, if disturbed, he could risk losing his mind or, worse, his cultivation entirely. Yet, without meditation, he could not recover. What was he to do? After much contemplation, Feng Shao decided to first assess his current physical condition. This exploration startled him so much that he nearly leaped in surprise. According to Shihe, the constitution he had reshaped was known as the 6 paths of reincarnation body. He understood the concept of reincarnation. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation body was unfamiliar to him. This constitution had not been documented anywhere, not even mentioned in legends, leaving Feng Shao perplexed. Yet, Shihe had proclaimed it an unparalleled supreme constitution, piquing Feng Shao's curiosity. After thorough investigation, Feng Shao quickly realized why Shihe held this constitution in such high regard. The so-called 6 paths of reincarnation body could switch at will between 6 other types of constitution. It was utterly against the heavens. Others may possess extraordinary constitutions, but they are limited to one, ultimately facing their limits. However, within the 6 paths of reincarnation body were encompassed 6 additional constitutions, meaning he alone possessed 7 types of constitution. 7 types of constitution. Dare one question if they fear this. Moreover, Feng Shao discovered that Shihe had kindly selected the other 6 constitutions for him. These 6 constitutions were as follows. the all-encompassing Hongming chaos body, the most rigid and Yang Nine Yang diamond body, the discerning Lingwu Tongshin body, the self-circulating five elements life and death body, the ghost-repelling Jinyao Tongling body, and the life-giving Shengxing Zhao Hua body. Feng Shao was overwhelmed with emotion that he suddenly realized that he was now more protagonist-like than the protagonist himself. With 7 distinct constitutions at his disposal, Feng Shao found himself in a state of ambivalence. The advantage lay in his ability to switch between these constitutions at will, granting him the agility to navigate any scenario with ease. However, the downside was equally significant. Possessing 7 constitutions meant that his cultivation would demand 7-fold the effort, akin to being burdened with a debuff that diminished his cultivation speed to 1/7. Fortunately, the Qinquan Sutra he practiced was compatible with any constitution, allowing the true essence he cultivated to harmonize without conflict. The Qinquan Sutra functioned as a universal charger, with a true essence akin to a battery that could power any device. With only one such battery available, he could instantly activate any device he chose. This realization was intriguing. Once Feng Shao grasped this concept, he finally understood why the prerequisite for reshaping one's aptitude was to cultivate the Qinquan Sutra. Presently, Feng Shao resided at the innate stage, yet he was but a step away from the golden core stage. He could even assert that by sitting in meditation and channeling his true energy for a while, he could seamlessly ascend to the golden core stage. Eager to expedite his recovery, he sought a method to meditate and cultivate. After rummaging through his storage pouch and ring, he fortuitously discovered several formation talismans. These talismans required only a few spirit stones to activate, with their duration contingent on the number of stones used. Feng Shao selected 3 talismans: invisibility, sound suppression, and guardian, and combined them into a comprehensive formation that he then found a secluded corner to establish the formation and sat within it to meditate and cultivate. This meditation lasted for 5 days and nights. After 5 days, Feng Shao suddenly opened his eyes and let out a clear, resonant howl. He had attained the golden core as he entered this new stage. He felt invigorated and elated. Coupled with his 7 constitutions, he was tempted to find someone to test his current combat prowess. However, before he could revel in his newfound strength, he collapsed once more. Feng Shao, is this ever going to end? This time, his fall was not due to depleted true essence, but rather an overwhelming influx of memories flooding his mind. Initially bewildered by the memory surge, he soon comprehended its origin after examining the memories. They all stem from Shihe. The Qinquan Palace, as an ancient sect, possessed immense depth, and Shihe, one of its founders, was a person of vast knowledge. The Qinquan Sutra was derived from the principles of countless sex techniques, endowing it with its all-encompassing nature. The individual capable of creating such a technique undoubtedly possessed extraordinary insight. The memories he received were a treasure trove of knowledge mastered by Shihe. This was overwhelming. The deluge of knowledge inundated his mind, sparing him the time to learn, but inflicting excruciating pain upon his brain. He clutched his head and lay down for half a day before gradually recovering from the memory onslaught. The integration of memories had yet to cease, but thankfully, the impact on his brain was no longer as severe as before. He could now engage in thought, albeit at a sluggish pace, akin to a system burdened by excessive memory usage, leaving little capacity for processing. Thus, from that day forth, Feng Shao felt a persistent fog in his head, and even sleep eluded him. Whenever he closed his eyes, a torrent of thoughts assailed him, akin to watching 100 films simultaneously, chaotic and overwhelming, leaving him more exhausted than if he had remained awake. Reluctantly, Feng Shao resolved to stay alert until the memory integration was complete, but he intended to remain in place, awaiting the conclusion of the memory fusion. But on the following day, he unexpectedly encountered a local inhabitant. Chapter 51. Sunyan's sect, that was a woman, tall and strikingly beautiful, clad in a water-blue garment. Upon spotting Feng Shao, she paused momentarily, then without hesitation drew her sword, pointing it at him, and sternly demanded, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Feng Shao, equally perplexed by his presence, could not help but inquire, "Is there something special about this place?" The woman was taken aback. After scrutinizing Feng Shao carefully, she squinted and asked, "You don't know where this is?" "I do not. Might I ask you to enlighten me?" After a brief silence, she replied, This is the sacred ground of my Tsangyan sect. Tsangyan sect? Feng Shao pondered, having never heard of this sect before. However, given the vastness of the upper domain, it was not surprising that there were sects he was unaware of. Yet he found it curious that this unremarkable hill could be deemed as sacred ground. Noticing the confusion on his face, the woman inquired, "Where exactly do you come from? How did you end up here?" After some contemplation, Feng Shao answered, "I hail from the Eastern Continent." Eastern Continent? The woman frowned. "Where is that?" Feng Shao was left speechless. How could such a vast region be unknown to her? Was it possible he had traversed into another world? However, the woman soon exhibited a realization on her face. "You must be from the upper domain." Feng Shao was taken aback. "Is this not part of the upper domain?" She shook her head. "This is the southern domain within the lower domain." Feng Shao. This was a predicament. How could he return now? Upon learning that Feng Shao was from the upper domain, the woman's expression shifted to one of excitement. "I never imagined a person of such stature from the upper domain would be here. It is truly a stroke of fortune for me to meet you." With that, she bowed deeply. Feng Shao quickly returned the gesture. "There is no need for such formalities that I inadvertently wandered here. If I have caused any offense, I beg your pardon." The woman waved her hand dismissively. "You are too courteous. This place is originally a junction between the upper and lower domains, so it is not uncommon for items from the upper domain to occasionally fall here. Otherwise, it would not have become the sacred ground of my Tsangyan sect. That said, it is quite rare for me to see a living person from the upper domain drop in." Feng Shao's eyes lit up. "So, can I return to the upper domain from here?" To his surprise, the woman shook her head. "Not at all." Feng Shao was astonished. The woman explained, "The passage here seems to be one way. Our Tsangyan sect has been established for a millennium, and in all that time, we have never witnessed a passage appear. So we are uncertain whether it is possible to travel from here to the upper domain, that we merely speculate that a passage might exist due to the occasional upper domain items that appear here." Feng Shao could not help but sigh. It appeared he would need to devise another plan to return. While Feng Shao pondered, the woman stared at him with unblinking eyes, as if she had discovered a treasure. After a considerable time, she tentatively asked, "Since you have come here, it must be fate. Might you consider visiting my Tsangyan sect?" Feng Shao inquired, "Would that be too much trouble?" "Not at all. Not at all." The woman quickly shook her head. "As a person from the upper domain, with profound cultivation, having you visit is indeed a blessing for our Tsangyan sect. You are too kind that in that case, I shall impose upon your hospitality for a while." Thus, Feng Shao followed the woman to the Tsangyan sect. Before the completion of his memory integration, many of Feng Shao's abilities were challenging to manifest, as his mental capacity was limited. Therefore, he resolved to settle in the Tsangyan sect while simultaneously seeking information on any passage back to the upper domain. Upon arriving at the Tsangyan sect, he gleaned some insights. The woman was named Luo Qiushuang, the sole daughter of the sect master Luo Tianhua, and the saintess of the Tsangyan sect, renowned for her beauty. She was a figure of admiration for many within the sect. Yet, due to her noble status, most admirers could only harbor their feelings in silence, daring not to express them openly. The Tsangyan sect was among the 10 major sects of the southern domain, ranking in the lower tier in terms of strength. Its establishment traced back a millennium to a technique that emerged at the location where Feng Shao had appeared. Through this technique, which originated from the upper domain, the Tsangyan sect ascended from a second-rate sect to become one of the top 10 sections. Consequently, this place became the sacred ground of the Tsangyan sect. Over the millennia, items from the upper domain would occasionally fall here, sometimes elixirs, sometimes spiritual artifacts, sometimes talismans, and at times, even manuals that no one knew why these items fell here. But undoubtedly, they were of the finest quality for the sects in the lower domain. Thus, this sacred ground represented a genuine opportunity for the Tsangyan sect. After understanding this context, Feng Shao comprehended why Luo Qiushuang was so enthusiastic toward him. After all, what could be more precious than a living person? Not to mention, this living person might very well possess an array of valuable items. Upon learning of Feng Shao's background, sect master Luo Tianhua extended a warm welcome. Having seen the world, Feng Shao's eloquence and demeanor impressed Luo Tianhua greatly, stirring some clandestine thoughts within him. That very evening, Luo Qiushuang knocked on Feng Shao's door. The presence of a lone man and woman together in a room was somewhat inappropriate, so Feng Shao opted to converse with Luo Qiushuang outside at a stone table in the courtyard, where they shared a delightful conversation throughout the night. During their discourse, Feng Shao discerned Luo Qiushuang's primary intentions. Luo Qiushuang possesses a unique constitution. After the age of 8, she experiences episodes of intense cold throughout her body, causing her immense suffering. Luo Tianhua sought out renowned physicians far and wide, yet none could discern the cause of her affliction. The sole certainty was that Luo Qiushuang's special constitution, coupled with her failure to cultivate the appropriate techniques, was the root of her condition. However, the conundrum lay in the fact that no one could ascertain precisely what kind of constitution Luo Qiushuang possessed, rendering the search for suitable techniques futile. It was at this critical juncture that Feng Shao made his appearance, that in the collective understanding of all, the cultivation sects of the upper domain vastly surpassed those of the lower domain, and the techniques from the upper domain were beyond the reach of those from below. Luo Qiushuang believed that Feng Shao, hailing from the upper domain, might possess the means to alleviate her plight. Upon hearing this, Feng Shao shifted his constitution to the Lingwu Tongshin body and scrutinized Luo Qiushuang with discerning eyes. To his astonishment, he uncovered the truth. Luo Qiushuang's constitution was known as the Tianhua Yujian body, a type of extreme yin constitution. Such an extreme constitution, if not cultivated with the appropriate techniques, would not only fail to harness its unique abilities, but could also pose a grave danger to her life. This constitution was exceedingly rare even in the upper domain, which explained the ignorance of those in the lower domain. Initially, Feng Shao believed he could not assist her, as he himself was unaware of how to cultivate the Tianhua Yujian body. However, after integrating Shihi's memories, his perspective shifted. Shihi's repository of knowledge contained an astounding 10,000 secret techniques, among which were indeed several suitable for the cultivation of the Tianhua Yujian body. Yet, Feng Shao did not intend to simply divulge this information. Instead, he inquired, "If I can resolve your issue, what would you be willing to offer in return?" Luo Qiushuang was taken aback, her complexion paling. She replied slowly, "Young Master Feng, I possess nothing of worth save for this body, which is yet to be tainted by others." Feng Shao slapped his forehead in exasperation, saying, "I have no interest in your body. What I mean is I can assist you, but only on the condition that you take me as your master and accompany me to the upper domain." After parting ways with the Tianhua sect, Feng Shao began to formulate his future plans. His ambitions were grand, yet he required assistance. Achieving his goals alone would prove challenging. Given Luo Qiushuang's exceptional aptitude, once she cultivated the appropriate techniques, her strength would rapidly grow, making her a valuable ally. It was this consideration that prompted Feng Shao to make his request. The Tianhua Yujian body was indeed an excellent furnace constitution, and its integration could alleviate its adverse effects. Yet Feng Shao held no desire to resort to such means. Upon hearing Feng Shao's words, Luo Qiushuang quickly realized her misunderstanding. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She stammered, "This matter, I must first discuss it with my father before making a decision." Feng Shao nodded. "That is only prudent." Subsequently, he inscribed a series of characters in the air and stated, "These incantations can temporarily alleviate the cold within you." Luo Qiushuang immediately grasped that Feng Shao was demonstrating his sincerity and informing her that he indeed possessed a solution to her condition. With utmost seriousness, she bowed to Feng Shao, saying, "Thank you, young master." Upon hearing this from his daughter, Luo Tianhua could not contain his joy in his eyes. Even the worst place in the upper domain was far superior to the best in the lower domain. The opportunity for his daughter to follow Feng Shao to the upper domain was an unparalleled blessing. Although it was likely that she might never return, the love of a parent for their child is often boundless. And as long as she could secure a bright and expansive future, such a sacrifice was deemed worthwhile. The following day, Luo Tianhua announced this decision in the Grand Hall. However, just as he finished, an inconspicuous outer sect disciple unexpectedly stepped forward, vehemently denouncing the sect leader and elders. Feng Shao observed this scene, but paid it little heed. He had encountered many brash youths before, especially after meeting Yi Chun. He felt nothing could surprise him anymore. Yet upon learning that this youth was named Yi Fan, Feng Shao's expression shifted subtly. Could this be yet another child of destiny? Chapter 52. A fair fight. Yi Fan might be the most cliché protagonist name imaginable. In Feng Shao's recollection, he had encountered at least 13 novels featuring protagonists named Yi Fan. Good heavens, one Yi Chun in the upper domain and another Yi Fan in the lower domain. Had he stumbled upon the Yi family's nest? Moreover, the way this fellow spoke was rather amusing. What did he mean by selling daughters for glory? The man was merely seeking to resolve his daughter's health issues and hope for her better development by allowing her to accompany Feng Shao to the upper domain. The Tianhua sect, on the other hand, had gained nothing from this arrangement. Was this truly selling daughters for glory? Yet, Yi Fan seemed entirely disinterested in rational discourse. He was wholly absorbed in his protagonist aura, speaking with righteous fervor, as if he were determined to eradicate all injustices in the world. However, Feng Shao understood the nature of these fated children. This fellow was clearly enamored with Luo Qiushuang's furnace constitution. A glance at Yi Fan's hands revealed a black ring on his left index finger, indicating he was a typical portable grandfather type of destined child. And it was this ring's owner who discerned Luo Qiushuang's furnace aptitude. Was it time for someone to step forward? Indeed, after Yi Fan's impassioned speech, a young man clad in black emerged, brandishing a spear and directing its tip at Yi Fan. That he bellowed, "Yi Fan, you are but an outer sect disciple. What right do you have to question the leader's decision? Yi Fan Are you really willing to grovel before this mysterious figure from the upper domain? It's truly laughable." "You!" Wang Yi seethed, turning to Luo Tianhua. He bowed and said, "Master, please allow me to take action and teach this ignorant fellow a lesson." Luo Xinghe nodded, approved. Wang Yi visualized, then turned back to Yi Fan, revealing a wicked grin. "Yi Fan, you tread where angels fear to go. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being merciless." Yi Fan scoffed. "Enough talk. Bring it on." Through the eyes of the Lingwu Tongxian body, Feng Shao had already discerned that Yi Fan was merely in the Tongmai realm, while Wang Yi had already stepped into the initial stages of the Xiantian realm, a significant gap in cultivation levels. In the cultivation world, it is commonly said 3 hurdles in foundation establishment, 5 levels in Xiantian. The Xiantian realm comprises 5 levels, requiring the cultivation of 5 vital energies, with each successfully cultivated energy elevating 1's level. The order of cultivating these energies varies based on different heart methods, typically classified by the 5 elemental attributes. The heart houses the spirit, thus the energy cultivated pertains to fire. The liver houses the soul, hence the energy pertains to wood. The spleen houses intention, thus the energy pertains to earth. The lungs house the corporeal soul, hence the energy pertains to metal. And the kidneys house essence, thus the energy pertains to water. Only after successfully cultivating these 5 energies can one nurture a Xiantian vital energy, creating yin and yang, and truly embark on the path of cultivation. The Tongmai realm serves as a foundation for the Xiantian realm. To cultivate the 5 vital energies, one must first open their meridians. Only after unblocking the 12 standard meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels can one ensure the smooth flow of vital energies. Therefore, the disparity between Tongmai and Xiantian is vast, making it nearly impossible to challenge an opponent of a higher realm. Even Feng Shao, during his time in the Tongmai realm, had no confidence in facing off against someone in the Xiantian realm. However, if Yi Fan had a grandfather aiding him in cheating, that would be an entirely different story. Feng Shao glanced at Luo Qiushuang standing nearby and quietly asked, "Do you know this Yi Fan well?" Luo Qiushuang shook her head. "I only know that Yi Fan is an outer sect disciple who suffers from poor aptitude and is often bullied. I have seen him bullied by other outer sect disciples a few times, and I spoke out on those occasions. Beyond that, I have had no further interactions with him." Feng Shao nodded, pondering thoughtfully. It was understandable for Yi Fan to harbor feelings for Luo Qiushuang, given that she was kind-hearted and had come to his aid on several occasions. It was only natural for him to develop a crush. However, having a crush does not grant one the right to make decisions for another. This was not being chivalrous. It was clearly self-indulgence. Yet Feng Shao had witnessed similar scenarios before. Protagonists often rise from humble beginnings, saved by a kind-hearted heroine during their times of strife, subsequently ascend to greatness. and misconstrue the heroine's past kindness as affection, leading to a natural confession of love. Then follows the mutual affection, a secret engagement, interference from outsiders, and ultimately, a dramatic elopement. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Shao had already conjured an entire novel of 1,000,000 words in his mind. Meanwhile, the duel between Yi Fan and Wang Yi had reached its conclusion. TSK. This boy can actually fight beyond his level. How terrifying. What a fine lad. Given time, he will not be a mere fish in a pond. Strange. Why can't I discern this boy's realm? Is he in the Tongmai realm or the Xiantian realm? Yi Fan is likely hiding his true strength. This is truly unexpected. At that moment, within the grand hall, Wang Yi lay sprawled on the ground. Bloodstains adorning his chest, the Yi Fan stood before him, gripping a long knife, its tip pointed at Wang Yi. Wang Yi, trembling, pointed at Yi Fan and stammered. You actually defeated me. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Fan, with a cold sneer, remarked, what is mere innate realm but a triviality? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you may comprehend the meaning of a gentleman must not be insulted. Feng Shao could not help but place a hand on his forehead. For some reason, witnessing this scene filled him with an overwhelming sense of shame. Alas, how did he endure such a narrative in his own past? After dealing with Wang Yi, Yi Fan naturally turned his gaze toward Feng Shao. He brandished his long blade, pointing it at Feng Shao, and declared loudly, Feng, do you dare to suppress your realm and engage me in a fair battle? The crowd instinctively shifted their attention to Feng Shao, who sat languidly in his chair. A faint smile graced Feng Shao's lips as he asked nonchalantly, why? Yi Fan was taken aback. What was there to explain? He simply found Feng Shao displeasing and wished to vent his frustrations. Yet, such a rationale was utterly inexpressible. With a quick glance, he taunted, What, are you afraid? Feng Shao shook his head, responding, such lowly provocation is far too childish. Yi Fan's expression soured somewhat. Spare me the chatter, if you are afraid. Just say so, and I won't mock you. Feng Shao languidly replied. Afraid? The one who truly fears here is likely you. Otherwise, why insist on me suppressing my realm to battle you? If you truly have the courage. It should be a fight with no strings attached. The moment you uttered suppress your realm, you have already lost. Yi Fan's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Suddenly, Luo Qiushuang spoke up, scolding, Enough, Yi Fan. How long do you intend to make a scene? My affairs are none of your concern, and you need not trouble yourself with seeking justice for me. Hearing this, Feng Shao could not help but shake his head. While her words seemed reasonable, expressing her thoughts, they were interpreted quite differently by the typically confident child of fortune. Just as Feng Shao had surmised, upon hearing Luo Qiushuang's reprimand, Yi Fan's heart swelled with joy rather than distress. He mused, Indeed, Qiushuang harbors feelings for me. She is worried I might be harmed by this fellow, which is why she speaks thus to Yi Fan. O Yi Fan, if she treats you thus, how could you not rescue her from the flames? Thus, he straightened his demeanor and addressed Feng Shao. You merely rely on your superior realm. Do you fear that you cannot best me at the same level? Do those from the upper domain truly possess such cowardice? Feng Shao sighed, gestured to silence the still-speaking Luo Qiushuang, rose, and said, Very well, as you wish, I shall suppress my realm and engage you in battle. Yi Fan's heart leaped with joy, and an involuntary smile of scheming success crept onto his face. Feng Shao descended, casually drawing a long sword, and stated, I shall only use this ordinary spiritual weapon to prevent you from claiming I am taking advantage of superior weaponry. Now, before we commence, swiftly consider any further conditions you wish to propose, lest you lose and concoct excuses. At this, many in the crowd erupted in derisive laughter. Indeed, challenging another while demanding they suppress their realm sounded utterly childish. The Yi Fan's face flushed with rage, and he shouted, Let's talk. Prepare yourself. No sooner had he spoken than he struck at Feng Shao with a powerful slash. Yi Fan's attack was formidable, its might unparalleled. To unleash such a strike from the Meridian realm was truly commendable. Yet, to someone like Feng Shao, who practiced the 36 swords of freedom, such techniques were hardly worthy of notice. With a casual flick of his sword, he deflected Yi Fan's strike, Simultaneously, Feng Shao yawned and remarked, "Let us finish this quickly. I am rather sleepy." The memories had not yet fully integrated, leaving him unable to rest. While it was commonplace for cultivators to go days without sleep, the burden of memory integration had left Feng Shao feeling lethargic for the past 2 days. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan took it as a slight against him, his anger reaching a boiling point that he thought to himself, "Master, please lend me your strength." In the next moment, Yi Fan felt a surge of power emanating from his ring, his aura abruptly intensifying. Feng Shao smirked internally. "It's begun." Yi Fan suddenly drew his blade, executing a move known as 3 overlapping waves, striking heavily at Feng Shao. This attack was imbued with a momentum that transcended the capabilities of the Meridian realm. The onlookers recognized its ferocity, and some couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. Feng Shao, however, merely stepped back, sword held horizontally before him, and called out, "Halt!" Yi Fan sneered. "What? Are you conceding?" Feng Shao ignored him, instead saying coolly, "I did not expect such a distinguished elder to resort to such underhanded tactics. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" The crowd, intrigued, wondered whom Feng Shao referred to. Why Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, somewhat awkwardly, "What do you mean by that?" Feng Shao continued to disregard him, stating, "I request the elder to reveal himself." Yi Fan shouted, "What elder? Could it be you?" Before he could finish, Feng Shao had retrieved an inconspicuous, brick-like object from his storage ring, coldly stating, "If the elder refuses to reveal himself, then I shall be forced to use my 7 Xian evil suppression seal to compel your appearance." This time, Feng Shao's words had the desired effect. Yi Fan's left index finger emitted a wisp of white smoke, which to the astonishment of the onlookers, gradually coalesced into a figure. The figure clasped his hands toward Feng Shao, remarking with resignation, "I did not expect the young master to possess such discerning eyes. I am truly in awe." Feng Shao merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage with the apparition, instead directing his cold laughter at Yi Fan. "Is this what you call a fair battle?" Chapter 53. The accompanying elder Yi Fan felt his face flush crimson at Feng Shao's words. Not from shame, but from rage. The gazes of the onlookers, once filled with astonishment and admiration, now united in disdain. Perhaps this was a convergence of paths. In truth, battles where one suppresses their realm were not unheard of in the cultivation realm, typically employed for teaching purposes, such as a master instructing a disciple or a senior guiding a junior. Suppressing one's realm is meant to enable the one being taught to grasp the techniques and applications more thoroughly, rather than granting the other party an opportunity to defeat them. However, when Yi Fan proclaimed suppressing realms for a fair battle, many failed to grasp this nuance at the time. Only now did some begin to sense the irregularity. Was it suitable to demand that the opponent suppress their realm in such provocations? With their intellect regained, many wore contemplative expressions. Though the crowd's reaction seemed peculiar, Feng Shao discerned hints of the underlying truth. In reality, this battle served as a test for him, to ascertain how to effectively harvest fortune. Originally, Yi Fan's fortune was a blend of purple and gold, slightly surpassing Yi Chen's. However, after Feng Shao exposed Yi Fan's stratagem, his fortune shifted to a pale purple, significantly diminished. The heavenly Hua Jade tablet subtly conveyed joy to Feng Shao, having absorbed a considerable amount of fortune from Yi Fan in the midst of the crowd's derision. Yi Fan stammered for a while before, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, retorted, "My ring is my treasure, and treasures are part of my combat strength. What is wrong with this? If there is blame, it lies with you for lacking a capable treasure." Yi Fan believed his argument to be sound, yet he noticed Feng Shao regarding him with a mocking gaze before turning to the ethereal figure, shaking his head with a smile. "Elder, it seems your fated one does not regard you as a person at all." The ethereal figure, resembling an elderly man with white hair and beard, exuded an air of seniority. His countenance darkened at Yi Fan's words that he glanced at Yi Fan and then bowed to Feng Shao, sighing, "My foolish disciple is naive and disrespectful. I implore you to forgive him." Feng Shao nodded, observing the elder with newfound interest. Even after Yi Fan's audacious statement, the elder still defended his disciple, hinting at deeper implications that it appeared that the elder, for some reason, felt compelled to align with Yi Fan, leading him to protect Yi Fan with his words, cautious not to offend him. Furthermore, the elder's concession to Feng Shao was a necessary act, given that the brick he wielded was no mere trinket. The 7 Xian Evil Suppression Seal, alongside the Huang Yi Seal and Xianji Seal, ranks among the 3 great divine seals of the world, while those from the lower domain might lack the insight to recognize it. The elder, hailing from the upper domain, was certainly aware of its significance. Despite its unremarkable appearance, this artifact was specifically designed to deal with malevolent spirits and was once employed to suppress the sea of grievance, preventing the malevolent spirits of that realm from encroaching upon the surroundings for millennia. Upon witnessing the 7 Xian Evil Suppression Seal, the elder could not help but feel astonished that he pondered who this young man truly was. Possessing such a powerful artifact, was he perhaps a distinguished figure from a sacred ground or an ancient family in the upper domain? In truth, Feng Shao's acquisition of the 7 Xian Evil Suppression Seal was a matter of chance, as he had stumbled upon it among the many who perished within the 3 Lives Tower. Feng Shao initially intended to suppress the elder directly as the golden finger of the Child of Fortune, thereby swiftly harvesting his fortune. However, he soon recalled another matter, that he had yet to discover the passage from the lower domain to the upper domain. Logically, the Child of Fortune emerging from the lower domain would inevitably seek to ascend to the upper domain one day. The means to ascend to the upper realms largely rests in the hands of the venerable elder. Upon this realization, Feng Shao's thoughts instantly became animated. His original intention to suppress transformed into a desire to recruit. Thus, he courteously clasped his hands in respect towards the elder and remarked, "Senior, you flatter me. Since you are capable of concealing your soul within a ring, I presume you must have reached the tribulation stage before your demise. Am I correct?" The elder responded with a wry smile. "That is a matter of the past. Currently, I am but a wandering soul, unworthy of the title senior." Feng Shao shook his head, saying, "Why must you be so modest? Even within the upper realms, those who have attained the tribulation stage are indeed formidable beings that I, a mere junior, have had the fortune to meet a few seniors of that caliber and deeply understand that those who reach such heights are truly exceptional among millions." Flattered by Feng Shao's praise, the elder stroked his beard and replied, "Young master, your demeanor is as clear and refreshing as a spring breeze, and your humility is indeed commendable." While the two engaged in mutual flattery, Yi Fan could no longer endure it. He pointed his knife's edge at Feng Shao and exclaimed loudly, "You, Feng, should not presume that flattering my master will lead him to be deceived. Put away your antics." In response, Feng Shao merely shook his head, ignoring Yi Fan, and turned to the elder, asking, "May I inquire the reason for your descent to the lower realms?" The elder sighed. "Alas, the intricacies of this matter are not suitable for outsiders to know." Curiously, Feng Shao probed, "Could it be that there are unspeakable secrets involved?" The elder smiled bitterly, but offered no reply. Just as Yi Fan was about to interject, the previously silent Luo Qiushuang coldly stated, "Yi Fan, this Tsangyan Grand Hall is not a place for your recklessness. If you continue to act unruly, do not expect me to show mercy due to our shared ties." To an ordinary ear, Luo Qiushuang's words may sound like reproach, yet to Yi Fan, they felt like a shield that a pang of sorrow struck him as he thought, "Qiushuang, why do you not trust that I can lead you away from suffering? What of those from the upper realms, merely at the golden core stage? I, Yi Fan, consider myself no lesser than anyone. Just wait, you will soon realize who truly cares for you in this world." However, at that moment, with all his trump cards revealed by Feng Shao, Yi Fan found himself at a loss that he glared at Feng Shao with resentment and silently implored, "Master, I beseech you to take me away from this place." The elder, who had been enjoying the conversation with Feng Shao, could not help but shake his head upon receiving Yi Fan's thoughts. Truth be told, had he any other choice, he would not have chosen someone like Yi Fan as a disciple. Yi Fan's aptitude was mediocre. Even under his guidance, he only surpassed his peers by a slight margin. Otherwise, he would not have had to impose the condition of suppressing realms during provocations. Yet, despite his own lack of strength, this young man exhibited a flagrant ignorance of his limitations, displaying a fiery temper, a penchant for bravado, and a propensity for provocation and gambling. Whenever he encountered an opponent he could not handle, he would call upon the elder for assistance. The elder, valuing his dignity, held disdain for such underhanded tactics. Yet with the ring in Yi Fan's possession, he had no choice but to comply. However, as time progressed, it seemed that Yi Fan had come to view the elder as his winning talisman, increasingly reliant on him. At this juncture, Feng Shao spoke earnestly, since the elder hails from the upper realm. We are, in a sense, fellow countrymen. That I in light of this, why must you seek distant places? The elder hesitated, a flicker of temptation crossing his face. That Yi Fan, perceiving this, exclaimed in alarm, Master, do not fall for his deceit. This man is insidious and cunning. His words cannot be trusted. The elder furrowed his brow, casting an irritable glance at Yi Fan. The saying goes, one's character is reflected in their appearance. Feng Shao, exuding an air of gentility and clarity, was inherently more trustworthy than Yi Fan, who had shown a penchant for deceit. However, with so many witnesses present, the elder found it inappropriate to chastise Yi Fan openly, and thus addressed Feng Shao. My impudent disciple has spoken out of turn and offended you. I implore you to forgive him. Observing the elder's response, Feng Shao recognized he had made his point effectively and smiled, stating, If it aligns, let it remain. If not, let it part ways. That it is merely a pity that the elder's brilliance goes unrecognized. With that, Feng Shao turned to Luo Tianhua and said, Master Luo, I have a humble request. Luo Tianhua promptly replied, Young master, you are too courteous. Please speak freely. Feng Shao nodded. Though this elder and I have no prior acquaintance, I hold him in high regard. Since Yi Fan is this elder's disciple, I kindly ask Master Luo to allow him to depart on account of the elder. While Feng Shao's words ostensibly appealed to the elder's standing, it was evident that Luo Tianhua would be obliged to regard Feng Shao's favor instead. Yet, Feng Shao did not seek to claim credit. Rather, he garnered goodwill from the crowd, compelling even the elder to acknowledge this favor. Thus, the art of conversation proved invaluable. Luo Tianhua indeed nodded in agreement, since Master Feng has made such a request. Allowing Yi Fan to leave poses no issue. As he spoke, he gestured for Yi Fan to depart, saying, Yi Fan, you may go. Do not forget, this leniency is granted in consideration of your master and young Master Feng. From this day forth, you are no longer a disciple of Tsangyan sect, and we shall not welcome you back. Yi Fan's countenance darkened, and he instinctively glanced at Luo Qiushuang, only to find her expression cold as frost, her gaze turned away, unwilling to meet his eyes. Yet a sense of comfort washed over Yi Fan's heart as he thought, she truly cannot bear to see me in such a wretched state. This realization only deepened his resentment towards Feng Shao. With a flick of his sleeve, he declared, Master, let us depart. The elder, upon hearing this, could only clasp his hands in farewell to Feng Shao, offering a bittersweet smile, Young Master Feng, until we meet again. Feng Shao returned the gesture, until we meet again. Subsequently, the elder transformed into a wisp of white smoke and returned to Yi Fan's ring. Yi Fan, turning on his heel, strode forth with his head held high, leaving amidst the scornful gazes of the crowd. As he observed Yi Fan's retreating figure, a glimmer of amusement danced in Feng Shao's eyes. Such an opportunity for fortune had presented itself, and he could not allow it to slip away so easily. That night, Luo Qiushuang sought out Feng Shao once more. Upon her arrival, she performed an elaborate bow. Feng Shao hurriedly assisted her to rise, puzzled, and inquired, What is the occasion? Luo Qiushuang, her face tinged with shame, responded, Young Master Feng, your assistance in suppressing the hidden dangers within me has been misinterpreted by others, causing me great unease. Although Feng Shao had expressed a desire to take Luo Qiushuang as a disciple, and both she and her father harbored similar intentions, she had yet to formally pay her respects, thus refraining from addressing him as master. With a gentle smile, Feng Shao replied, There is no need for such formality. Yi Fan's offense towards me was not born from righteousness. It is more likely driven by a desire for your unique constitution. Luo Qiushuang, puzzled, urged, Please speak plainly. Feng Shao elaborated, Your Taiyin Xinbing physique, while causing you constant suffering from cold, is to others a rare and exquisite furnace. Though my words may offend, I must caution you that should a man engage with the Taiyin Xianbing physique, it could significantly enhance his cultivation and alleviate your hidden dangers. While Yi Fan may not perceive your extraordinary constitution, his master from the upper realm most certainly would. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiushuang's face flushed crimson before turning pale. Are you implying that Yi Fan's behavior today stems from ulterior motives towards me? Feng Shao refrained from giving a definitive answer, stating, perhaps I am merely suspicious. It is also possible that Yi Fan genuinely seeks to repay your kindness. Luo Qiushuang shook her head. You need not defend Yi Fan further. Even when you suppressed your realm and faced him, he resorted to despicable tactics. Such a person is truly unworthy. Noticing the indignation on Luo Qiushuang's face, Feng Shao thoughtfully reminded her, while I suggested sparing Yi Fan, it does not extend to others. Initially taken aback, Luo Qiushuang's expression brightened as she quickly bowed. Thank you for the reminder. With that, she hurriedly departed. In the days that followed, Feng Shao immersed himself in merging memories while acquiring knowledge about the lower realms. However, the lower realms were staggeringly vast, several times larger than the upper realms, and even Songyin's sect, one of the top 10 sects in the southern region, was only vaguely aware of many circumstances. Feng Shao found this disheartening, that he had promised Feng Lingxue that he would return in a few months, yet the current situation suggested it might take years before he could fulfill that promise. If a master were to betray their word, how could they hold their head high before their disciples in the future? As Feng Shao pondered how to return to the upper realms, Yi Fan endured one of the most tormenting periods of his life. Ever since acquiring the Elder's golden finger, Yi Fan's ambitions soared to the heavens, leading him to look down upon many genuine prodigies. After all, within his ring resided an elder who was once at the tribulation stage, a legendary realm in the lower realms. With such a high-ranking master as his support, Yi Fan gradually developed an unyielding approach to his actions. In battles, he would often destroy others' dantian and cripple their meridians. His ruthlessness surpassed even that of the demonic sect members. Consequently, the elder residing within the ring began to harbor discontent towards Yi Fan. Prior to his cultivation, the foremost principle was to cultivate the heart, an immutable truth throughout the realm of cultivation. The elder, having once attained the formidable realm of tribulation, deeply comprehended the nature of such matters. Those who are bloodthirsty and prone to violence typically find it impossible to achieve true enlightenment. Instead, they are often vanquished by their own inner demons. To Tio the Elder, Yi Fan exuded an air of profound immaturity. So much so that he would resort to annihilating entire families simply because someone dared to insult him. It was an utter display of arrogance born from an overabundance of self-importance. In the realm of cultivation, conflicts and confrontations are commonplace, and life and death struggles are hardly rare. Yet, those who engage in such perilous endeavors possess compelling reasons for their actions. But what of you, Yi Fan? You seem to create trouble for the sake of it, treating the world of cultivation as if it were your personal garden. Plucking whatever you desire will die. During my own tribulation, never exhibited such reckless abandon. The elder lamented that he felt less like Yi Fan's mentor and more akin to his caretaker. It was exhausting. Moreover, in recent days, the fatigue had only intensified after departing from the Songyin sect. Yi Fan appeared to have completely liberated himself, causing chaos in the small town at the foot of the mountain. In a matter of days, he had beaten several scions of prominent families, including the sole heir of the city lord. Even rendering the latter incapacitated, Tio ruin someone's future is akin to murdering their parents. How could one tolerate such an affront? Consequently, the city lord's estate promptly issued a warrant for Yi Fan's capture. Thus, the following days were spent in a relentless fugitive existence for Yi Fan. With the elder's assistance, he managed to flee into the depths of a forest 100 miles away. There, he sought refuge in a cave, recuperating while cursing vehemently. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of it. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Once I grow more formidable, I shall ensure that all of you pay dearly. The elder merely sighed in response. Feeling weary and unwilling to engage in conversation, the Yi Fan had expected that after reaching this secluded spot, he could finally rest for a while. But to his dismay, mere hours later, pursuers arrived, to his chagrin. They were all disciples of the Sangyan sect. Leading them was someone Yi Fan recognized, Luo Qiusheng, the brother of Luo Qiushuang and son of Luo Tianhua. After Luo Qiushuang had lamented to her brother about Yi Fan's misdeeds, an expression of murderous intent immediately flickered in Luo Qiusheng's eyes. How dare this scoundrel covet my sister? This was tantamount to courting death. Without hesitation, Luo Qiusheng gathered a large group of disciples and set out to track down Yi Fan. Upon learning that Yi Fan had taken refuge in the forest, he promptly pursued him, and before long, he discovered Yi Fan in a cave. Pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Fan, Luo Qiusheng unleashed a torrent of insults. You little rascal. Merely an outer sect disciple. Yet you dare to covet my sister. You wish to treat her as a furnace. You wretched creature, today I shall make you regret ever existing. As he spoke, Luo Qiusheng rallied his followers and charged at Yi Fan. Initially taken aback by the accusations, Yi Fan soon wore a look of astonishment, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "How did you find out?" The elder thought to himself, "Is my disciple truly lacking in wit?" Luo Qiusheng, incensed by the response, launched a flurry of strikes, all the while berating Yi Fan. "You toad dare to dream of swan meat. Today, I shall make you understand that there are some individuals you cannot covet." With a cultivation level surpassing Yi Fan's, coupled with his fury, Luo Qiusheng was relentless. Leaving Yi Fan struggling to defend himself, that as he dodged, Yi Fan shouted, "What sort of skill is it to use your superiority in numbers against me? Have the courage to suppress your realm and fight me fairly." Luo Qiusheng chuckled derisively. "Are you truly that dim-witted? This is not a sparring match. This is a battle of life and death. You expect me to suppress my cultivation? If I were to do so, I have no doubt you would call upon your invisible master for assistance." The elder interjected silently. "Why must you drag me into your quarrels?" However, he was aware of his own shortcomings. After all, resorting to underhanded tactics in a fair duel was indeed a disgraceful act. Having once been a dignified figure in the tribulation realm, if this matter were to become public, he would have no face to show. Yet, Yi Fan was oblivious to such considerations. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught, he could only plead, "Master, lend me your strength." The elder, bound to their symbiotic relationship, could not bear to watch Yi Fan suffer a brutal demise, and reluctantly intervened. However, given Yi Fan's low cultivation, even with the ancient techniques he practiced, his combat prowess was still insufficient to bridge the gap presented by his inferior realm. Although the elder's possession could elevate Yi Fan's combat abilities by one tier, it was hardly enough against such a multitude of adversaries, rendering them nearly evenly matched. After some time of futile struggle, the elder resorted to activating a teleportation array, hastily whisking Yi Fan away. Yet before departing, Yi Fan could not resist shouting defiantly, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of it. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. I shall return." If Feng Shao were present, he might have been unable to refrain from commenting, "You, the child of destiny, are audaciously stealing our villain's lines." After their escape, Yi Fan, battered and bruised, sought sanctuary in a cave nestled within desolate mountains. After hastily tending to his wounds, he could no longer contain his anger and began cursing vehemently. Following a tirade, he pondered aloud, "Master, how could Luo Qiusheng be aware of Qiushuang's unique constitution?" The elder sighed, replying, "It is difficult for those from the lower realms to discern, but those from the upper realms possess a different level of insight. Feng Shao's extraordinary demeanor suggests he hails from a prestigious sect in the upper realm, one that possesses knowledge beyond the ordinary." Yi Fan's eyes widened in realization. So, it was Feng Shao who recognized Qiushuang's constitution. Does this imply that these individuals were incited by him? The elder, feeling uncertain, chose to remain silent, as he was not well acquainted with Feng Shao's character. Yi Fan, convinced he had uncovered the truth, erupted in a fit of anger. "This scoundrel, not only coveting my sister Qiushuang, but also inciting so many to hunt me down. Truly a hypocritical scoundrel." The elder continued his silence. After a period of recuperation, Yi Fan felt compelled to speak again. "Master, this is not a sustainable situation. Luo Qiusheng and his company will soon be upon me again. I must rapidly enhance my strength, or I shall lack even the means for self-preservation." The elder contemplated for a moment before stating, "To the east, approximately 500 or 600 miles away, I detect a faint aura of purple energy rising into the sky, indicative of the imminent emergence of rare treasures. Perhaps this presents an opportunity for you." Yi Fan's spirit soared, and he could not help but rise, gazing eagerly toward the east, invigorated by the prospect. "Once I acquire those treasures and elevate my power, I shall ensure Feng Shao pays dearly. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of it. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty." The elder sighed again. Must we continue to invoke that phrase? Chapter 55. A fortuitous encounter perched upon a branch of a grand tree. Yi Fan crouched, striving to conceal his presence. Below him, a group of disciples clad in Sanyan sect attire scoured the area for him. After a considerable duration, these disciples ultimately relinquished their search and continued onward. Finally, Yi Fan exhaled in relief. Such days of hiding had persisted for an entire month. During this time, the disciples of Sanyan sect sought him. The city lord's estate pursued him, and even numerous rogue cultivators joined the hunt, forcing him into a life of evasion akin to that of a cornered animal. Contemplating this predicament, resentment surged within Yi Fan, and he longed to return to the Sanyan sect to exact vengeance upon Feng Shao. Indeed, he held Feng Shao entirely responsible for his current plight. Were it not for Feng Shao's covetous gaze upon Xiaoshuang, he would not have been expelled from the sect. Had Feng Shao not incited the disciples of the Sanyan sect, they would not have continuously sought him out. Were it not for Feng Shao's machinations with the city lord's estate, the bounty for his capture would not have been issued. In summary, Feng Shao bore full responsibility for it all. Although he lacked concrete evidence linking Feng Shao to the latter two matters, Yi Fan was resolute in his belief that Feng Shao's influence was inescapable. Extracting a meager ration from his storage ring, he nodded it while muttering through clenched teeth, "Feng Shao, wait for me. Once I survive this ordeal, I shall make you regret your actions. You will know the meaning of a gentleman's honor must not be trampled." The elder sighed and remarked, "Yi Fan, irrespective of whether Feng Shao instigated this pursuit, have you considered your own role in this situation?" Yi Fan, perplexed, replied, "What role could I possibly have?" The elder continued, "You routinely shatter others' dantians, harm their meridians, and obliterate their futures. If you were in their position, would you tolerate such actions?" Yi Fan dismissively retorted, "They initiated the provocations. I merely retaliated that a true man must repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Otherwise, my thoughts would be in disarray. They ought to understand the consequences of their insults." The elder sighed once more, choosing not to respond further. While it was true that Yi Fan's confrontations were often provoked by others, when one destroys another's prospects, the question of who instigated the conflict becomes irrelevant. All that matters is that it was you who shattered their dantian, leaving them with no hope of cultivation. Do you expect them to reflect on what they did wrong under such circumstances, accepting the consequences as just? In such a situation, can you still hope for rational discourse? The foundation for dialogue rests upon the opponent's ability to remain calm. After all, you have destroyed their dantian. How could they possibly remain composed? Previously, the elder had merely perceived Yi Fan as impulsive and hot-headed, yet fundamentally a person of feeling. Such is the nature of youth, he had thought. However, now, the elder genuinely believed that Yi Fan might not comprehend the intricacies of human relationships at all. After swallowing the meager food, Yi Fan released a long sigh, lifting his gaze toward the east. The dense forest, where the elder had mentioned that extraordinary treasures were soon to manifest, lay a mere few dozen miles away. If he could traverse this distance safely, he would acquire the opportunities hidden within the woods, significantly enhancing his power, and then return to exact his vengeance. How infuriating! If it weren't for being relentlessly pursued these past few days, he would have arrived over 20 days ago. All of this was Wen Shao's fault. With this thought, the resentment in Yi Fan's eyes intensified. Perched upon a branch, Yi Fan addressed the elder. "Master, the journey ahead may prove challenging. Your assistance might be crucial at a pivotal moment." The elder merely grunted in acknowledgement. Remaining silent, Yi Fan paid it no mind, continuing, "The individuals blocking our path, besides those from the Sanyan sect, likely include members of the city lord's manor, and some rogue cultivators. The Tianhua sect and the rogue cultivators are manageable. Even if I cannot outfight them, I can certainly flee. The real trouble lies with the city lord's manor. These individuals are not only formidable, but also unpredictable and exceedingly difficult to deal with. How difficult could they be? Yi Fan sighed. These people take advantage of my isolation, fighting without any sense of honor, swarming me like a pack of wolves, bullying me with their numbers. That it is utterly shameless. That seems quite normal, considering you destroyed the Dantian of the city lord's heir. Whose side are you on? Anyway, Yi Fan retorted, his patience wearing thin as he instinctively turned to the source of the voice. To his surprise, he found Feng Shao sitting on another branch, grinning at him. Yi Fan was left speechless. Why was this scoundrel here? Without a second thought, he drew his black long sword, whispering to the elder, "Master, lend me your strength." The elder sighed inwardly, wishing he hadn't heard that plea. Ignoring Yi Fan, he emerged from his ring and offered a respectful nod to Feng Shao, saying, "Young master, is there a reason for your presence here?" Feng Shao shrugged, replying, "I sensed that extraordinary treasures were about to appear in the eastern forest, so I came to investigate." Yi Fan erupted in anger. "Those treasures are mine." Feng Shao shook his head. "Extraordinary treasures belong to those with fate. I desire them, and so do you. Let us see who possesses the greater skill." Yi Fan gritted his teeth. "You already possess everything. Why must you compete with me for these treasures?" Feigning confusion, Feng Shao asked, "Brother Yi, I fail to understand. What do you mean by compete? These treasures are unclaimed. Is it not a matter of seizing what one can?" Yi Fan found himself at a loss for words. He yearned to eliminate Feng Shao on the spot, but the elder had already informed him that even with the elder's assistance, he could not hope to match Feng Shao, especially with that Seven Mysteries Town evil seal in his possession. Thus, despite his frustration, Yi Fan could only endure. Yet, enduring was not in Yi Fan's nature. He felt compelled to utter some harsh words. However, as he opened his mouth, Feng Shao interjected, addressing the elder, "Senior, the promise I made previously still stands. Should you wish to return to the upper domain, or even reconstruct your body, I can find a way to assist you." Yi Fan was nearly driven to the brink of fury, feeling as if he had been thoroughly undermined. Was there no sense of decency left? After a moment's hesitation, the elder shook his head, responding, "Thank you for your kind offer, young master, but although my disciple is lacking, as his master, I cannot simply abandon him. That I hope you will forgive me." Feng Shao sighed. "If that is the case, I shall not press further." With that, he leaped into the air, soaring away on his sword. Watching Feng Shao's retreating figure, Yi Fan could not help but spit on the ground, exclaiming, "Bah, a hypocrite!" The elder frowned, feeling increasingly exasperated with his disciple. If the elder could sense that extraordinary treasures were about to emerge, how could Feng Shao, bearing the Tianhua jade slip, remain oblivious? He had already surmised that Yi Fan would not miss this opportunity and would surely come to seek the treasures, even if he had no such intention. The heavenly Tao would create circumstances to inspire that thought. Encountering Yi Fan on the way was merely serendipity. Feng Shao had traveled with the Tianhua jade slip, and as he passed near Yi Fan, a faint purplish aura hidden among the treetops caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found Yi Fan. Given Feng Shao's capabilities, he could have easily dispatched Yi Fan. However, the memories he had integrated warned him that slaying a child of fortune was not a prudent choice. While the child of fortune lived, various means could be employed to reap the benefits of their luck. However, should the child perish, their fortune would revert to the heavenly Tao and be redistributed to other children of fortune. Thus, eliminating a child of fortune was best done after thoroughly harvesting their luck. Otherwise, unharvested fortune would only bolster others. Future encounters with children of fortune would grow increasingly troublesome. Furthermore, killing a child of fortune without gaining anything in return seemed a waste. It was far better to allow them to remain and harvest their luck first. As for the methods of reaping luck, they were quite simple. Seize opportunities and golden fingers. Hence, Feng Shao engaged in such a dialogue with the elder. However, there is a fine line in all things. The time was not right for the elder to change allegiances. But he could sow discord between the master and disciple with a few words. Once a rift developed, Yi Fan's golden finger would become less effective. Indeed, after those remarks, Wen Shao noted that Yi Fan's fortune had shifted from a pale purple to a deep crimson. Observing Yi Fan's expression, Wen Shao understood how that luck had dissipated. After effortlessly harvesting a portion of fortune, Wen Shao departed on his sword, leaving Yi Fan with some room to maneuver. Once Wen Shao was gone, Yi Fan could no longer contain his rage and began to curse him vehemently. The elder furrowed his brow and admonished, "Shao Fan, what have I told you before? On the path of cultivation, if you cannot remain unperturbed by honor and disgrace, how can you hope to reach greater heights? Have you forgotten everything I previously taught you?" Yi Fan shot an irritated glance at the elder, but remained silent. Instead, leaping down, he had come to realize that this master clearly favored Wen Shao over him, which infuriated Yi Fan. Yet he dared not voice his discontent. After all, the elder was his only support, and antagonizing him would yield no benefits. However, he would not bow his head either, that he resolved to demonstrate through action who was truly his reliance. Chapter 56. By Tianhua. Half an hour later, Wen Shao soared above the dense forest on his sword that in the distance. He spotted a cluster of red fortune concealed within the woods that seemed that the heavens had prepared a grand opportunity for Yi Fan right there. Without hesitation, he flew directly toward the source of the red fortune. However, before he could reach it, he heard a cacophony of shouts and clashing weapons. Wen Shao was instantly perplexed. What was happening? Had someone beaten him to it? With that thought, he hastened his pace. Yet, upon witnessing the unfolding scene in the forest, he was momentarily taken aback that in the midst of the thicket, several figures clad in black surrounded a young girl in blue, engaged in fierce combat. Despite her solitary stance against multiple opponents, Wen Shao could immediately tell that the black-clad assailants were woefully outmatched by her, even with 5 or 6 of them attacking in unison. They were no match for her prowess. However, the girl, despite her formidable strength, appeared to lack combat experience. She repeatedly missed opportunities to dispatch her foes. After a period of intense fighting, she finally managed to slay one of the black-clad men, significantly alleviating her pressure. Yet, she wiped her forehead, her expression turning grave. The prolonged battle had drained her of substantial energy, leaving her feeling weak and yearning to collapse on the ground and sleep. But faced with such a multitude of enemies, she had no choice but to muster her strength. Although one of their number had fallen, the remaining black-clad figures seemed unfazed, continuing their relentless assault. The clash resumed, and soon another black-clad adversary fell to the girl's blade. Wen Shao pondered whether he should intervene, that in the past, he had frequently stepped in to assist those in peril, which had led to connections with individuals like Lin Xiaoran, Xiao Yunqing, and Feng Shao. However, seeing that the girl, despite her struggles, was nearly invincible, he decided against meddling further. The combatants remained oblivious to the fact that someone was observing their battle from a distance. Before long, just as Wen Shao had anticipated, the girl managed to triumph in this skirmish, dispatching all the black-clad foes. Yet, to ensure none feigned death, she, though utterly exhausted, forced herself to check on each fallen opponent, stabbing them in their vital spots with her sword. Observing this, Wen Shao nodded in approval. Though her combat experience was lacking, the girl displayed a commendable level of caution. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the girl approached the last black-clad figure, he suddenly rolled over and scattered a cloud of white powder into the air. Caught off guard, the girl was struck in the face with the powder. She let out a startled cry and swiftly lunged forward with her sword. The black-clad man, seemingly spent of his last reserves of strength, did not evade her strike and was promptly slain. The girl crouched on the ground, covering her eyes, filled with both anger and urgency. She had won the battle only to find herself thwarted at the last moment. She felt a searing pain in her eyes, unable to discern whether it was a peculiar medicinal powder or slaked lime that had entered them. Her sole hope at that moment was for her eyes to remain unharmed. However, she soon sensed something amiss. For reasons unknown, a sudden warmth enveloped her entire body, and beads of perspiration began to trickle down her forehead. Almost instantaneously, a wave of heat surged from her lower abdomen, spreading throughout her body in a matter of moments. Subsequently, she became acutely aware of a shameful itch in certain areas of her body, compelling her to resist the urge to scratch. Just as she was about to reach out, an unsettling realization struck her, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Although she was in a secluded area with no one around, her innate modesty prevented her from engaging in such a compromising action in the wilderness. From a distance, Feng Shao understood the situation. The powder the cloaked figure had scattered was likely far from innocuous. Observing the deep crimson aura surrounding the girl, he fell into contemplation. He had nearly grasped that these women adorned with red auras were often fated to be the heroines destined for the protagonist. Given the girl's current predicament, Feng Shao could surmise what was to come next. He raised his gaze towards the direction from which he had come, and, sure enough, he spotted a faintly glowing crimson aura approaching. At the pace of that aura, it would arrive in approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. And in that very moment, the potency of the medicine affecting the girl would reach its zenith. Undoubtedly, the forthcoming events, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would unfold as follows. At the height of the girl's turmoil, Yi Fan would fortuitously arrive as the embodiment of justice. Our fated hero would unhesitatingly choose to become the antidote, rescuing the distressed girl from her plight. Following her salvation, the girl, in her gratitude, would transform into Yi Fan's devoted admirer, assisting him in achieving grand endeavors, even at the cost of her family's safety. Feng Shao could not help but click his tongue in admiration. The heavens had evidently gone to great lengths to ensure Yi Fan's rise, even presenting the heroine on a silver platter. Moreover, this method was rather unique. Not only did it benefit Yi Fan, but it also left her indebted to him, a truly remarkable arrangement. However, since Feng Shao found himself in this scenario, he would not allow the unfolding of events to proceed as the heavens intended. With a gentle leap, he descended to the ground. The girl, hearing the noise, assumed it was another enemy and swiftly turned, calling out, "Who goes there?" The medicinal powder had clouded her vision, rendering her unable to open her eyes fully. She could only make out shapes through the slits of her eyelids. She vaguely discerned that her visitor was a man clad in blue, though his features remained indistinct. Feng Shao shook his head and calmly replied, "My lady, it appears you may have been poisoned and could use assistance." Breathless, the girl retorted, I don't need your help. Please leave at once." It was not surprising that she reacted this way. Given her current state, she could not ascertain whether the newcomer was friend or foe, and prudence dictated she refrain from accepting aid. Especially with the persistent waves of heat coursing through her body and the unsettling sensations emanating from certain private areas, she had begun to suspect the nature of her affliction. Therefore, she could not allow any man to approach her. Feng Shao remained unfazed and spoke again. "My lady, the poison you have encountered is quite severe that I advise you to seek an antidote promptly. I estimate you have no more than half a stick of incense's worth of time before this poison robs you of your senses, and what may occur then is unpredictable." Trembling, the girl asked, Who are you? Why do you wish to help me?" Feng Shao smiled lightly and replied, "I am merely a passerby, an ordinary person. As for my desire to assist you, it is simply because I feel a connection with you. Ultimately, the choice to accept my help lies with you, that if you insist on declining, I will take my leave immediately." After a moment of hesitation, the girl resolutely bit her lip and said, If that is the case, then I beseech you for your aid. If you can help me with the antidote, the Bai family of Dongjiang City will forever be grateful." The girl was not naive. She understood that given the current situation, she had little choice. Mentioning the Bai family was merely a subtle reminder that she had allies, urging him not to overstep. Feng Shao regarded the girl with interest. Her thoughts were not overly intricate. Yet for one with her experience to arrive at such conclusions was no small feat. Feng Shao said, "I possess an antidote pill that can cure 100 poisons. Simply take it." As he spoke, Feng Shao produced an antidote pill and tossed it to her. Upon catching it, the girl's face displayed a fleeting expression of hesitation. Yet, the next moment, a surge of heat shot from her lower abdomen to her mind, nearly shattering her fragile grip on consciousness. Realizing she had no other options, she opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. In truth, Feng Shao could have chosen to wait until the girl was completely poisoned before transforming into the antidote to save her. However, he found such opportunistic behavior distasteful. After consuming the antidote, the girl quickly sat cross-legged, channeling her energy to dispel the medicinal effects. As the intense heat gradually subsided, she confirmed that her visitor genuinely intended to assist her. Before long, The heat was entirely eradicated. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she stood and bowed solemnly to Feng Shao, saying, "I am Bai Shuanghua of the Bai family in Dongjiang City. Thank you, kind sir, for your noble act of salvation." Feng Shao smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for such formality. By Mississippi I happened to pass through here, and aiding you was merely fortuitous. Since you are now well, I shall take my leave." With that, he clasped his hands in farewell, preparing to depart. Seeing this, Bai Shuanghua quickly called out, "Please, wait a moment." As Feng Shao turned to her in confusion, her cheeks flushed, and she stammered, "Might I ask your name?" "It would be quite rude not to know the name of my benefactor." Feng Shao replied, "I am Feng Shao as for assisting you with the antidote. It was merely a small effort on my part, and you need not dwell on it." Bai Shuanghua shook her head. "What may be a small effort for you is a life-saving grace for me that, if you do not mind, I invite you to visit the Bai family in Dongjiang City. We shall receive you with utmost hospitality." The repeated mention of the Bai family clearly indicated their considerable influence in the region. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Shao responded, "I have other pressing matters to attend to. Once I have concluded my business, I shall certainly visit." Bai Shuanghua could not help but inquire, "Might I ask what urgent matter you have? Perhaps I could assist in some way to you. Are you aware of any treasures of heaven and earth that are soon to emerge in this vicinity?" "I have come specifically for that purpose." Bai Shuanghua paused in surprise and shook her head. "I am not aware. However, I have ventured deep into this dense forest multiple times and am quite familiar with the area. If you do not mind, I would be willing to assist you in locating such treasures." Feng Shao nodded. "If that is the case, I would greatly appreciate your help." After expressing his gratitude, Feng Shao casually glanced back in the direction he had come. A faint smile gracing his lips. Yi Fan, some opportunities are practically handed to you, but if the timing is amiss, you may find them slipping away. Chapter 57. The Nine Sons Buddha Lotus. Unbeknownst to Yi Fan, he had inadvertently lost a potential consort and an opportunity, yet he felt a vague sense of something missing. Yet after a thorough search, he could find nothing amiss and dismissed it as mere illusion. Had Feng Shao been present, he would have discerned that Yi Fan's fortune had shifted from a deep crimson to a lighter hue. Feng Shao's selfless act of saving Bai Shuanghua during her moment of vulnerability had garnered her considerable favor. Throughout their journey, she frequently stole glances at him, only to quickly avert her gaze whenever he turned to look her way, as if fearing discovery. Feng Shao, however, paid little mind to the girl's thoughts. His focus remained solely on the Tianhua jade slip, diligently searching for the location of the treasures. Thus, their journey was marked by a notable silence. Feng Shao was, by nature, rather straightforward. Yet, he was not entirely devoid of thoughts concerning the opposite sex. His views on relationships were quite conservative, believing that one lifetime with one partner sufficed. As for the notion of a harem, he had neither the ambition nor the interest. Consequently, after forming a betrothal with Lin Xiaoran, he treated all other women with indifference, adopting the demeanor of a stoic, abstinent figure. Little did he know that this very disposition rendered him even more alluring to women. After walking for a while longer, perhaps unable to endure the silence any longer, Bai Shuanghua finally summoned the courage to speak. Feng Gongzi, may I inquire about your origins?" Feng Shao replied casually, "I hail from the upper domain. You must have heard of it." "My lady," Bai Shuanghua gasped, unable to contain her astonishment. "You are truly from the upper domain? No wonder you possess such striking features and an extraordinary demeanor." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed. Feng Shao chuckled. "You flatter me, by miss that I in truth, there is little difference between those from the upper domain and those from the lower domain. It is merely a matter of circumstance. Those from the upper domain are not inherently nobler than those from the lower domain. So there is no need for such deference." Bai Shuanghua responded with a soft before falling into silence for a moment. Then, mustering her courage again, she remarked, "A person of your caliber must surely have many admirers." As soon as the words left her lips, Bai Shuanghua felt a pang of regret. She could not help but reproach herself internally, questioning how she could utter such a question. Feng Shao cast a puzzled glance at Bai Shuanghua, then murmured, "As for intimate confidants, there are indeed a few, though our contact is rather infrequent. They are all exceptionally rare and extraordinary women, Possessing unparalleled beauty and grace, to forge even a slight friendship with such remarkable individuals is indeed an honor for me. Ever since his arrival in this world and joining the Tianhua sect, Feng Shao had been ceaselessly traversing various regions. During his journeys across the land, it was inevitable that he would encounter numerous distinguished individuals, including several outstanding women whose abilities rivaled those of men. For instance, his future mother-in-law, Xiao Riyao, the master of the Carefree Hall, is one of the women he admires most. That he has also long revered Lung Lingyue, the master of the Cold Moon Hall, but regrettably, he has only met her once. Out of course, Feng Shao's admiration and respect do not harbor any other sentiments. He does not have a habit of collecting exceptional women for his harem. Bai Shuanghua, however, misinterpreted his words, her expression suddenly tinged with disappointment. After a moment of silence, she seemed unwilling to relent and asked again, "Then, may I inquire whether the gentleman is already married?" Feng Shao shook his head. "Not yet." Bai Shuanghua's heart leapt with joy. However, before she could display her smile, Feng Shao added, "But I do have a fiancée that in a few years, once she has matured, I shall take her as my wife." At this point, Feng Shao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. In his mind, Lin Xiaoran was still the 8-year-old girl from 7 years ago. Any normal person would find it impossible to harbor any thoughts towards such a young child, so even though they were betrothed, Feng Shao felt no particular affection for Lin Xiaoran, especially since she was merely 12 at the time of their engagement, which left him with a strong sense of incongruity. However, he mused, Lin Xiaoran must be 15 now. He wondered how that little girl was faring. From what Xiao Riyao implied, Lin Xiaoran seemed to be at the Carefree Hall at present. Perhaps upon his return, he should pay her a visit. Meanwhile, Feng Shao, lost in thought, failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of sorrow in Bai Shuanghua's eyes. Fortunately, she was quite resilient and quickly regained her composure. She believed that someone like Feng Shao, hailing from the upper domain, was a significant opportunity, that if she could establish some connection with him, she might gain considerable benefits, and perhaps even elevate the Bai family in Dongjiang City. With this thought in mind, Bai Shuanghua's face brightened once more. Throughout their journey, Feng Shao was preoccupied with seeking rare treasures and remained oblivious to Bai Shuanghua's thoughts. However, even if he had known, it is likely he would not have taken it to heart. After all, he was indeed a man of ironclad resolve. Before long, following the guidance of the Tianhua jade slip, Feng Shao located the precise location of the rare treasure. Upon traversing a dense forest, he was suddenly met with a breathtaking vista, a vast lake shimmering with emerald waves, where several individuals were engaged in a life-and-death struggle against a colossal python. Feng Shao was taken aback. What a setup! This is clearly a trap. It was a well-known fact that rare treasures invariably attracted fierce beasts as guardians. The scene before him immediately led Feng Shao to predict the unfolding events. This group of individuals would eventually suffer heavy casualties in their battle against the python, which would also be gravely wounded. At that moment, the fated hero Yi Fan would make his grand entrance, effortlessly seizing the prize, and perhaps even acquiring a powerful python as a spiritual beast. Oh heavens, how favored Yi Fan is! It's as if you are strewing gold along his path for him to collect. Just as Feng Shao had anticipated, the 4 individuals battling the python were now ensnared in a dire situation. They had discovered the rare treasure in the lake days prior, but, being seasoned fighters, they quickly realized that a fierce beast was guarding it. After calculating the timing for the treasure's ripening, they decided to launch a surprise attack at the opportune moment. Their plan involved sending a few of their members to divert the python's attention, while the most agile and stealthy among them would discreetly seize the treasure. Once successful, they would flee. However, they had underestimated the python's formidable strength and swift reflexes. Before the designated thief could even reach the treasure, the python sensed his approach and struck him away with its tail. Enraged by the cunning of humans, the python relentlessly pursued them, leaving them with no choice but to carry away their injured comrade while the remaining 2 continued to fend off the beast. After a fierce struggle, all were left battered and bruised. Though the python maintained the upper hand, the blue blood dripping from its wounds indicated that it too was nearing its limits. It seemed the outcome of mutual destruction was all but inevitable. Just as the group believed they were on the brink of demise, Feng Shao intervened. Indeed, While the python was formidable, it paled in comparison to the flame-devouring python. Though both were pythons, their strengths were worlds apart. Feng Shao was confident he could slay the beast and claim the treasure. However, upon observing the dire straits of the four individuals, he decided to prioritize their rescue. Thus, he swiftly plucked a radiant golden lotus from the center of the lake. As soon as he took the lotus, the python sensed it, let out a furious roar, and abandoned the four in pursuit of Feng Shao. Floating in midair, with the Jinwu sword grasped firmly in his right hand, Feng Shao swiftly wielded his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword chi toward the python. After enduring a barrage of sword light, the python screeched in agony and retaliated by spewing a noxious liquid toward Feng Shao. From a distance, Feng Shao caught a whiff of the foul stench, almost causing him to lose his balance in midair. He had underestimated it. This creature was no mere python, but a venomous serpent. Although the python's speed was swift, Feng Shao was swifter still. With a slight shift, he evaded the toxic spray. The python, undeterred, attempted to unleash its venom again. Feng Shao was keenly aware of its intent and promptly swung his sword, sending a golden sword chi like lightning straight into the serpent's mouth. The python let out a wretched cry as its massive body crashed into the lake, thrashing about in agony. Without hesitation, Feng Shao unleashed a sword chi aimed at the serpent's vital spot. With a sharp thwack, the serpent's colossal head was severed, its putrid venom splattering forth and tainting the once picturesque lake into a foul mire. Feng Shao couldn't help but smirk, lamenting, "Such a beautiful lake, now ruined. What a pity." The entire process from Feng Shao's emergence to the demise of the python took less than a minute. The onlookers could only watch in astonishment as a figure swiftly plucked the lotus from the lake's center and effortlessly dispatched the formidable python that had ensnared them in battle. Clearly, the newcomer's might was beyond their comprehension. As Feng Shao descended to the ground, he casually extracted several lotus seeds from the lotus and tossed them to the group, saying, "These seem to possess healing properties. You should consume them quickly." The group was momentarily stunned. In the realm of cultivation, the principle regarding unclaimed treasures was that whoever seizes it owns it. Yet here was this young man, after taking the lotus, generously offering them the seeds, leaving them with an indescribable feeling. Feng Shao's willingness to share the seeds for their healing was truly unexpected. Little did they know, he would not mind parting with not just a few seeds, but even all of them. His primary concern was not the seeds, but the lotus itself, for it was the fabled nine-child Buddha lotus. Chapter 58. The treasure snatch. Upon acquiring this lotus, Feng Shao recognized it as the nine-child Buddha lotus. It blooms with 9 petals and produces 9 seeds. The seeds mature once every 10 years and can heal internal injuries while enhancing one's cultivation. Consuming the petals could grant insights into the essence of Buddhism, allowing one to mold a golden body of the law and enhance the chances of success in nirvana. However, while the seeds can regenerate, the petals cannot. The number of petals directly corresponds to the number of seeds produced. Once all the petals are consumed, the seeds will be completely exhausted. Thus, it is prudent to cultivate the lotus rather than exploit it to depletion. Though Feng Shao was willing to generously share the seeds, the others felt somewhat hesitant to accept. After a bout of polite refusals, it was ultimately decided that each of the 4 would receive 1 seed, while the remaining 5 would belong to Feng Shao. Unable to decline further, he graciously accepted. Perhaps due to old habits, Feng Shao did not keep all 5 seeds for himself, but instead gave 1 to Bai Shuanghua, who had done nothing throughout. She was deeply touched and became even more convinced of her earlier thoughts. Indeed, Feng Shao himself was a significant opportunity. Besides a 9-child Buddha lotus, the slain python was not overlooked by Feng Shao. Such a high-ranking spiritual beast was a treasure trove in its own right. Thus, he skinned and dismembered the creature, taking its flesh and hide, leaving no part behind, not even the serpent's brain, leaving the others astonished. In the perception of most cultivators, the process of slaying a demon beast or spiritual beast typically concluded with retrieving the demon core, and they had never witnessed someone take every conceivable part of the creature. This was a habit Feng Shao had developed during his time at the Tianhua sect. Having endured hardship for so long, even after experiencing a slight improvement in his fortunes, he was still inclined to carry away anything of value, striving to waste nothing. Even the flesh of the demon beast could be brought back to improve the meals for his masters and junior disciples. After the event, both parties amicably parted ways. While Feng Shao prepared to return to Tsongyun's sect. Shortly after their departure, our fated child of fortune, Yi Fan, finally arrived, albeit belatedly, that he stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the lake surface, now marred by two severed giant serpents. Disbelief etched across his face. "Master, what on earth is happening?" The elder sighed. "It is evident that the celestial treasures hidden here have been taken by someone. So who could have taken the celestial treasures? Was it Feng Shao?" The elder refrained from answering, but Yi Fan had already deduced the truth. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Feng Shao, you already have everything. Why must you even covet a mere celestial treasure from me?" The elder couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. "You claim to abhor the oppression of the young and poor, yet you tirelessly ponder how to eliminate your rivals. It's fortunate that he didn't eliminate you on sight. It's indeed quite normal for him to take a few celestial treasures from you." However, the elder kept these thoughts to himself. Recognizing that Yi Fan would not be receptive to why Yi Fan plopped down by the lake, resentment evident in his eyes. "Master, what should we do next?" After a period of contemplation, the elder replied, "You may consider heading to Dongjiang City." Dongjiang? Indeed, Dongjiang City houses a branch of the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion, which not only sells elixirs, but also recruits high-level alchemists. You could try your luck there, with my assistance. Becoming a senior alchemist at the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion is well within reach. After hearing the elder's words, Yi Fan felt somewhat reassured. Although the elder appeared restrained in the face of Feng Shao, Yi Fan still believed in his master's unparalleled abilities. Even if he could only lend a fraction of his power, it should suffice for applying to be a senior alchemist at the pavilion. With this thought, Yi Fan regained his spirits, his eyes igniting with determination. "Feng Shao, do not think that your theft of my opportunity will leave me despondent. Just wait. What is rightfully mine, you shall eventually return to me." After muttering his fierce words, Yi Fan set off towards Dongjiang City. However, before he could exit the dense forest, he encountered another group of individuals. Those same four people whom Feng Shao had rescued from the lake, that Yi Fan did not know them. Thus no greetings were necessary. They exchanged glances before each continuing on their way. Yet, after Yi Fan had taken a few steps, he heard one of them exclaim, "Young Master Feng is truly a remarkable figure. Instantly recognizable as extraordinary." Another chimed in, "Indeed, in all my life, I have never encountered someone with such grace as young Master Feng. To be saved by him today is truly our fortune." Upon hearing the title, Young Master Feng, Yi Fan's spirit soared. In his mind, aside from Feng Shao, who else could possibly be addressed as Young Master Feng? Thus, these individuals must have crossed paths with him. However, the reverence and admiration with which they spoke of Feng Shao irked Yi Fan. He donned a facade of innocence and approached, inquiring, "Might the young Master Feng you just mentioned be Feng Shao?" The four exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. "Indeed. Do you know young Master Feng?" A broad smile spread across Yi Fan's face. "Not only do I know him, but we are quite familiar." Upon hearing this, the group's demeanor shifted to one of amiable warmth. One person stepped forward, clapping Yi Fan heartily on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Little brother, how fortunate you are to associate with such a remarkable individual as young Master Feng. May I ask your name?" Yi Fan forced a smile, saying, "I am Yi Fei, a disciple of Tsongyun's sect." Recently, he dared not use his real name, opting instead for a pseudonym. While he claimed to have no attachment to Tsongyun's sect, in truth, he still identified himself as a disciple of the sect wherever he went. The reputation of Tsongyun's sect naturally commanded respect, and upon hearing it, the four men's respect for him deepened. The leader of the group clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Ah, so you are a distinguished disciple of Tsongyun's sect. It is an honor." His words of honor were not directed at Yi Fan specifically, but rather at Tsongyun's sect as a whole. Although Yi Fan's character was prideful, he was not foolish. In truth, he was quite shrewd, and within moments, he had ingratiated himself with the group, nearly reaching the point of camaraderie. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan casually asked, "By the way, you were discussing young Master Feng earlier and mentioned he saved your lives. What exactly transpired?" The group, unsuspecting of his intentions, eagerly recounted the recent events in detail, concluding with, "Had it not been for young Master Feng's righteous intervention, we would have perished at the hands of that beast. Moreover, he generously shared some lotus seeds with us. His character is truly commendable." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes gleamed. "Did you just say that Feng Shao gave you some lotus seeds?" One of them nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. One has already been consumed, and we plan to sell the other 3 in Dongjiang City for some spirit stones." Yi Fan lowered his head, murmuring, "Truly, heaven does not forsake those in need." The others, unable to hear clearly, one asked, "Little brother, what did you say?" Yi Fan lifted his gaze, smiling. "I am grateful for your generous gift. I shall endeavor to be gentle when I make my move." The man was taken aback, and before he could comprehend Yi Fan's words, he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes. Instantly, he was struck by excruciating pain in his chest that in disbelief, he looked down to find a deep, gaping wound carved into his torso. "You," was all he managed to utter before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The others were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Yet, seasoned as they were, they quickly armed themselves. Encircling Yi Fan, one individual, gritting his teeth, questioned, "Why did you suddenly resort to murder?" Yi Fan chuckled coldly. "Who told you to possess what I desire? My apologies, but I must ask you to relinquish your possessions." "Not a chance," the other retorted furiously. "Even if I have to discard it, I will never hand it over to a scoundrel like you." Yi Fan caressed the black long knife in his hand, nonchalantly stating, "If that is the case, then you shall all meet your demise." Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan swung his blade toward the adversary. His previous success in killing one had been due to surprise, as his opponent had been unprepared. Now that both sides had openly clashed, although Yi Fan's strike was fierce, it was easily evaded by the foe. The man leapt back a step, shouting, "Form up! Let us kill this scoundrel and avenge our comrade." Yi Fan, observing the opponent's evasive maneuvers, had roughly gauged their cultivation level and understood that he could not defeat all 3 with his own strength. He silently called out, "Master, I beseech you to lend me your aid." The elder sighed deeply. Truth be told, while the cultivation world was a ruthless place, such unprovoked violence was rare. Even though many individuals privately endorsed the notion of the weak being devoured by the strong, they still maintained a facade of civility. Otherwise, Yi Fan would not have been able to navigate through this world, constantly condemning others for their bullying tactics. Fundamentally, Yi Fan understood that there were unspoken rules within the cultivation world. However, when it came to his own circumstances, he discarded all notions of propriety that in such moments. His reasoning turned to the weak are preyed upon, survival of the fittest, and the path of cultivation demands one be unrestrained. This is perhaps the hallmark of the child of fortune, always possessing a dual standard, a strict one for others, and a lenient one for oneself. The Yi Fan's sudden assault was unforeseen even by the elder. Yet, at this juncture, the elder, even if solely considering his own interests, had no choice but to intervene. In an instant, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his being, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, may your journey to the underworld be smooth." Chapter 59, Medicine Fragrance Pavilion. After a brief moment, drenched in blood, Yi Fan sheathed his long knife, surveying the 4 lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground with disdain. "You think you could contend with me? Utterly delusional." He then crouched down, beginning to scavenge their remains. In a short while, he acquired 3 lotus seeds. Gazing at the hard-won seeds in his hand, Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh, murmuring, "After all that effort, I've only obtained this meager prize. Truly, the heavens are unjust." Yet soon after, his spirits lifted as he turned his gaze toward the horizon, speaking to himself, "Once I become an alchemist at the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion, let us see who dares to underestimate me." Feng Shao, at the invitation of Bai Shuanghua, decided to make a trip to Dongjiang City. Dongjiang City is the largest city within a 1,000-mile radius, bustling with a large population and thriving trade, making it an excellent place for transactions. Having been in the lower realm for over a month, Feng Shao had been preoccupied with searching for a way back to the upper realm, rarely taking the time to explore. Coincidentally, with Bai Shuanghua's invitation today, he gladly accepted. Although Dongjiang City pales in comparison to Baidi City, it is considerably larger than the smaller cities of the Upper Realm, such as Liang City, while the Upper Realm is rich in spiritual energy. Upon entering Dongjiang City, Feng Shao was struck by the vibrancy of the lower realm's common folk. The reason for this may lie in the fact that the cultivators here are not as powerful as those in the upper realm, leading to fewer instances of cultivators treating the common people as mere ants. Feng Shao first visited the Bai family with Bai Shuanghua. Upon learning that Bai Shuanghua had been valiantly rescued by Feng Shao, the Bai family welcomed him with open arms. Especially after discovering that Feng Shao had come from the upper domain, their minds began to wander towards other thoughts. In terms of beauty, Bai Shuanghua was undoubtedly one of the most stunning women in Dongjiang City, with countless admirers. However, her standards were quite high, and she had never found a young man worthy of her affection. At this moment, seeing Feng Shao's dignified demeanor and outstanding character, the Bai family began to formulate plans, discreetly suggesting a union to Bai Shuanghua. Yet, with a shadow of melancholy in her expression, Bai Shuanghua replied, "Though young Master Feng is unmarried, he already has a fiancé. Given young Master Feng's remarkable stature, his fiancé, he must surely be exceptional as well. That I consider myself fortunate to have crossed paths with young Master Feng and receive his assistance. That I ask for the matter of marriage. I kindly ask my parents to refrain from mentioning it further." Hearing this, her parents felt a pang of regret. However, after a moment's reflection, they inquired, although a marriage cannot be arranged, perhaps apprenticing under young Master Feng would be a wonderful opportunity. Bai Shuanghua felt a flicker of interest, but hesitated, saying, "Wouldn't it be a bit too abrupt?" Her father chuckled. "Whether it is abrupt or not, we cannot concern ourselves with that. If our daughter has the chance to go to the upper domain and achieve great success, what does it matter if it seems a little forward?" Unable to resist, Bai Shuanghua nodded. "Then let us proceed as my father wishes." Subsequently, her father proposed to Feng Shao during the banquet that his daughter be taken as an apprentice under him. Feng Shao was momentarily taken aback. Then a comical expression crossed his face. Recently, he had been accepting disciples at the rate of nearly one a month, all of them beautiful women. Although Feng Lingxue was still quite young, she would undoubtedly grow into a beauty as well. However, Feng Shao found it curious that he had encountered numerous practitioners with exceptional talents, both male and female, and they all shared a common trait: an extraordinary fortune. Male practitioners with high qualifications often possess fortunes that were purple or even golden in hue. The problem was that among the well-qualified male practitioners Feng Shao had met, only 2 were known as sons of fortune. His natural adversaries that AS for female practitioners, they all seemed to fit a certain archetype, serving as benefactors to those fortunate sons. Others collected female protagonists for their harems, while Feng Shao intended to take them on as disciples. This thought left Feng Shao with a rather absurd feeling. Seeing Feng Shao lost in thought, Bai Shuanghua's father assumed he was reluctant to take his daughter as a disciple and hastily added, "If young Master Feng could accept Shuanghua as a disciple, I would be willing to present you with 100,000 spirit stones to aid your cultivation." Coming back to his senses, Feng Shao quickly waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such generosity. I was merely lost in thought and did not mean to appear inattentive." He then looked at Bai Shuanghua, noticing her expectant expression. Hesitating, he asked, "Are you truly willing to take me as your master?" "I fear my abilities may not be sufficient to teach you." Bai Shuanghua promptly shook her head. "Young Master Feng, you are far too modest. At your age, to have attained such cultivation, you must indeed be among the rarest in the upper domain. If I could become your disciple, it would be a stroke of immense fortune for me." Sighing, Feng Shao replied, "In that case, I shall accept you." Although Bai Shuanghua's talents were not unparalleled, they were still exceptional. Overjoyed, Bai Shuanghua exclaimed, "Thank you, master." The moment she uttered the word master, Feng Shao distinctly felt an increase in the fortune contained within the Tianhua jade slip, which seemed to be on the verge of advancing. Moreover, his own fortune appeared to deepen in color, seemingly shifting towards Red. It seemed that his previous conjecture was correct. Establishing a profound connection with a woman of fortune could indeed enhance his own. However, the fortune contained within the Tianhua jade slip appeared to stem from the depletion of the fortunate son's fortunes. Perhaps, accumulating more women of fortune would indeed be beneficial. Nevertheless, Feng Shao had no intention of establishing a harem. So it seemed that accepting disciples had become the optimal choice, that he pondered whether others might misinterpret his collection of female disciples and think him a libertine. Reflecting on this, he concluded it was quite likely. Thus, Feng Shao resolved to quickly recruit a male disciple of good quality. Even if it were not for his own reputation, he must consider the standing of his disciples. After all, a master who only accepted female disciples might be seen as improper and could lead to undesirable speculations. Following this, Bai Xuanhua formally paid her respects to Feng Shao and the Bai family. After partaking of the tea offered by Bai Xuanhua as a token of respect, Feng Shao's disciples officially increased from 2 to 3. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who had just arrived in Dongjiang City, inexplicably felt as though he had lost something essential. However, he dismissed the feeling, shaking his head and heading straight to the Yaoxiang Tower. The Yaoxiang Tower was the largest alchemist organization in the southern domain. The lower realms were vast, each region far exceeding the upper domain in size, making it difficult for a large organization to cover the entire lower realm. In the eyes of many, the Yaoxiang Tower, which spanned the entire southern domain, was an unparalleled behemoth. The elder had chosen to send Yi Fan here to make a name for himself primarily for this reason. At that moment, the Yaoxiang Tower was hosting its biennial alchemist selection competition. This might be a coincidence, but it was more likely a deliberate arrangement by the heavens that as an alchemist, one must not only know how to refine pills, but also possess the ability to proficiently distinguish various herbs and poisons, as well as their properties, attributes, main and auxiliary components, and contraindications. The content was rather complex, and without decades of study, it was nearly impossible to achieve success. This aspect bore a striking resemblance to contemporary Chinese medicine theory. Although the people of this world leaned more towards the legendary alchemical practices of old. Regardless of whether it was pill refining or healing, the knowledge of pharmacology required was exceedingly high, creating a significant barrier to entry for aspiring alchemists. Yi Fan, starting from humble beginnings, had little opportunity to learn this knowledge, even after joining the Tsangyan sect. Thus, among the numerous alchemists preparing to participate in the selection competition, Yi Fan was a complete novice. However, this did not hinder his confidence. Striding into the Yaoxiang Tower with an air of indifference, he boldly approached the organizer to express his desire to enter the selection competition. After paying the registration fee, Yi Fan received a badge inscribed with the characters Ding Shi, indicating that he would be the 10th participant in the 4th batch, perhaps due to Yi Fan's overconfidence. Many of the other competitors began to harbor disdain towards him. However, as this was the territory of the Yaoxiang Tower, they understood that to thrive in the alchemy industry, they could not afford to offend it. Thus, even if they looked down upon Yi Fan, the majority remained silent, awaiting their turn to be called by the examiner. Yet, there were always a few individuals who were, by heaven's design, fated to confront the fortunate sons. One particularly arrogant youth, more ostentatious than Yi Fan, approached him, casting a condescending glance and sneering. "Hey kid, do you really think you can participate in the alchemist selection competition dressed in that ragged outfit?" Yi Fan shot him a cold glare and replied flatly, "Is there a problem?" The youth exaggeratedly burst into laughter. "My goodness. You truly believe you're here for the competition? With those clothes, did you get robbed on the way? If that's the case, I'll show some compassion and give you a few coins to buy a proper outfit. This is the Yaoxiang Tower. Not just any beggar can enter." Having been pursued for a month, even though Yi Fan had a change of clothes in his storage ring, he had long since run out of clean garments. Moreover, having just killed a few people hours earlier, his clothes bore several cuts from weapons that Tio called them ragged was an understatement, so it was no wonder he was mocked as a beggar. Yi Fan felt a surge of anger, his face as cold as frost. He replied icily, "Thank you for your kindness, but I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs." The youth feigned a sigh. Alas, how unfortunate. Here I am, trying to do a good deed, and I'm met with disdain. That I am truly embarrassed. Yi Fan remained silent. Seeing Yi Fan's lack of response, the youth assumed he was intimidated and jovially patted Yi Fan's shoulder, saying, "Little brother, are you really here for the selection? Forgive my frankness, but with your attire, you'll likely be kicked out before you even meet the examiner." Yi Fan impatiently shrugged off the youth's hand and retorted, "Even if that were so, what concern is it of yours?" The youth replied, "Little brother, don't think I look down on you. The alchemist selection of the Yaoshang Tower is not something just anyone can enter at your young age. I doubt you've read many pharmacology texts or medical books that you'd be better off going back to study for a few more years. That I estimate that in 20 years, you might just reach the standard to participate in the selection. Yi Fan shot him a sidelong glance and suddenly proposed. You say I'm unworthy to participate in the selection? In that case, let us make a bet. Intrigued, the youth asked, what sort of bet? Let us wager on the outcome of the selection competition. That if I place higher than you must give me the jade pendant around your neck. The jade pendant the youth wore was no ordinary item. The elder recognized it at a glance as containing great opportunities. As for the exact circumstances, the elder remained uncertain, only able to advise Yi Fan that if an opportunity arose, he must acquire the jade pendant. Although the young man wore this pendant, he was oblivious to its origins, merely sensing its calming and focusing effects. Regarding its value, he did not regard it as particularly high. Thus, upon hearing the elder's words, he removed the pendant from around his neck and said with a cheerful smile, If I lose, this pendant will belong to you. But what if you lose? Without hesitation, Yi Fan replied, If I lose, I shall kneel before you in public and call you grandfather 3 times. At this, the young man's eyes sparkled with delight. How amusing! Under normal circumstances, few would find joy in humiliating a stranger. Though the young man typically acted arrogantly, he possessed a degree of upbringing that prevented him from tormenting an ordinary person. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming urge to humiliate Yi Fan upon their first meeting. Yi Fan's proposed wager, without a doubt, was the perfect means of humiliation that he nodded eagerly, declaring, Then it's settled. It is settled, Yi Fan replied coldly. At that moment, a gong sounded from within the apothecary tower, followed by a booming voice announcing, The apothecary tower's alchemist selection competition officially begins. All candidates, please prepare yourselves. Chapter 60. Revelation. The outcome of this wager was, as one might anticipate, quite predictable. Yi Fan navigated through numerous challenges with ease. Whether it was identifying herbs, elucidating medical principles, or combining medicinal properties, culminating in a live alchemy demonstration. Throughout the competition, he exhibited flawless performance, earning high praise from the judges and ultimately securing first place in the selection event. The judges from the apothecary tower congratulated Yi Fan, with many sincerely expressing that his displayed prowess far exceeded their own abilities. Therefore, they believed Yi Fan ought to participate in the main alchemist competition at the apothecary tower's headquarters, where he might have the potential to become a 6th-rank alchemist. This proclamation left many in astonishment. Among the judges, the highest rank was merely 5th-rank alchemist. Even at that level, they were esteemed guests in many major cities or significant sections. What, then, could it mean to be a 6th-rank alchemist? It was said that the apothecary tower only boasted 3 7th-rank alchemists at its pinnacle. With only 9 individuals holding the rank of 6th-rank alchemist in the entire apothecary tower, it was evident that if Yi Fan truly became a 6th-rank alchemist, he would inevitably rise to become a prominent figure in the southern region. Many began to contemplate this prospect. Observing Yi Fan's attire, it was evident that he was not in favorable circumstances, that if they could seize this opportunity to befriend him, perhaps they could reap considerable benefits from his association. Some even contemplated directly courting Yi Fan as a son-in-law, believing that such a figure could secure their family's prosperity for decades, if not centuries. Amidst the praise and flattery, Yi Fan felt a sense of elation. Though he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, internally he was already bursting with joy. Subsequently, he casually mentioned being pursued by a city lord, inciting the judges of the apothecary tower to express their indignation and insist on avenging him. Some even suggested that they must annihilate the city lord's entire family to truly avenge Yi Fan. Witnessing this scene unfold, Feng Shao could not help but shake his head in dismay. Feng Shao had only recently learned of the selection competition taking place at the apothecary tower. Upon hearing it and considering the timing, he immediately concluded that this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity orchestrated by fate for Yi Fan. In pursuit of this auspicious fortune, Feng Shao hurried over, but to his surprise, he arrived too late to witness Yi Fan's triumphant display. He only saw the aftermath of it. He was not surprised by the outcome. Yet he found it hard to believe that this victory was solely due to Yi Fan's abilities, that a person who resorted to cheating in a fair battle Would he truly rely solely on his own skills in such a competition? It was clear that the true contestant was the elder within the ring, that it was laughable that Yi Fan acted with such arrogance, as if his victory was genuinely earned by merit. Later, Yi Fan proposed the wager he had earlier suggested to the young man. Truth. The young man was well educated. Even if he did not match the elder's level, he should have been capable of performing adequately in the selection competition. However, for reasons unknown, he made frequent errors during the competition, failing to secure even a spot to advance. Leaving him embarrassed and puzzled, he dismissed it as a mere stroke of bad luck that day, attributing his poor performance to misfortune. In reality, this outcome was a result of Yi Fan's manipulations. However, his methods were sufficiently subtle that no one detected them. When Yi Fan retrieved the jade pendant from the disheveled young man, Feng Shao keenly observed that Yi Fan's previously light crimson aura had returned to a vibrant purple hue. One must never relax in suppressing the fated child as fortune. In the brief span of a meal, this young man managed to replenish all the fortune he had lost. Yet, the higher he was lifted, the more devastating his fall would be. Just as the apothecary tower was preparing to award Yi Fan the champion's prize, a voice suddenly called out, "Hold on!" Everyone turned to see a handsome young man smiling broadly, declaring, "I suspect there are issues with the results of this competition." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in confusion. Yi Fan's eyes widened in fury upon spotting this man, filled with a desire to charge forward and exact vengeance. Through gritted teeth, he spat, "Feng Shao, why must you ruin my good fortune?" One of the judges from the apothecary tower, visibly displeased, remarked, "Sir, Yi Fan passed the assessment entirely through his own capabilities. The TO suggests there are issues with the results, implies accusations of collusion within the apothecary tower." Feng Shao could not help but marvel inwardly. Goodness, he had never seen someone so eager to shoulder blame. The Yi Fan had yet to speak, and this judge was already rushing to defend him. Was this the effect of the protagonist's halo? However, Feng Shao maintained a calm facade, smiling as he replied, "Please do not be hasty. When I say there are issues with the results, I do not imply any fault on the judge's part, but rather that there are discrepancies in Yi Fan's performance during the assessment." As he spoke, Feng Shao casually produced a herb and inquired, "If you truly possess genuine skill, why not tell us the name of this herb?" Yi Fan wore a disdainful expression. "Is that all? I expected you to pose a challenging question." This is simply, however, at this point, Yi Fan suddenly faltered. The crowd awaited his response to Feng Shao's question, only to find Yi Fan abruptly at a loss for words, leaving many bewildered. Someone whispered, "Isn't this a Tianhua mint?" This question is far too simple. Tianhua mint is considered a relatively common herb. Of course, common here refers specifically to the realm of alchemists. For ordinary cultivators, it remains quite challenging to identify. It is understandable for regular cultivators to struggle. But any alchemist who has perused even a couple of herbology texts would undoubtedly recognize it. Yet, the confident Yi Fan, now faced with the Tianhua mint, was drenched in cold sweat. He repeatedly called out to the elder in his mind. But the elder offered no response. This was, of course, another of Feng Shao's schemes. Feng Shao had discreetly activated the Seven Xian Town Evil Seal, dispersing its aura throughout the venue, while the Seven Xian Town Evil Seal effectively suppressed malevolent spirits and souls. It had little effect on ordinary individuals. Unless one actively sought it out, they would not perceive its presence. However, for an elder spirit like the one within Yi Fan's ring, this aura was as lethal as poison. The elder had no choice but to completely retreat within the ring, severing all connections with the outside world. Without the elder's assistance in cheating, Yi Fan's confidence wavered. He stammered and struggled to name a common herb. Many spectators began to harbor doubts. Could it be that he truly had cheated? Feng Shao internally chuckled. While feigning disappointment on his face, he remarked, "It seems this question has proven too challenging for Brother Yi. In that case, allow me to pose another." With that, Feng Shao produced yet another herb. Many in the crowd immediately recognized it. This herb was even more common than Tianhua mint, with numerous cultivators who had never studied herbology able to identify it. Yet upon glancing at Yi Fan, they saw him drenched in even more cold sweat, his expression revealing not only anxiety but also a hint of dread. This time, even the examiner from the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion, who had just staunchly supported Yi Fan, could not help but begin to doubt Yi Fan's capabilities. After a lengthy pause, witnessing Yi Fan's continued inability to name the herbs, Feng Shao sighed and remarked, "It appears this question poses a bit of difficulty for Brother Yi. Let us simply bypass the identification of medicinal herbs and instead discuss pharmacology." Without waiting for Yi Fan's consent, Feng Shao proceeded to pose a question regarding pharmacology. This question was quite straightforward, and nearly all participants in the selection could immediately conjure an answer. Yet upon glancing at Yi Fan, one could see him drenched in sweat, utterly incapable of uttering a single word. Feng Shao, feeling justified, continued to present several more questions, each one a basic-level inquiry. However, Yi Fan could not answer any of them to this point. Nearly everyone had to concede that Yi Fan indeed had issues. The chief examiner of the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion was the first to take action, coldly asking, "Yi Fan, are you truly unable to answer any of these questions?" Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly as he forced a defense, saying, I did not sleep well last night, and some things are a bit unclear to me. You know, I've been relentlessly pursued lately, with insufficient food and rest that in such circumstances forgetting certain things is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Feng Shao replied nonchalantly. Then how about Brother Yi demonstrates the elixir you just concocted in front of so many people once again? There is no need for you to produce a top-quality one. A mediocre product will suffice. No need for a third-grade elixir. A first-grade one will do. Such a simple request, I trust Brother Yi can certainly meet it, right? Yi Fan, however, waved his sleeve in annoyance and retorted, if I am to concoct, it must be to perfection, a subpar first-grade elixir. Are you attempting to humiliate me? Feng Shao's expression turned one of surprise, as if to say, how do you know? Infuriated, Yi Fan nearly lost his temper on the spot. Before Feng Shao could speak, a cold voice from another examiner of the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion interjected, if that is the case, then please concoct a third-grade elixir, right now. Any quality will do. Yi Fan shook his head, stating, I am unwell today, and the energy expended in crafting the elixir earlier has left me without the strength to create another. Feng Shao smiled and shook his head. This fellow was still being obstinate. Unbeknownst to him, the situation had already spiraled beyond remedy. Regardless of his stubbornness, but he could clearly see that as the number of individuals doubting Yi Fan's abilities grew, Yi Fan's fortune was swiftly reverting from purple back to red, and the hue was continually fading, showing signs of turning orange. Just as Yi Fan was at his wit's end, someone suddenly shouted, Beast Tide! The demonic beasts are attacking the city. Upon hearing this, Feng Shao's expression darkened. A beast tide attacking at this moment. Was the heavens playing a cruel joke? Chapter 61. Severed hand. The sudden beast tide caused chaos to erupt throughout the city, seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil. Yi Fan wasted no time in making his escape. With Feng Shao's interference, Yi Fan had indeed made a name for himself, though it was likely a notorious one. That would be a challenge for him to even avoid being hunted by the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion, let alone become a senior alchemist there. Amidst the frenzied crowd, Yi Fan painstakingly found refuge in a secluded corner. Once he confirmed that no one was pursuing him, he vented his frustrations vocally. You treacherous Feng Shao! How dare you sabotage my future? To sever a man's prospect is akin to killing his parents. I shall not let this stand. As his words fell, a voice languidly inquired, And with whom do you intend to settle this score? Startled, Yi Fan jumped up. Turning towards the source of the voice, he saw Feng Shao leaning against the entrance, wearing a sardonic smile as he regarded him. When enemies meet, the atmosphere grows particularly charged. The moment Yi Fan laid eyes on Feng Shao, he nearly lost control and lunged at him in a frenzy. Fortunately, he had not entirely lost his wits and managed to suppress his impulse with great effort. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, Feng Shao, why can you not simply leave me be? Feng Shao retorted with a cold laugh. Yi Fan, what nonsense are you spouting? With a person of your ilk, even if I were to spare you, would you extend the same courtesy to me? Yi Fan's lips twitched. As a child of fortune, he had always adhered to the principle of repaying enmity with enmity, while kindness may not necessarily be reciprocated. However, when others adopted the same principle, he found it somewhat intolerable. Before Yi Fan could respond, Feng Shao coldly pressed, Yi Fan, did you kill someone in the dense forest? Yi Fan was taken aback, exclaiming, How do you know? Feng Shao's eyes narrowed slightly. After arriving in Dongjiang City, he had conducted a brief divination. The reincarnation body could extract a hint of heavenly fortune, showing considerable aptitude in divination. This talent, which allowed one to glimpse the secrets of the heavens, was greatly envied by the heavenly order. However, considering his role as an antagonist, Feng Shao paid little heed to it. During his divination, he discovered that Yi Fan seemed to have obtained an opportunity in the dense forest, which was associated with the numbers 3 and 9. The first thing he thought of was the 3 lotus seeds from the 9 suns Buddha lotus. Subsequently, he divined the 4 individuals, only to find that they had all perished. The source of their demise, it appeared, lay with Yi Fan. Thus, it was easy to deduce what had transpired in the dense forest. Feng Shao had not anticipated that those 4 individuals would not escape this calamity. With the source of their tragedy shifting from the original giant serpent to Yi Fan himself, this realization ignited a fierce anger within Feng Shao. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all beings as mere fodder. Yet the life of a child of fortune is of value, while that of an ordinary person is not. The heavens, in their attempt to bestow fortune upon Yi Fan, so callously disregarded the lives of ordinary people, which for the first time stirred profound resentment within Feng Shao towards the heavenly order. However, given Feng Shao's current abilities, it was still a formidable task to defy the heavens. In light of this, he resolved to eliminate a child of fortune, serving as a stepping stone for those who fell victim in the child's path. Yi Fan discerned the murderous intent emanating from Feng Shao's gaze, causing him to panic. That he hurriedly called out in his heart, "Master, save me." The elder sighed inwardly, poised to reveal himself, when Feng Shao coldly interjected, "Elder, I advise you not to show yourself. That I must eliminate this heartless scoundrel today. Should you dare to obstruct me, I will suppress you alongside him." The elder was taken aback. In their prior encounters, Feng Shao had exuded an air of refinement and broad-mindedness, possessing the demeanor of a gentleman. This inadvertently led the elder to believe that Feng Shao was of a mild temperament, soft-hearted, that a few kind words would suffice to reach an understanding. Little did he know that Feng Shao's gentility stemmed from his management of an entire sect. Overseeing the livelihoods of hundreds, in such a position, one must possess a generous heart. Otherwise, one would have long since been driven to despair by others. Although the vast majority of the sect revered Feng Shao, a few audacious troublemakers would inevitably arise. As a manager, one could not simply suppress these troublemakers, but rather seek ways to accommodate them. While suppression might yield immediate results, it would not win hearts. However, if there was a need to kill, Feng Shao had never hesitated. Yi Fan understood that he could not escape this calamity today. Gritting his teeth, he unsheathed a black long knife and charged at Feng Shao. Feng Shao chuckled coldly, casually drawing forth a more ordinary spirit weapon long sword, effortlessly deflecting Yi Fan's strike while stating, "Yi Fan, even if the heavenly order favors you, if your heart is not in the right place, what good is all that favor? One must recognize that those who commit numerous wrongs will ultimately face their own demise." Yi Fan retorted angrily, "Enough with your platitudes. The path of cultivation has always been one of the survival of the fittest. Do you dare claim that since your cultivation began, you have never slaughtered the innocent?" Feng Shao replied proudly, "Those I have slain are all heinous criminals. I have never harmed the innocent. I say this to you, and I would say the same to others. Even to the heavenly order, I would say the same." Feng Shao's words echoed with righteous indignation, momentarily leaving Yi Fan unable to meet his gaze. Infuriated and humiliated, Yi Fan wielded the black long knife with all his might against Feng Shao. Yet, Feng Shao effortlessly parried all of Yi Fan's assaults, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Clearly, Feng Shao had ample opportunities to end Yi Fan's life, yet he deliberately refrained from doing so. Though Feng Shao did not deliver a fatal blow, he continuously inflicted wounds upon Yi Fan. Before long, Yi Fan's already tattered garments were rendered in tatters, making him appear more akin to a beggar. This incensed Yi Fan further, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. But he longed to shout, "If you have the ability, kill me, stop this cat-and-mouse game." Yet, several times those words nearly escaped his lips, only to be swallowed back with great effort, for he understood that if Feng Shao truly decided to get serious, He would have no chance left in truth. The reason Feng Shao had not killed Yi Fan outright was that he had discovered something rather intriguing. During the process of mercilessly thrashing Yi Fan, Feng Shao noticed that Yi Fan's fortune was being gradually diminished in tandem with his increasing distress. Although the speed of this decline was not rapid, it was the persistent trickle that counted. In just a short while, Yi Fan's fortune had shifted from a light red to an orange-red hue, and was now transitioning towards an orange-yellow. Why Yi Fan was indeed to be killed, but why not harvest a bit more of his fortune first? Infuriated, Yi Fan seethed silently. Master, think of something. If this continues, both of us shall perish here. After a moment of silence, the elder responded, Yi Fan, hold on a little longer. I will find a way to open a teleportation portal. Yi Fan complete. Yet inwardly he lamented. Was it merely a matter of holding on? Clearly, Feng Shao was simply not finished toying with him yet. At this moment, Feng Shao also sensed the elder's apparent new intentions. A cold smirk gracing his lips that he inquired, What troubles you, brother Yi? Did you not frequently proclaim that fortunes fluctuate every 30 years? Yet, why do you flee at the slightest provocation? Enraged and humiliated, Yi Fan shouted, If you dare, grant me 3 years, and I shall ensure you meet your end by my hand. Feng Shao retorted with a scoff, No need to wait for 3 years. Let it be today. No sooner had he spoken than Feng Shao unleashed a sudden and fierce sword strike. Faced with such a relentless assault, Yi Fan found himself momentarily dazed, compelled to adopt a defensive stance with all his might. However, it wasn't long before he felt a chilling sensation in his right wrist, followed by excruciating pain as his black blade slipped from his grasp. That instant, the elder's voice thundered in Yi Fan's mind, Run! Simultaneously, a shimmering silver portal materialized behind Yi Fan. Ignoring the agony in his hand, he immediately dashed into the portal. Feng Shao bellowed, Where do you think you're going? With a swift motion of his sword, a streak of silver light pursued Yi Fan. Just as the sword light was about to graze Yi Fan's waist, a small black shield manifested at his side. With a resounding clang, the black shield and the silver sword light dissipated simultaneously, allowing Yi Fan to fully step into the portal. Before Feng Shao could react further, the portal abruptly closed, and Yi Fan's figure vanished without a trace. Watching the spot where the portal had been, Feng Shao let out a soft chuckle, but he glanced down to see a right hand still tightly gripping a black longsword, with a ring adorning his right index finger. The ring worn by the elder was on Yi Fan's left hand, while the one on his right was a storage ring. This implied that Feng Shao's strike had not only severed Yi Fan's right hand, but had also deprived him of the majority of his wealth. Feng Shao retrieved the long sword and collected the ring. Although he had failed to slay Yi Fan, he had nonetheless reaped considerable rewards. Severely injured and stripped of nearly all his assets, Yi Fan would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline in fortune. It remained uncertain what further schemes the heavens might employ to replenish Yi Fan's lost fortune. However, this child of destiny was destined to flounder for not much longer. Chapter 62. The Xianlei sect having narrowly escaped with his life. Yi Fan was compelled to seek refuge in a cave amidst the desolate wilderness to tend to his injuries. Yet, the thought of all he had lost in the battle ignited a fire of rage within him, coupled with the toll of his external wounds, leading him to vomit blood repeatedly, his breath shallow and labored. That moment, Yi Fan's mind was consumed with thoughts of vengeance. However, the elder was preoccupied with different considerations. It was evident that Feng Shao had now set his sights on Yi Fan's demise. They had been fortunate to escape this time, but what of the next? Would they be so lucky again? Given Yi Fan's current predicament, was there even a possibility of resurgence? The elder felt a wave of pessimism wash over him. Yes, a being from the upper domain. Ever since he had been reduced to a wandering soul, he had longed to return to the upper domain and exact revenge on those who had wronged him. Yet now, the prospect of regaining his physical form seemed a distant dream, let alone returning to seek vengeance. Listening to Yi Fan's incessant grumbling, the elder began to devise new plans. Perhaps it was time to reconsider Feng Shao's proposal. After a period of recuperation, Yi Fan finally managed to regain a semblance of strength. However, losing his right hand had significantly diminished his combat capabilities. Yet perhaps this was a blessing in disguise, for Yi Fan began to understand the value of humility, that it was unclear whether Yi Fan recognized his current inadequacy or simply felt the need to conceal his presence. In any case, he adopted a much more subdued demeanor, refraining from provoking others or hastily resorting to violence. Moreover, he no longer possessed a weapon. Unfortunately, his period of discretion was short-lived, as Feng Shao soon located him once more. Feng Shao seldom harbored murderous intent towards others, even when encountering demonic cultivators. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he often chose to let things lie rather than pursue revenge across great distances. Yet this time, Feng Shao was resolute in his intention to eliminate Yi Fan. Strangely, it seemed as though fate still favored Yi Fan, as he managed to evade Feng Shao's relentless pursuit several times. However, with each encounter, Yi Fan could distinctly sense his growing helplessness against Feng Shao. Each escape became increasingly arduous, and were it not for his numerous hidden cards, he would have perished several times over during these chases. When the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion issued a bounty for Yi Fan's capture, his situation deteriorated further. As the largest alchemical organization in the southern domain, the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion wielded immense influence. Every cultivator, at some point, had a need for elixirs. With such demands, it was inevitable that they would seek to curry favor with the pavilion. Thus, upon the issuance of the bounty, countless sects and rogue cultivators joined the ranks of those pursuing Yi Fan. The Medicine Fragrance Pavilion rarely pursued individuals, as their focus lay in alchemy rather than conquest. However, Yi Fan's unscrupulous actions had severely tarnished the pavilion's reputation, prompting discussions about the feasibility of cheating during their alchemist selection competition. In light of this, the pavilion had to take a stand. Otherwise, its millennia-old reputation would be irreparably damaged. While they could not reveal how they would prevent future cheating, they could certainly make it known what the consequences would be. In other words, since they could not address the root of the problem, they would instead ensure that participants were deterred from cheating. The issuance of the bounty served as an effective deterrent. This bounty clearly signaled to all that anyone daring to cheat in the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion's competitions should be prepared to face severe repercussions. The declaration of the bounty indeed quelled the ambitions of many who had contemplated cheating. As for the beast tide assaulting Dongjiang City, it was an intervention by the heavens to aid the child of destiny. Yet perhaps due to the hasty nature of this intervention, the beast tide appeared grand in scale, but posed minimal threat. The beasts attacked the city only once before retreating, leaving thousands of corpses in their wake, leaving the guards of Dongjiang City bewildered. Though the beasts possessed limited intelligence, it was illogical for them to throw away their lives for no reason. To the guards, it felt as though the beasts were merely delivering a gift. This hardly constituted a true beast tide assault, and no one could have imagined that this beast tide had actually been summoned by Yi Fan. The fact that Yi Fan had managed to escape death multiple times during his flight could, in some measure, be attributed to the heavens' intervention. Yet with each act of divine intervention, Yi Fan's fortune diminished. Were Feng Shao able to see Yi Fan's fortune at that moment, he would discover that it had transformed into a deep shade of green. Were it not for the last remaining vestige of luck by his side, Yi Fan's fortune would likely plummet to white or even gray at that point. He would entirely lose his identity as the child of destiny, though Yi Fan remained oblivious to this, only sensing that his luck seemed to be dwindling. After months of fleeing, Yi Fan ultimately found himself cornered at the entrance of a secret realm. Gazing at the now green hue of his fortune, Feng Shao remarked coolly, "Brother Yi, we meet again. This time, you wouldn't dare to run, would you?" Yi Fan, filled with indignation, shouted, "Feng Shao, why do you persistently pursue me? I have suffered enough. Why will you not let me be?" Feng Shao countered, "When you destroyed another's dantian and severed their meridians. Did you ever consider sparing them? That is quite different." Yi Fan bellowed, "They humiliated me. They deserve to die." Feng Shao sneered derisively, Indeed, the fault always lies with others. Even if you kill or steal, you will always find a justification. You are never in the wrong." Feng Shao, weary of further discourse with Yi Fan, drew a long sword and declared, "Yi Fan, it is time to put your survival of the fittest philosophy into practice. Come at me, and let us see if you can escape my grasp this time." With a furious shout, Yi Fan turned to flee. In the past, he might have possessed the confidence to face Feng Shao in battle. However, after several encounters, he had come to realize that Feng Shao's strength far surpassed his own. With his advantages nullified, he stood no chance against Feng Shao. Thus, he could only flee. The entrance to the secret realm seemed to be the last opportunity granted to Yi Fan by the heavens for escape. Yet this time, Feng Shao was determined to prevent his escape. Immediately, Feng Shao unleashed his most formidable Fuyo sword technique, a wave of sword energy slashing toward Yi Fan. With a shriek, Yi Fan was cleaved in two by the sword energy. As he was bisected at the waist, Yi Fan did not die immediately. Instead, he writhed in agony upon the ground. Pointing a trembling finger at Feng Shao, he screamed hoarsely, "Feng Shao, I will not let you off even as a ghost." Feng Shao replied with indifference, "Those whom you have killed will say the same." After a brief struggle, Yi Fan succumbed to his injuries. His eyes bulged wide in resentment, fixed upon the sky as if to lament the heaven's injustice that at the moment of Yi Fan's death, Feng Shao noticed a faint, elusive aura rising toward the heavens that he recognized it as the last remnants of Yi Fan's fortune. Once Yi Fan had perished, Feng Shao bent down and removed the ring from Yi Fan's left hand. Speaking calmly, "Elder, have you made your decision?" After a moment of silence, the elder slowly emerged from the ring. He clasped his hands in front of Feng Shao, his face etched with sorrow. "Young Master Feng, my inept disciple, Yi Fan, has met his untimely demise at your hands. That I beseech you, do not hold past grievances against him, and grant him a proper burial. I would be eternally grateful." Though increasingly disheartened by Yi Fan's actions, the elder still regarded him as his disciple. The tragic fate that had befallen Yi Fan weighed heavily on the elder's heart. Feng Shao nodded in acknowledgement. "Life extinguishes as a candle's flame fades. This is but a trivial matter. I am willing to oblige your request. However, I am curious as to what your plans may be moving forward." The elder sighed and replied, "Young Master Feng, at this juncture, do I have any other options?" Feng Shao smiled faintly. "Indeed, it appears you do not." The elder fell silent, realizing that Feng Shao harbored a cunning side. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. "I am Chen Ke. Once an elder of the Xian sect 300 years ago, I supported the rightful heir, the Saint Sun Chung, in assuming leadership, which drew the ire of the sect master's eldest disciple, Wu Ju. During a conflict between our factions, the Saint Sun side suffered a devastating defeat, and many of his supporters were slain. That I managed to escape by the narrowest of margins, yet my disciples and family were not so fortunate. As they fell victim to Wu Ju's wrath, as for myself, I was cornered during a subsequent pursuit and forced to invoke forbidden techniques, leading to a mutual destruction with my assailants." Upon hearing this, Feng Shao raised an eyebrow in surprise that he had not anticipated that this elder was a former member of the Xian sect. The Xian sect was a prestigious establishment in the upper domain. While it could not rival the three great sacred grounds of the eastern continent, it far surpassed the Tai Wei sect in scale and was merely a hair's breadth away from the Yunjian pavilion in terms of strength. As a first-rate sect, Xian sect possessed an extraordinary foundation. Among its most renowned features was the so-called Sacred Ground, one of the 10 forbidden realms known as the Thunder Cataclysm. It was said that the sect's founding ancestor derived the innate thunder techniques from this very place, thus establishing the Xian lineage, which, as its name suggests, specializes in the manipulation of thunder. When its techniques are in motion, one can faintly hear the sound of wind and thunder. In battle, they can even harness the might of the 9 heavens thunder to deal devastating blows to their foes. However, due to the Xian sect's location in the northern continent, Feng Shao had little interaction with them. It was rumored that the Tianhua sword sect had a troubled relationship with the Xian sect, a rift that traced back to the era of the Wind Emperor and Thunder Emperor. Legend has it that both the Wind Emperor Ji Wuyo of the Tianhua sword sect and the Thunder Emperor Fan Zhongqian of the Xian sect were enamored with the celestial maiden Mo Wei of the purple clear sacred ground. Ultimately, however, Mo Wei chose Ji Wuyo. Yet her senior sister, Yang Hui, intervened and betrothed her to Fan Zhongqian. Following this, Ji Wuyo disrupted the wedding, slaying dozens of experts from both the Xian sect and the purple clear sacred ground. Inciting chaos, in the ensuing turmoil, Mo Wei was accidentally killed by Fan Zhongqian, driving Ji Wuyo into madness, leading to their mutual destruction. Consequently, a rift formed between the Tianhua sword sect and the Xianlei sect. Years later, Ji Wuyo's disciple, Su Jinyan, emerged and reignited conflict with the Xianlei sect. The Xianlei sect's resentment towards Su Jinyan escalated, prompting them to take drastic measures against him, which in turn incited the ire of the Tianhua sword sect. Thus began a protracted struggle, plunging the entire northern continent into chaos. Eventually, Su Jinyan entered the Three-Life Tower, sacrificing himself to awaken Mo Wei from the cycle of reincarnation that Mo Wei, adorned in the sea soul ice silk. Then confronted Yang Hui, who wielded the Qing Lian Jade blade, in a decisive battle that ended this clash. Yang Hui was defeated and slain, allowing Mo Wei to ascend as the sovereign of the Purple Clear sacred ground. Subsequently, through Mo Wei's mediation, the Tianhua sword sect and the Xianlei sect finally laid down their arms. However, the bond between the two sects could never return to its former intimacy. Following this turmoil, the Tianhua sword sect swiftly regained its vitality, while the Xianlei sect struggled to return to its former glory. The disparity in strength between the two factions grew ever wider, and the Xianlei sect gradually fell from its status as a premier sect to that of a quasi-first-rate sect. Yet, as the saying goes, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. No matter how much the Xianlei sect had declined, its foundation was still far superior to that of the Tianhua sect, a mere second-rate sect. The very fact that this elder could serve as a senior member of the Xianlei sect and even participate in the battles for the Saint's Son signifies his remarkable capabilities. Truly, he is deserving of the title of the Chosen One. With this thought, Feng Shao smiled and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, if you would consider changing your allegiance?" Chapter 63. Dispute Tai Wei Mountain. Following the departures of the second and third branch disciples, including Lu Qingyuan, a momentary tranquility enveloped Tai Wei sect. Yet, this calm was not destined to last long. Due to Feng Shao's departure, the sect leader, Qin Yangzi, faced mounting scrutiny from the disciples, perhaps in an attempt to divert attention from himself. Yi Chun, who had been sentenced to a year of solitary confinement by Qin Yangzi, found his punishment lifted after merely a month. Upon his release, Yi Chun felt as though the clouds had parted to reveal the moon, his head held high as he traversed the mountain paths. Time will tell who the future belongs to. The outcome of Feng Shao's exit served as irrefutable evidence. The first thing Yi Chun did after his confinement was to return to the third branch's location by the shores of Baofeng Lake. However, to his surprise, he was met not with the warm welcome of his master and three senior sisters, but with a cold indifference. The first person he encountered was his second senior sister. Li Qingying Qingying's presence within the third branch was minimal. Since her initiation, she had devoted herself to cultivation, rarely concerning herself with other matters. To Tio Yi Chun, Li Qingying seemed somewhat oblivious to the world. Her mannerisms imbued with a certain awkwardness, leading him to prefer avoiding interactions with her. Nevertheless, it would be impolite not to greet her upon meeting. Thus, upon spotting Li Qingying, he waved enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Second senior sister, I have returned." Yet, Li Qingying did not even spare him a glance. Continuing on her way to the training room, Yi Chun, watching her retreating figure, Yi Chun couldn't help but ponder, did I inadvertently acquire the ability to become invisible today? Li Qingying's cold demeanor did not lead Yi Chun to overthink the matter, as she was known for her detached disposition. Ultimately, he had no intention of engaging with her further, so he merely shrugged and continued on his way. Before long, Yi Chun arrived at the residence of Du Yuanxi. After a month of confinement, it was only fitting that he pay his respects to his master at the earliest opportunity. After knocking on Du Yuanxi's door, he heard her familiar voice from within, "Come in." Yi Chun pushed the door open and, with a beaming smile, addressed Du Yuanxi, "Master, I have returned." Du Yuanxi sat at her main seat, her eyes partially closed. Upon hearing Yi Chun's voice, her brow furrowed slightly, but she soon responded with a faint Yi Chun waited for some time, but Du Yuanxi did not continue speaking, leaving him somewhat puzzled. "Master, I have returned from my confinement." Du Yuanxi replied with another seemingly uninterested in elaborating. Yi Chun, at a loss, assumed his master was in the midst of meditation and preferred not to engage further. He thus remarked, "Master, I have been thinking of you and my senior sisters every day during my confinement. Regrettably, I could not return to see you and my senior sisters, so I hope for your forgiveness." His tone carried a sense of grievance, as if he had been wronged. That Du Yuanxi's brow furrowed again, and in a flat tone, she inquired, "Yi Chen, do you know why you were confined?" Yi Chen pouted, responding testily, "Isn't it because that scoundrel Feng Shao was speaking ill of me? I only killed a few insignificant people. Yet Feng Shao relentlessly pursued me, that if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been confined." Du Yuanxi was taken aback that Yi Chen still did not recognize his fault at this stage, and her tone turned cold. "Do you truly believe you have committed no wrong?" Yi Chen considered this for a moment, begrudgingly acknowledging that he may have acted somewhat rashly towards his senior sister. However, ever since he joined the sect, his senior sister had taken good care of him. Therefore, he felt that even if he had acted improperly towards her, she would likely not hold it against him. With this in mind, he boldly asserted, "It was indeed rash of me to act against my senior sister, but can all the blame fall on me? If not, master, you can call my senior sister over and hear her side of the story." Du Yuanxi was furious, slamming the table and exclaiming, "Yi Chen, not only did you act against a fellow disciple, but you also unjustly killed 2 innocent people, one of whom was from the Yunjian pavilion. You truly believe you have committed no wrong? You even have the audacity to ask me to summon Bai Yun." This was the first time Yi Chen had witnessed his master express such stern disapproval, causing him to feel somewhat apprehensive. He stammered, "It was indeed wrong of me to act against my senior sister. However, the fault for killing those 2 does not lie with me. The Linglong Pavilion slandered me for theft. How could I allow such an insult to stand? Thus, I sought justice from the Linglong Pavilion." Du Yuanxi, infuriated to the point of laughter, retorted, "Justice? What justice do you seek? What slander did the Linglong Pavilion cast upon you?" "The Linglong Pavilion accused me of stealing a sword." "And where is that sword now?" Yi Chen replied without hesitation, "It is in my possession." As the matter concerning Bai Feng Yuan had already reached a conclusion, any attempt at evasion would be futile. It was better to be forthright and assertive, which would at least lend an air of righteousness. However, Du Yuanxi coldly responded, "Since it is in your possession, that merely proves the Linglong Pavilion did not slander you." Yi Chen spoke with displeasure. "I helped the people of Linglong Pavilion resolve their troubles. What is the harm in taking a sword from them? How can that be deemed theft? When you took the sword, did you obtain permission from Linglong Pavilion?" "I did not. To take without informing is indeed theft." Du Yuanxi que regarder digre que Shen, et Du Yuanxi have failed as a teacher, to have raised a disciple of your ilk, a petty thief, that I am truly ashamed before the ancestors of Tianhua sect. Yi Chen suddenly felt that his master's moral compass might be somewhat skewed. In his view, while taking without permission was wrong, the context mattered. After all, he had assisted the young lady of Linglong Pavilion in overcoming a significant issue. Thus, taking a single sword seemed trivial in comparison. Surely, this was his due. Therefore, Deng Ying's accusation of theft was unfounded. It was only reasonable for him to seek revenge by sneaking into Linglong Pavilion at midnight, as Yi Chen argued his case. Du Yuanxi gazed at her little disciple in astonishment. She found it incomprehensible how some individuals could possess such a divergent mindset. Could it be that the workings of his mind were fundamentally different from others? Ultimately, the master and disciple parted ways in discontent due to their clash of ideals. Upon exiting Du Yuanxi's abode, Yi Chen remained indignant. While he could accept that others did not understand him, it was intolerable that even his own master failed to comprehend him. Moreover, she was supposed to be his mentor. Even if he had erred, as his master, she ought to stand by him. Other masters typically defended their disciples. Why did it seem that in her case, she was instead reproaching her own student? Yi Chen felt perplexed and wronged, believing that his master had betrayed the trust he placed in her. In his grievance, Yi Chen fled to Baofeng Lake, drew forth his blood-refining sword, and began to slash at the water. Infusing his sword with true essence, every strike sent forth towering curtains of water, carving fearsome gashes upon the jagged rocks lining the shore, transforming the once picturesque lake into a disfigured visage. Yet, with each swing, Yi Chen felt an exhilarating release. Observing the panicked waterfowl and the struggling fish stranded upon the shore, he sensed that the pent-up frustration within him was finally finding an outlet. Just as Yi Chen was reveling in his actions, a voice suddenly called out, "Stop! Turning towards the source of the voice, he saw senior sister Han Biyun looking sorrowfully at the ravaged Baofeng Lake. Unable to contain her anger, Yi Chen, what madness is this? Having just been sternly reprimanded by Du Wanxi, Yi Chen had intended to seek solace from his senior sister. However, before he could utter a word, she chastised him harshly. Feeling increasingly dissatisfied, he replied, I am merely venting here. What of it? What of it? Look at what you've done to this lake. Do you not realize that numerous medicinal herbs are cultivated within? Your reckless venting has destroyed them all. Han Biyun exclaimed furiously. Wai Yi Chun, growing impatient, retorted, It is just a few herbs. Our Tianhua sect is vast and prosperous. We can certainly absorb the loss. Han Biyun took a deep breath, barely suppressing her rising ire, and coldly stated, If that is your stance, then you can compensate for the lost herbs. Not much, merely a few thousand spirit stones. Yi Chen exclaimed in disbelief. A few thousand spirit stones? Senior sister, are you trying to deceive me? In Yi Chen's estimation, those herbs were worth at most a few hundred spirit stones that T.O. demand thousands right off the bat. Did she truly consider him a fool? Han Biyun regarded him with a cold gaze. I wish I were deceiving you. Our 3 branches, aside from cultivation, primarily oversee the herbs in this lake. Among the dozens of true disciples and hundreds of outer disciples in the entire Tianhua sect, a significant portion of the medicinal herbs needed for our monthly elixirs is sourced from Baofeng Lake. With you having destroyed these herbs, Tianhua sect will be without elixirs for at least 3 months. Can you shoulder that responsibility? Yi Chen instinctively turned his head away, muttering, Is it really worth all this fuss over a few elixirs? We can just purchase more from outside. It's not as though we're unable to buy them. Han Biyun scoffed. If that is the case, then let our illustrious Yi Tycoon travel to Liang City to procure the elixirs. Oh wait, I forgot that you might not be able to enter Linglong Pavilion anymore. How about this? You first produce 3,000 spirit stones, and let the other disciples handle the procurement. Yi Chen protested. Why should I pay? Does the sect lack funds? Han Biyun fumed. Why should you pay? You ask. Did the herbs not perish in your hands? Yi Chen shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I have no money. The elixirs are not solely for my use. Why should I bear the cost? If anyone should pay, it ought to be the sect. Yi Chen finally understood that senior sister had come to make his life difficult today. If that were the case, he resolved to ignore her. He turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Han Biyun trembling with rage by the lakeside. Chapter 64. Target. After leaving Baofeng Lake, Yi Chen felt a lingering gloom and sought out Lu Qingyuan, his closest ally, to share his woes. However, after searching the sect, he could not find Lu Qingyuan anywhere. In desperation, Yi Chen inquired around and learned that Lu Qingyuan had departed the sect over half a month ago. Where she had gone was unknown to anyone. This revelation left Yi Chen feeling quite dejected. With no one in the 3 branches willing to listen to his grievances, he sought out familiar outer disciples for a friendly chat. Though Yi Chen was a true disciple, his relations with the Longmen and Erji branches were not particularly strong. Yet among the outer disciples, he was quite well-liked and got along well with some. Whenever Yi Chen descended the mountain to travel, he would often bring back small gifts for them. Of course, given Yi Chen's frugal nature, anything of value would invariably be kept for himself, even if he had no use for it. Selling it for money was also a good option. The items he gave to the outer disciples were those he had no use for and were unlikely to sell, following the principle of waste utilization. He gifted them to others. Naturally, those outer disciples who benefited from Yi Chen's generosity regarded him as a leader, greatly satisfying his vanity. Upon hearing that Yi Chen had been released from confinement, a few outer disciples who were on good terms with him rushed over with fine wine and roasted chicken, warmly welcoming him. In the 3 branches where he had been neglected, Yi Chen felt a surge of happiness as he enjoyed drinks and feasted with them. During the meal, the conversation naturally turned to recent events in Tianhua sect. Upon learning that the 2nd branch disciples had collectively left the sect, Yi Chen curiously inquired, with the 2nd branch disciples gone, doesn't T's 2nd master intend to intervene? A named Zhang Yu, an outer disciple, shook his head. It is unclear what Elder Qin is thinking. Not only did he fail to stop them, but he even personally escorted the 2nd branch disciples down the mountain. I heard that the departure of the second branch disciples was partly instigated by Elder Qin. Yichen chuckled at this revelation. Is that so? The second master actually sent his own disciples out of the sect. What could he be thinking? Another outer disciple, named Li Zhao, shrugged. Who knows? But as for the matters of true disciples, what concern is it to us outer disciples? Their departure might actually mean more resources for us outer disciples. And perhaps they will even select some of us to enter the inner sect. However, a third outer disciple named Zhao Quan scoffed, eliciting puzzled looks from the others. Zhang Yu could not help but ask, Zhao Quan, what is so funny? Zhao Quan laughed. You all still dream of entering the inner sect. Have you forgotten how long the second branch disciples have been gone? Do you see Elder Qin showing any interest in recruiting true disciples? I suspect he no longer wishes to take in true disciples. As they considered this, the others could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. For them, becoming a true disciple in the inner sect was their greatest aspiration. Recently, many outer disciples had been eagerly awaiting Elder Qin to select true disciples from among them. With this hope dashed, their spirits naturally fell at why Yichun, however, patted his chest confidently. What is there to fear? Just a few true disciples? Rest assured, once I become the Holy Son, my brothers will surely benefit. The position of true disciple is nothing to me. The crowd rejoiced, raising their glasses in toast to Yichun. After a round of drinks, Zhang Yu curiously asked, Brother Yi, how can you be so certain you will become the Holy Son? Did the sect master inform you? Yichun grinned smugly. Let me share a secret with you. In a few days, I will break through to the Golden Core realm. At that time, I shall be the foremost disciple of Tianhua sect. As long as the sect master isn't foolish, he will undoubtedly choose me as the Holy Son. How could such a position possibly fall to another? Li Zhao tilted his head, pondering aloud, but what are the benefits of becoming the Holy Son? I heard that when Feng Shao was the Holy Son, he was perpetually busy, hardly finding time to cultivate. The title does not seem to come with any perks. Yichun dismissed this notion. Feng Shao is not fit to be compared to me. That fool was a complete idiot. Having become the Holy Son, he should have sought more benefits for himself instead of fussing over every little thing in the sect, in my opinion. Feng Shao simply brought this suffering upon himself. The others nodded in agreement, fully convinced. Since the person who could entangle with Yichun must possess a character not dissimilar to his own. Feng Shao, who oversees the sect, diligently attends to both the inner and outer disciples. The management of the inner and outer sects does not differ greatly. The inner sect is merely more stringent, while the outer sect is somewhat more lenient. However, leniency does not imply that one can act without restraint. Those who have become entangled with Yichun are the most lax in their cultivation among the outer disciples. And they are also the most prone to causing trouble. During their descent from the mountain to procure supplies, they invariably manage to stir up some mischief. Feng Shao, of course, could not ignore this and unceremoniously punish these individuals, leaving them seething with anger. Yet they dared not voice their grievances due to Feng Shao's esteemed position within the sect. With Feng Shao's departure, their fortunes naturally began to improve. The fine wine and roasted chicken they now presented were procured using misappropriated sect funds during their recent expedition down the mountain. Having attained one peak, they now yearned for another. They began to fantasize about the prosperous days that would follow once Yichun ascended to the position of Saint Son. Indeed, the days that lay ahead promised to be bountiful for them. But perhaps not for others. With Feng Shao's restraint no longer in play, Yichun ran rampant throughout the sect, behaving like a wild dog unleashed. Relying on his superior cultivation, he stirred discord everywhere he went. In just a few days, he had clashed on the martial platform with 4 direct disciples of the Longmen and 5 outer disciples, resulting in severe injuries. 6 individuals had their dantians destroyed, and 3 suffered severed meridians. The martial platform of Tianhua sect typically accommodates any disciple wishing to spar, yet Feng Shao had emphasized from the outset that it was intended solely for friendly exchanges. Participants were expected to hold back, and no one was permitted to inflict severe harm upon others. For many years, the disciples of Tianhua sect adhered strictly to Feng Shao's regulations, only to find that with his absence, Yichun had flouted the established rules. His actions incited considerable discontent, prompting the Longmen disciples to report him to Qinjiangzi, demanding strict punishment. However, upon learning of these events, Qinjiangzi's thoughts took a different turn. following Feng Shao's departure from the sect. Dissatisfaction among the disciples towards him began to simmer. Although the disciples did not articulate their grievances, Qin Jiangzi could sense the underlying unrest. As the leader, he could not reprimand his disciples based on mere whispers of discontent. Thus, he pondered his course of action for several days. He recalled the methods Feng Shao employed in similar situations, and an idea began to form that if he could not quell the disciples' dissatisfaction with him, perhaps he could redirect their ire elsewhere. This consideration prompted Qin Jiangzi to prematurely conclude Yi Qin's confinement. From a certain perspective, Yi Qin's behavior inadvertently fulfilled Qin Jiangzi's objective. The sheer number of complaints lodged against Yi Qin illustrated this point. As the disciples sought to report Yi Qin, they naturally turned to Qin Jiangzi, their leader, as their only recourse. Thus, in an unintentional manner, Yi Qin's arrogant conduct fostered a renewed sense of unity among the disciples under Qin Jiangzi's leadership. Qin Jiangzi himself was pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of this strategy and, feeling a sense of gratification, became increasingly reluctant to relinquish his hold on Yi Qin. After all, without Yi Qin, where else could he find such a captivating target for animosity? Consequently, Qin Jiangzi merely issued a few mild reprimands to Yi Qin and swiftly moved past the incident. Although the disciples felt discontented, they found themselves powerless to act. Upon realizing Qin Jiangzi's intentional leniency, Yi Qin's behavior grew increasingly brazen, solidifying his status as a pariah in the eyes of the Longmen disciples. Even the outer disciples regarded him with a mix of fear and loathing. Only Yi Qin's sycophants followed him around, puffed up with arrogance, eager for others to recognize their allegiance to him. As for the three branches, led by Du Yuanxi, they collectively chose to ignore Yi Qin. They understood that Yi Qin had become an inescapable scourge for Tianhua sect. To make matters worse, this scourge was backed by both Qin Jiangzi and Ling Shuzi. Unbeknownst to them, a month passed swiftly. During this time, Yi Qin lived in contentment and satisfaction, though he found himself vexed by the prolonged absence of any challengers. This lack of confrontation deprived him of the opportunity to showcase his superiority, which was intolerable. Meanwhile, his few subordinates found themselves increasingly isolated from other disciples. Given Yi Qin's protective nature, others hesitated to provoke him or his sycophants, opting instead to avoid them altogether. Thus, Yi Qin's followers eventually discovered that they had not encountered any willing interlocutors among the disciples for quite some time. Within this atmosphere, Tianhua sect maintained a delicate balance. In this subtle equilibrium, the disciples' dissatisfaction with their leader transformed into resentment directed at Yi Qin, who reveled in this newfound dynamic, even becoming somewhat intoxicated by it was within this climate that Qin Jiangzi suddenly made a momentous decision, triggering a seismic shift within Tianhua sect. Qin Jiangzi announced that Yi Qin would assume the position of the new saint son of Tianhua sect. Dear readers, please leave a 5-star review. Chapter 65. The re-establishment of the saint son. Qin Jiangzi's decision was primarily influenced by the affairs of Yunjian. Following the assassination of Steward Deng, Yunjian dispatched representatives to inquire with Tianhua sect. Initially, Qin Jiangzi contemplated leveraging their amicable relations to downplay the matter, but Yunjian was not amenable to such an approach. They insisted on the identification of the culprit within 2 months. For a powerful entity like Yunjian, a 2-month time frame was already a generous concession to Tianhua sect. Had Feng Shao been present, he would have discerned that Yunjian's extended deadline was intended to minimize potential fallout. As a prominent force in the eastern continent, Yunjian's dignity could not be trifled with. A life had been lost, and an explanation was demanded. That if Tianhua sect was unwilling to surrender the perpetrator, they would need to propose a more satisfactory resolution, ensuring that Yunjian's honor was preserved. Under Feng Shao's leadership, surrendering the culprit would have been the only viable option, as he would not jeopardize the reputation of Tianhua sect for the sake of a mere killer. However, Qin Jiangzi did not possess Feng Shao's keen instincts. He perceived the 2-month period as a gesture of goodwill stemming from their 3 years of friendship. Consequently, he believed that to resolve the issue amicably, it was essential to deepen their mutual ties. This led him to consider a marriage alliance between the two factions. The potential union involved Yunjian's only daughter, Lin Shaoran, and the former saint's son, Feng Shao. Now that Feng Shao had distanced himself from the sect, Qin Jiangzi began to contemplate how to preserve this alliance that he resolved to reinstate the position of saint's son. With a saint's son in place, the marriage alliance could continue, and he could even take further steps, such as hastening Lin Xiaoran's marriage in a Tianhua sect, thereby strengthening their bond and using the ensuing excitement to overshadow the incident involving Steward Deng. Thus, Qin Jiangzi believed this decision was well considered and presented the best solution. However, he initially struggled to identify a suitable candidate for the position of saint's son. During Feng Shao's tenure, he had diligently nurtured capable disciples. As a result, a number of commendable disciples had emerged within Tianhua sect. Yet, despite their capabilities, none possessed the exceptional talent that Yi Chen exhibited. In fact, many had yet to reach the innate realm. With the second branch of disciples having already departed, and only Yi Chen remaining as the sole male in the third branch, it was evident that finding a worthy candidate among the Longmen disciples would be challenging. As for the outer disciples, they were not even a consideration. Even if Qin Jiangzi believed in the strength of their relationship, he did not think Yun Jianj would be inclined to marry their daughter to an outer disciple of Tianhua sect. After much contemplation, Qin Jiangzi reluctantly concluded that the only viable choice was Yi Chen. Nevertheless, while Yi Chen exhibited flaws in character, his aptitude was undeniably exceptional. Surely, with his talents, he could be deemed worthy of Yun Jianj's princess. Thus, Qin Jiangzi ultimately resolved to appoint Yi Chen as the new saint's son of Tianhua sect. However, he did not anticipate that this announcement would immediately incite a wave of opposition. Surprisingly, the first to voice dissent was none other than Yi Chen's own master and the head of the third branch. Du Yuanxi contended that the role of saint's son was pivotal to the cohesion of Tianhua sect's disciples, and that cohesion could not be measured solely by strength. Yi Chen had offended countless individuals within the sect. To put it bluntly, were it not for the protection of Qin Jiangzi and Ling Shuzi, even Du Yuanxi would have been unable to tolerate him. Allowing such a person to assume the position of saint's son would undoubtedly fracture the unity of Tianhua sect. Following Du Yuanxi, the head of the second branch, Qin Zhao, also expressed his opposition. His reasoning was straightforward. Yi Chen was simply unfit for the role. After the two heads voiced their discontent, both the Longmen and outer disciples echoed their sentiments, asserting that Yi Chen lacked the qualifications to become saint's son. Some even privately declared that should Yi Chen ultimately be appointed to the position, they would abandon the sect. Of course, the Longmen disciples' threats were largely born out of frustration, while the outer disciples felt less attachment to the sect and could easily walk away. The disciples of the Longmen sect, however, are in a different league. They utilize the finest resources of the sect and receive the most exemplary teachings. Their departures, though justified, may appear to outsiders as acts of treachery against their master and ancestors. The defection of the second branch's disciples was permitted, if not incited, by their leader. Their circumstances differ significantly. Thus, they cannot cavalierly make the same choices as the second branch disciples. Despite the overwhelming and vehement opposition, Qin Jiangzi ultimately stood resolutely by his decision. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of intense dissatisfaction towards the dissenters. They only perceived that Yi Chen was unworthy of his position, yet they failed to consider that his actions were motivated by a concern for the sect's welfare. Did they truly believe that inviting the people of Yunjian Pavilion to seek retribution would satisfy them? A bunch of short-sighted individuals. Following Qin Jiangzi's announcement of his final decision, many expressed their disappointment. That very night, 13 disciples from Longmen simultaneously requested to resign and sought permission to descend the mountain for travel. They could not easily choose to sever ties with the sect, but they could opt not to remain in Tianhua sect. Qin Jiangzi was naturally enraged and vehemently reprimanded the leading disciple, Gao Yi. From Longmen, after silently enduring the scolding, Gao Yi unexpectedly replied, "Disciples' purpose in descending the mountain is to seek medicinal herbs to restore the dantians of our 5th and 7th junior brothers. Since Master is unwilling to take responsibility for them, it falls upon me to devise a solution." Qin Jiangzi was momentarily rendered speechless. The 5th junior brother and 7th junior brother referred to the two Longmen disciples whose dantians had been rendered ineffective by Yi Chen. After this incident, the Longmen disciples had collectively demanded punishment for Yi Chen, yet Qin Jiangzi had brushed them off, leaving many feeling disheartened. When Feng Shao was still present, he had repeatedly instructed them to love and support one another. Adhering to Feng Shao's philosophy, they could not stand idly by in the face of their injured comrades' plight. Now, with Qin Jiangzi turning a blind eye, Their only recourse was to devise a means to assist the two in restoring their dantians. Restoring dantians is an impossible task in the lower realms. Yet for those in the upper realms, while challenging, it is not entirely without hope. From Gao Yi's words, Qin Jiangzi sensed the discontent among his disciples, which further vexed him, but he slammed the table, exclaiming, "Leave! All of you leave! I shall see if Tianhua sect cannot survive without you." The disciples, silent, offered their respects to Qin Jiangzi before departing. After a while of brooding, Qin Jiangzi regretted his earlier rigidity. With the second branch disciples having already left, if the Longmen disciples followed suit, the inner sect would be reduced to merely the third branch, aside from Han Biyun. Who could shoulder the burden? Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. The situation had reached a point where he could only seek alternative solutions, while the current state of Tianhua sect was indeed dire. It was infinitely better than when he first took charge. Thus, Qin Jiangzi remained somewhat optimistic. Since the current inner sect disciples were unreliable, he resolved to recruit a new batch. After all, Tianhua sect was the most renowned sect within hundreds of miles. Surely, it could attract some talented disciples. However, given the present lack of inner sect members, he could only seek candidates from the outer sect. Consequently, that afternoon, Qin Jiangzi announced that a selection for inner sect disciples would soon be held. And the 10 outer sect disciples who performed best would have the opportunity to be personally instructed by the sect leader and upgraded to inner sect disciples. This declaration stirred excitement among the outer sect. Traditionally, the selection for inner sect disciples occurred every 3 years, with the last one taking place the previous year. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, the next selection would not be expected for another 2 years. Qin Jiangzi's decision meant that many disciples would not have to wait that long. Although the path of cultivation often spans centuries, competition among peers can create significant disparities in just a year or two. Gaining entry to the inner sect 2 years early was an immense opportunity for them. Undoubtedly, Qin Jiangzi's choice brought joy to the outer sect disciples and helped him consolidate support. While this support was only from the outer sect, these disciples could still ascend to the inner sect. Once he recruited a sufficient number of inner sect disciples, he could replace the previous batch of disobedient ones. If disciples were disobedient, then no matter how many there were or how powerful they became, it would be of no use. In the ensuing days, outer sect disciples eagerly prepared for the forthcoming inner sect selection competition. Meanwhile, Qin Jiangzi hastily handed over the Holy Sun token to Yi Chun before instructing Ling Shuzi to promptly visit Yunjian Pavilion to discuss the change of the marriage arrangement. For Yi Chun, Qin Jiangzi's decision was akin to a stroke of fortune, leaving him utterly dazed. Who was Lin Shaoran? Although she was merely 15 this year, it was rumored that she had already reached the innate realm, just a step away from forming her core. Furthermore, she practiced the 36 swords of freedom, destined to become another renowned fairy of freedom in due time, coupled with the vast estate of Yunjian Pavilion backing her. It would be no exaggeration to say that marrying Lin Shaoran would equate to saving 300 years of effort. Moreover, Yi Chen had heard that Lin Shaoran had inherited her mother's beauty at just 15. She had blossomed into a stunning beauty, said to be comparable in looks to Shao Yunqing of the Nine in Sacred Land. The very thought ignited a fervent desire within Yi Chen to sprout wings and fly to Yunjian Pavilion. In Yi Chen's eyes, the change of the marriage arrangement was a foregone conclusion, especially since Feng Shao was no longer a Tianhua sect, leaving Yunjian Pavilion no choice but to seek a new marital alliance. Among Tianhua sect, only he, Yi Chen, possessed the qualifications to become Yunjian Pavilion's son-in-law. However, to leave a good impression on Lin Shaoran, Yi Chen meticulously groomed himself and practiced his opening lines in front of a mirror for half a day. He was utterly confident that Lin Shaoran would undoubtedly fall in love with him at first sight. Moreover, Yunjian Pavilion would certainly lend their strong support. At that moment, Yi Chen felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. When Ling Shuzi received this task, he curiously inquired, why doesn't he, the sect leader, personally accompany Yi Chen to Yunjian Pavilion to change the marriage arrangement? If the sect leader were to go, the change would surely proceed more smoothly. In truth, Qin Jiangzi wished to go himself, but the internal situation at Tianhua sect was unstable, with disciples attempting to leave the sect daily, as long as he was present to oversee matters. The disciples were less likely to act out of line. However, if he ventured far, he feared that by the time he returned, many would have already fled. Although it was inevitable that a change in loyal disciples was necessary, it required time to accomplish. Until then, he needed to stabilize the disciples within the sect. Yet he could not share these concerns with Ling Shuzi. Thus, Qin Jiangzi merely replied, "You may take my letter. It will be no different from my personal visit." Ling Shuzi, seeing this, could only say, "Very well. However, we cannot go alone. Please dispatch some accompanying disciples to bolster our numbers." Qin Jiangzi immediately felt a headache coming on. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Then you may recruit a few clever and capable disciples from the outer sect to accompany you." Ling Shuzi, displeased, remarked, "Why can't we send some Longmen disciples? How skilled can the outer sect disciples be? Are you afraid that Yunjian Pavilion will look down upon us?" Qin Jiangzi shook his head, saying, "The Longmen disciples have all gone down the mountain to travel, aside from the third branch disciples. There are only outer sect disciples left in Tianhua sect." Ling Shuzi was aware that Tianhua sect had been facing tough times recently, but he had not anticipated that even the Longmen disciples had descended the mountain. Though the Longmen disciples had not explicitly stated their intention to leave the sect, given the current situation, it seemed likely they would not return for 3 to 5 years. As for the third branch, their most outstanding disciple, Lu Qingyuan, had left over a month ago, and his whereabouts were now unknown. Meanwhile, Han Biyun and Li Qingying, one was a staunch loyalist of Feng Shao, and the other indifferent to worldly matters, would be of no use even if pulled into action. Reluctantly, Ling Shuzi conceded, "Very well, I shall select a few from the outer sect." Ling Shuzi held a low opinion of the outer sect disciples. After all, if they had not even entered the inner sect, how skilled could they possibly be? Upon hearing this, Yichen voluntarily ventured to the outer sect and soon returned with a few of his sycophants. Yichen grinned at Ling Shuzi, saying, "Master Uncle, these individuals are my good brothers from the outer sect. You might as well take them along." Ling Shuzi glanced at the 3 before him, his brow furrowing slightly. The strongest among them was merely at the pulse-opening realm, while the other 2 had just begun to establish their foundations. Such meager strength would be inconspicuous in any sect, let alone a renowned establishment like Yunjian Pavilion. However, considering Tianhua sect's current circumstances, Ling Shuzi could only sigh inwardly and say, "Very well, it shall be the 3 of you." The 3 rejoiced, quickly bowing to Ling Shuzi and exuberantly thanking Yi Chun. "Thank you, Holy Sun Senior Brother." Hearing the title, Holy Sun, made Yi Chun beam with delight. The next day, Ling Shuzi and Yi Chun, accompanied by Zhang Yu, Li Zhao, and Zhao Quan, set off for Yunjian Pavilion, located 1,000 miles away. Yunjian Pavilion was situated on Donghua Mountain in the eastern continent, and its predecessor was the infamous demonic sect, the Tianqin sect, in the ethereal realm of Yunjian. Its master, Lin Fengtian, is the offspring of Lin Shaoyan, a former elder of the Tianqin sect. Discontented with the sect's modus operandi, Lin Shaoyan chose to withdraw, a decision that incited the ire of Tianqin sect, which subsequently dispatched a multitude of assassins to hunt down Lin Shaoyan and his wife in a desperate bid for survival. The couple entrusted their infant daughter, Lin Fengtian, to her uncle, Liang Boying, before meeting their tragic fate at the hands of the sect. Upon maturing, Lin Fengtian uncovered the truth of his lineage and vowed to avenge his parents. During this period, he forged alliances with Lung Lingyue, the leader of the Lingyue Hall, and Xiao Riao, the head of the Xiaoyao Hall, ultimately achieving successful retribution with their assistance. The remnants of the Tianqin sect were then reorganized under Lin Fengtian's leadership, transforming into the Yunjian, shifting from darkness to light and emerging as one of the preeminent powers in Dongzhou. Presently, Yunjian comprises 13 halls collectively known as the 13 Halls of Yunjian, with the Xiaoyao Hall and Lingyue Hall at the forefront, wielding the greatest influence and strength. The remaining 11 halls, apart from 3 that are stationed at Yunjian, are strategically positioned in the 8 cardinal directions, serving to safeguard the central authority. Under Lin Fengtian's stewardship, Yunjian shed the aggressive tendencies of its predecessor, evolving into a vast commercial consortium. The trade ventures of Yunjian encompass a diverse array of goods, including spiritual artifacts, elixirs, herbs, metals, and garments, among which are rare treasures of celestial origin. When Yujian presented these coveted resources to various cultivators, many righteous sects found themselves devoid of justification for hostility against them. Consequently, under Lin Fengtian's guidance, Yujian successfully navigated its transition from malevolence to righteousness. Today, Yujian stands as a formidable entity, devoid of formidable adversaries, and ranks among the elite forces of Dongzhou. Countless sects yearn to cultivate close ties with Yujian, particularly upon learning that its master, Lin Fengtian, has a daughter of marriageable age, prompting numerous sects to send their most gifted disciples to seek her hand. However, Lin Fengtian has graciously declined all proposals. While many sects lament this outcome, they remain perplexed by Yujian's underlying intentions. The alliance between Yujian and Tianhua sect has remained a closely guarded secret, known only to the parties involved. Lin Fengtian's rationale for this discretion is evident. Tianhua sect, though significantly strengthened over the past 3 decades, still pales in comparison to true first-rate sections. Publicly disclosing the alliance could spell disaster for Tianhua sect. After all, Lin Fengtian has only one daughter to marry off, that if Lin Shaoran were already betrothed. The matter could be revisited, provided the suitor were deemed suitable. Tianhua sect. This was merely a soft target ripe for the taking. It was at this juncture that Yi Chun discovered the existence of the alliance, and that the betrothed was none other than Feng Shao, which filled him with indignation. What merit did Feng Shao possess to deserve an engagement with the princess of Yujian? Was this not a grievous waste? Fortunately, Feng Shao was no longer associated with Tianhua sect, and the engagement would now fall to Yi Chun. The mere thought of this made him chuckle. Ah, Feng Shao, some fortunes may come your way, but lacking sufficient blessings could lead to misfortune. Since you lack such fortune, allow me to graciously accept it on your behalf. Ling Shuzi and his companions embarked on the sole spiritual vessel of Tianhua sect, taking approximately 3 days to finally arrive at Yujian. Upon disembarking, Yichen could not suppress his grievances, exclaiming, "This vessel is utterly inadequate. It is both small and slow, taking such an inordinately long time to reach Yujian. Can't the sect leader spare some funds for a more suitable vessel?" Zhang Yu and Li Zhao chimed in. "The Holy Sun is absolutely right. Upon our return, we must insist that the sect leader procure a more advanced vessel. Otherwise, traveling in such a craft would be utterly embarrassing." Zhao Quan added, "Holy Sun, now that we have arrived at Yujian, you are soon to become its son-in-law. Once you wed the princess of Yujian, what treasures will you lack? A mere vessel is inconsequential to Yujian. If they were wise, they would present us with the finest vessel upon our departure." Yichen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot return empty-handed after this journey." The Yujian guards responsible for receiving the Tianhua sect entourage could not help but frown at this exchange. Yet they refrained from comment, guiding them directly to the Grand Hall of Yujian. The grandeur of Yujian is reflected in its 3 main halls and an additional 37 pavilions and side halls, all adorned with intricate carvings and enveloped in mist, creating a breathtaking spectacle. From a distance, it resembles a celestial paradise. During his time at Tianhua sect, Yichen had believed their grand hall and pavilions to be impressive. Yet upon arriving here, he realized the vastness of the world beyond. The Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge, spanning a distance of 1,000 meters, appeared almost miraculous. Walking upon it felt as though one were enveloped in clouds. With the skies seemingly lowered a notch, the cries of celestial cranes and the elusive spirit beasts added an ethereal quality to Yujian. And no wonder it is named Yujian, for it indeed seems to be built amidst the clouds. Gazing upon this scene, Yichen found himself lost in wonder, nearly forgetting his surroundings. His companions, however, were even more awestruck, akin to a bewildered visitor in a grand estate, their eyes wide with astonishment. Only Ling Shuzi maintained a semblance of composure, though he too was internally amazed by the immense foundation of Yujian. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of elation. A union with such a formidable force offered hope for the resurgence of Tianhua sect. Chapter 67. Lin Xiaoran. It is uncertain whether Yi Chen's arrival was fortuitous or otherwise, but Lin Xiaoran had returned to Yujian just days prior, accompanied by a young girl recently taken under her mother's wing. The origins of this girl were not elaborated upon by Xiao Ruyao, who merely stated that she would study the Xiaoyao 36 sword techniques alongside Lin Xiaoran. though she was not considered her disciple. Lin Xiaoran was left perplexed. If her mother intended to teach her swordsmanship, why not take her as a disciple? However, she did not dwell on the matter and began to view the young girl as a sister from that day forward. As the sole daughter of Lin Fengtian and Xiao Ruiyao, Lin Xiaoran held a prominent position within both Yunjian and Xiaoyao Hall. Yet this very status left her without companions during her childhood, leading to a life filled with respect but devoid of intimacy, which in turn fostered her solitary disposition. Perhaps this is why, at the tender age of 8, unable to bear the loneliness of her isolated existence, she stealthily descended the mountain, claiming she was off to find her mother at Xiaoyao Hall. Lin Xiaoran's disappearance sent shockwaves throughout Yunjian, prompting Lin Fengtian to dispatch numerous search parties across the land in search of his daughter. However, Lin Xiaoran vanished without a trace, akin to a droplet absorbed into the vast ocean. Newly descended from the mountain, Lin Xiaoran was filled with curiosity about the world beyond, wandering playfully and inadvertently covering several hundred miles. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that she had strayed far from the path to Xiaoyao Hall. To make matters worse, her lavish attire, devoid of any attendants, drew unwelcome attention from passersby. Before long, Lin Xiaoran found herself robbed of all her possessions in a city located several dozen miles from Liang City. Fortunately, due to her youth, she did not arouse further suspicion among the onlookers. However, stripped of her belongings, Lin Xiaoran was thrust into the harsh realities of life. Desperate, she resorted to trading her jewelry for sustenance, yet she remained unaware of the true value of her adornments. Items that could purchase an entire inn or a bottle of exquisite elixirs, merely exchanged for a few buns. Thus, it was not long before Lin Xiaoran found herself devoid of even the means to barter for food. After enduring several days of hunger, she could no longer resist the temptation to steal a few buns in Liang City. However, her diminutive stature soon led to her capture by the owner of the bun shop, who nearly dealt her a fatal blow. That moment, Feng Shao fortuitously passed by and rescued Lin Xiaoran. She would forever remember that, when no one else was willing to lend a helping hand, it was the charming older brother who came to her aid. When I was the princess of Yunjian, everyone sought to please me. Yet, when I was merely a beggar, only Brother Shao showed me kindness. From that moment forth, Feng Shao's image was indelibly etched in Lin Xiaoran's heart. Afterward, Feng Shao not only tended to her wounds, but also arranged for her to have a warm bath and treated her to a hearty meal. After enduring the vicissitudes of life for over 10 days, Lin Xiaoran could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed into Feng Shao's embrace, weeping inconsolably. Perhaps it was the tumultuous days that left her feeling insecure. For even at night, she refused to part from Feng Shao. Reluctantly, Feng Shao held Lin Xiaoran in his arms, spending the night with her at the inn. Naturally, to Feng Shao, Lin Xiaoran was just an 8-year-old girl, and he had no inappropriate thoughts towards one so young. However, upon waking the next morning, Lin Xiaoran looked at Feng Shao with utmost seriousness and declared, "Big brother, since we've shared a bed, I can only marry you in the future." Feng Shao found himself in a state of bemusement, responding to Lin Xiaoran's proposal in a manner befitting a child, before embarking on a lengthy journey to deliver her to the Xiaoyao Hall situated on the ethereal Piamiao Peak. Initially, he regarded Lin Xiaoran's words as mere childish prattle, not to be taken seriously. However, for years later, a delegation from the Yunjian arrived at the Tianhua sect, presenting a request for a union. It was then that Feng Shao became aware that Lin Xiaoran was none other than the sole daughter of the illustrious Lin Fengtian, the leader of Yunjian. The Tianhua sect was understandably taken aback upon receiving the marriage proposal from Yunjian. Over the years, Feng Shao had frequently traversed the foothills, assisting countless individuals, influenced perhaps by the martial arts novels of his previous life. He took great delight in acting as a chivalrous hero, yet he held disdain for publicizing his altruistic deeds. Consequently, within the Tianhua sect, aside from Feng Shao himself, no one was privy to the shared history between him and Lin Xiaoran. After the marriage agreement was established, Feng Shao made a special trip to Xiaoyao Hall, where he received instruction from Xiao Ruiyao and mastered the Xiaoyao 36 sword techniques. Regrettably, Lin Xiaoran was at that time engrossed in her cultivation at Yunjian. Thus, Feng Shao did not have the opportunity to encounter her at Xiaoyao Hall. Subsequently, Feng Shao continued his endeavors to strengthen the Tianhua sect, oblivious to the fact that Lin Xiaoran had been quietly observing him all along. She watched as he descended the mountain with his junior disciples, exploring secret realms, aiding everyone in need around him, and witnessing his gradual ascendance to become the holy son of Tianhua sect. Each time she saw Feng Shao attain new opportunities or earn the affection of his peers, her heart swelled with joy, even more so than if she had comprehended a new sword technique herself. Conversely, whenever he faced adversity or challenges, she felt a pang of anxiety on his behalf, more so than he himself did. Unbeknownst to her, this older brother had begun to occupy an increasingly significant place in her heart. As she daydreamed about the day she would marry him, "Brother Shao, wait for me. Your Ranner is growing up. Soon, I will be able to marry you." With this thought, Lin Xiaoran felt a rush of sweetness within her, which invigorated her sword practice to that moment. Lin Xiaoran was in the martial arts hall of Yujian, meticulously instructing a young girl. Although she was merely 3 years older than the girl, she already emanated the aura of a swordsmanship master. Schwer. Our Xiaoyao 36 sword techniques emphasize the intention preceding the sword. One must first cultivate the sword's intent before mastering the sword's spirit. However, prior to cultivating the sword's intent, one must first learn the sword techniques properly. Those who have never practiced swordsmanship cannot grasp the sword's intent. Although the Zhiyun sword technique is our Xiaoyao Hall's introductory sword form, it contains a hint of sword intent that if you can comprehend this hint of sword intent, the subsequent 35 sword techniques will come easily. The girl standing before her blinked innocently and said, "But Sister Xiaoran, this sword is too heavy. I can't lift it." Lin Xiaoran sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. "Then you should start with a wooden sword." However, a wooden sword is too light. While the moves may be easily executed, it is difficult to control, easily executed but hard to retract. Therefore, while using the wooden sword, you must apply 3 parts strength and 7 parts retraction. Do not exert excessive force, or you might end up injuring yourself. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoran noticed a young maid in servant attire approaching briskly from the corner of her eye, prompting her to say to the young girl, "Practice on your own for a while. If you have any questions, come back to ask me." The girl nodded and moved aside to pick up a wooden sword, practicing diligently. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoran sheathed her sword and inquired of the approaching maid, "Exer, what brings you here in such haste?" The maid, referred to as Eka, smiled as she replied, "Miss, someone from Tianhua sect has arrived." Lin Xiaoran's eyes brightened, and she eagerly asked, "Did their holy son come as well?" The maid nodded eagerly. "I heard he has come too. Miss, it is said that Tianhua sect is here for the marriage alliance." Lin Xiaoran's cheeks flushed with excitement as she murmured, "Is Brother Shao so eager to marry me? Ah, how delightful!" Enveloped in joy, Lin Xiaoran covered her face with her hands, appearing bashful. The maid chuckled. "Miss, shouldn't you prepare yourself to meet the guests in the main hall?" Lin Xiaoran quickly regained her composure, nodding fervently. Yes, I must hurry to get ready. Brother Shao hasn't seen me in so many years. He might have forgotten what I look like. I shall dress beautifully to surprise him." With that, Lin Xiaoran turned to the maid and said, "Exire, come help me." Exire covered her mouth with a laugh. "All right, my lady, rest assured, I will make you look like a celestial being. But to be fair, Our Lady is so beautiful that even without adornment, she could captivate many men." Lin Xiaoran shook her head. "I don't care about other men. I only want to captivate Brother Shao." As she spoke, Lin Xiaoran hurriedly pulled Exiner along as they rushed out. Meanwhile, the young girl practicing her sword nearby watched their retreating figures, scratching her head in confusion. What is Sister Xiaoran up to? And who is Brother Shao? Could he be our master? Chapter 68. The Marriage Proposal in the Opulent Main Hall of Yunjian. A middle-aged man with a stern countenance sat at the head position that he addressed the seated guests, including Ling Shuzi, with a smile. "As esteemed guests have arrived, we at Yunjian have little to offer in terms of hospitality. However, this fragrant tea is our specialty. I hope you will not find it lacking." Ling Shuzi promptly raised his teacup and replied, "Lord Lin, you are too kind that I have long heard that Yunjian's fragrant tea is unparalleled. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for me to savor it today." The middle-aged man smiled before inquiring, "By the way, may I ask what brings you all to Yunjian today?" This man was none other than Lin Fengtian, the head of Yunjian, that he felt a mix of surprise and understanding regarding the arrival of the Tianhua sect. It was not surprising, as the events surrounding Lingyang City's Linglong Pavilion had affected the relationship between Yunjian and Tianhua sect. If the Tianhua sect was not foolish, they would surely send someone to provide an explanation. What surprised him, however, was that the representatives from Tianhua sect were not Feng Shao, but rather several individuals whom Lin Fengtian had no recollection of, leaving him puzzled. What could be the purpose of Tianhua sect's visit to Yunjian? Lin Fengtian held a high regard for Feng Shao. Not to mention, it was evident from the fact that he had managed to develop a nearly defunct sect into a thriving one in just 30 years. This reminded Lin Fengtian of the hardships he faced when he first established Yunjian after taking over the Tianxin sect, fostering a sense of camaraderie towards Feng Shao. Thus, when Lin Xiaoran expressed her desire to marry Feng Shao, Lin Fengtian not only refrained from opposing her, but actively supported the union, as for his subsequent assistance to Tianhua sect. It was merely a byproduct of his support for his daughter's happiness. Lin Fengtian's impression of Tianhua sect was lukewarm. After all, in the East Continent alone, there were dozens of sects comparable in size to Tianhua sect. Had it been any other sect of similar strength, Lin Fengtian would likely have sent an elder to receive them rather than personally attending. However, this made Ling Shuzi feel somewhat elated. He thought to himself, it seems Yunjian treats Tianhua sect differently from other sects. Perhaps the matter regarding Linglong Pavilion in Lingyang City will be resolved smoothly. Thus, Ling Shuzi responded with a smile. I have come on behalf of our sect regarding the marriage alliance between Yunjian and our holy son. Lin Fengtian glanced at Yi Chun, who appeared overly composed beside Ling Shuzi, and then at the three disciples of lower cultivation seated below them before he slowly replied, although my daughter has indeed formed a marriage bond with your holy son, she is but 15 years of age. Is it not somewhat premature to discuss this matter? Ling Shuzi waved his hand dismissively. Good things should come early, not late. I have heard that the daughter of Lord Lin is a rare talent. Although still young, she has inherited the true teachings of both Lord Lin and Hall Master Shao. Given time, she is destined to become a sword immortal. Our newly appointed holy son has long admired Miss Lin. If he could marry her soon, it would further strengthen the ties between our two families, which would be mutually beneficial. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lin Fengtian's eyes. Newly appointed holy son. Had Feng Shao only been the holy son for a few months? Why was he still referred to as newly appointed? Moreover, what did admired imply? Did this young man not even know whom he was to wed? With these thoughts, Lin Fengtian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards both Feng Shao and Tianhua sect. Yet, possessing considerable poise, he merely responded, the matter of marriage primarily depends on the intentions of both parties. However, before that, I would like to discuss the incident involving the assassination of the Linglong Pavilion manager, Deng Su. Has your sect made any progress in the investigation? By making this statement, Lin Fengtian granted Tianhua sect a measure of face. The identity of the perpetrator was already known. Lin Fengtian sought nothing more than an explanation from Tianhua sect. He was not afraid of a confrontation with Tianhua sect, but since his daughter would eventually marry into their sect, it was best to ensure a smooth relationship post-marriage. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Yunjian would turn a blind eye to the matter. Ling Shuzi's expression turned somewhat awkward upon hearing this. Well, our sect is also quite concerned about the assassination of Manager Deng. However, there are numerous uncertainties surrounding this case, and we still require time to investigate thoroughly. Lin Fengtian furrowed his brow. You have been given 2 months, yet you still wish to conduct your investigation at a leisurely pace. Do you truly believe that after entering into a marriage pact, the Tianhua sect can stand on equal footing with my Yunjian? Lin Fengtian narrowed his eyes, casting a disapproving gaze upon Ling Shuzi and Yi Chun. The two men, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Fengtian, gradually found it difficult to breathe. Just when Ling Shuzi was at a loss for what to do, a melodious and playful voice suddenly exclaimed, Daddy. Instantly, the tension in the grand hall dissipated, and both Ling Shuzi and Yi Chun could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Upon seeing the charming and delightful figure dash into the hall, Yi Chun's eyes lit up in her determination to leave a lasting impression on the brother she admired. Lin Xiaoran had meticulously adorned herself in her boudoir. Naturally beautiful, she appeared even more ethereal, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, her beauty unparalleled. However, considering a young lady's modesty, Lin Xiaoran had veiled her face with a thin layer of fabric. Yet, this mere veil only served to enhance the allure, evoking endless imagination. The moment Yi Chen laid eyes on Lin Xiaoran, he found himself irresistibly captivated in that instant, a voice within him cried out, "This woman belongs to me." "Mine!" Observing his daughter rush into the grand hall, Lin Fengtian's eyes flickered with affection, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he remarked, "To behave so recklessly in the presence of guests is hardly appropriate." Lin Xiaoran giggled, playfully shaking Lin Fengtian's arm, and pouted, "Daddy, surely my actions can be excused." Lin Fengtian gently patted her head, sighing, "You, my dear, seem to be growing up far too quickly." Lin Xiaoran, blushing slightly, then turned her gaze towards Yi Chen and the others, only to find herself furrowing her brow. How strange! Why hasn't Xiaogo come? At that moment, Yi Chen stepped forward, bowing to Lin Fengtian. "I am Yi Chen, the newly appointed saint's son of the Tianhua sect, here to pay my respects to the esteemed Lord of Yunjian." He then turned to Lin Xiaoran, clasping his hands with a smile. "It is a pleasure to meet Miss Lin." Lin Xiaoran blinked, momentarily taken aback, and instinctively asked, "You are the new saint's son. What about Feng Shao?" Yi Chen smiled lightly. "Feng Shao has acted against the sect's interests and is no longer welcomed within our ranks. He has effectively betrayed his own. The entire Tianhua sect now desires his swift demise. The sect master has sent us here to express our apologies and to renew the marriage contract, that we are deeply unsettled by the events of yesteryear when our two sects formed this agreement, only to have Feng Shao nearly lead Miss to an untoward fate, that we sincerely apologize for this matter. Fortunately, fate has smiled upon us, for Feng Shao is no longer affiliated with the Tianhua sect. To restore the bond between our families, we have dispatched disciples to amend the marriage contract." A peculiar silence enveloped the grand hall. After what seemed an eternity, Lin Fengtian inquired indifferently, "Oh, amend the marriage contract. And to whom does the Tianhua sect intend to betroth my daughter?" Yi Chen replied confidently, "Having only joined the sect 5 years ago, I have now attained the golden core stage. Though I am but a humble disciple, I am the newly appointed saint's son of our sect. Thus, it is I who shall fulfill the marriage contract between our two sections." Yi Chen's assertion was neither submissive nor arrogant, prompting Ling Shuzi to secretly commend him. With a smile, he interjected, "Indeed, Feng Shao's talent was lacking and did not befit Miss Lin's exceptional abilities. With this new candidate, it is assured that Miss Lin shall not be dishonored. This is indeed a joyous occasion." However, Lin Fengtian's tone remained calm as he stated, "Are you implying that Feng Shao is unworthy of my daughter, hence the need to replace him?" Ling Shuzi nodded. "Lord Lin is astute." Lin Fengtian let out a derisive snort. "I had no idea that the Tianhua sect harbored such ambitions. Do you believe my daughter is merely a commodity, to be given to whomever you choose?" By the end of his statement, Lin Fengtian's voice had grown sharp, the imposing aura of a tribulation realm expert radiating without restraint. Ling Shuzi and Yi Chen were taken aback by Lin Fengtian's sudden shift in demeanor, their faces paling, straining against the oppressive force. Yi Chen retorted, "Feng Shao has been within the sect for 30 years, yet has only reached the innate stage. Such paltry talent can hardly be worthy of Miss Lin. I, Yi Chen, have reached the golden core stage in just 5 years. How then am I inferior to Feng Shao?" Before Lin Fengtian could respond, Lin Xiaoran interjected angrily, "My Xiaoge is extraordinarily talented, if not for having to take care of you burdensome fools. What does a mere golden core stage signify? The Tianhua sect shows no gratitude, yet dares to expel my Xiaoge. It is utterly disgraceful." Having come in high spirits, Lin Xiaoran was met not with her beloved Feng Shao, but instead with this infuriating news. The more she thought of how Feng Shao had done so much for them only to be slandered in return, her anger surged uncontrollably. Ling Shuzi was taken aback, silently lamenting. Most within the Tianhua sect believed that Yunjian sought to ally with them due to their potential. Yet Lin Xiaoran's words clearly indicated her desire to marry Feng Shao, and their support for the Tianhua sect was merely incidental. Had Feng Shao remained with the Tianhua sect, they would undoubtedly have been esteemed guests at Yunjianch. Yet now that he had severed ties, they meant nothing to Yunjianch. Even more troubling was their utter lack of self-awareness as they came to request a change in the marriage contract. Ling Shuzi could not fathom how a mere Feng Shao had garnered such favor from Yunjianch that why Yichen too was taken aback, burning with jealousy as he realized Lin Xiaoran's affections lay with Feng Shao. He shouted, "Your Yunjian's unwarranted withdrawal from the marriage is merely a sign of disdain for me. Yichen, I tell you, today is not about your breaking the engagement. Rather, it is I who shall annul my engagement with Lin Xiaoran." 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth. The moment those words escaped his lips, Ling Shuzi inwardly cursed, quickly admonishing, "Yichen, what nonsense are you spouting?" Before he could finish, Lin Fengtian stood, his aura pressing down like a mountain, causing the others to buckle at the knees and kneel involuntarily. With a mere gesture, Lin Fengtian lifted Yichen into the air. Gazing at the struggling Yichen, Lin Fengtian coldly stated, "Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill you?" A look of terror crossed Yichen's face as he realized Lin Fengtian genuinely intended to end his life. Regret washed over him. Why had he spoken so recklessly? Just as Yichen braced himself for his impending doom, Lin Fengtian abruptly released him, sending him crashing to the ground. Dazed, Yichen felt as though his very insides had been rearranged. Struggling to rise, he then heard Lin Fengtian's icy voice. "Should you perish here at Yunjianch, the world would claim that we are uncouth hosts. I shall spare you this time, but upon your return, relay to Qin Jiangzi that the debts owed to Yunjianch shall be settled in due course. Now, begone." Yichen managed to stand, leaving the grand hall in silence. Ling Shuzi attempted to bow to Lin Fengtian, eager to voice something. Yet upon meeting the glint of coldness in Lin Fengtian's eyes, he was paralyzed with fear. Hastily retreating to AS for Yichen's lackeys, they could only scurry away in a panic. Observing his father let Ling Shuzi and the others go, Lin Xiaoran felt both confusion and dissatisfaction, unable to restrain herself from asking, "Daddy, why did you let them go? Especially that Yichen. He is clearly no good." Lin Fengtian shook his head. "This matter concerns Feng Shao, not Yunjianch. Feng Shao must resolve his own issues. If he is unable to handle them, how can I trust him to take care of my daughter?" Lin Xiaoran pouted. "We are practically family now. Why draw such a distinct line?" Lin Fengtian gently patted her head. Speaking earnestly, "Silly child, you do not yet understand. Though Feng Shao appears magnanimous, he harbors great ambitions. He is unlikely to rely on others for his own affairs, and it may be simple for me to handle these too. But how can I dictate Feng Shao's thoughts? All I can do is offer him a chance to vent his frustrations." Lin Xiaoran pondered for a moment, but could not grasp the underlying logic. Just then, she recalled something Xiao Riao had once said to her. Men can be both simple and complex at times. One glance can reveal their innermost thoughts. Yet sometimes they become fixated on trivial matters. Should you encounter such situations, it is best to let them handle it themselves, lest you unwittingly make things worse. With this in mind, Lin Xiaoran responded, somewhat understanding, "I see, Daddy." Lin Fengtian nodded in satisfaction, preparing to say more when Lin Xiaoran interjected, "Daddy, I wish to go down the mountain to find Xiao Ge." Lin Fengtian frowned. "But do you know where he is?" "No." Lin Xiaoran shook her head, then added, "But I believe I will surely find him." Lin Fengtian chuckled. "This girl truly resembles her mother." With a smile, he said, "Then go on. When you bring him back, your mother and I shall arrange for your wedding." Chapter 69. The trials Qin Jiangzi had been quite displeased these past few days. First, Elder Zhu Yu from the Alchemy Pavilion had come to demand medicinal materials. According to Zhu Yu, there are several types of medicinal herbs cultivated by certain sects that have not been delivered to the Alchemy Pavilion for over a month. During this period, the Alchemy Pavilion has completely exhausted its stock of these herbs, and the pills produced from them are nearly depleted. After waiting for such an extended time without receiving the herbs, Zhu Yu decided to pay a visit to urge for their delivery. Qin Jiangzi, upon hearing this, was equally perplexed. The herbs Zhu Yu mentioned should have been readily available for cultivation at Tianhua sect, and their efficacy was quite commendable. Logically, while the supply of any herbs could be problematic, these particular varieties should not pose any issues. Consequently, He immediately summoned Han Biyun, the chief disciple responsible for the cultivation of medicinal herbs, to inquire about the situation. Upon meeting the sect leader, Han Biyun first admitted that it had indeed been a long time since they had supplied any herbs to the alchemy pavilion. However, when she began to explain the reason, Qin Jiangxi's anger flared. It turned out that all those herbs had been destroyed by Yi Chun. What infuriated him further was that the reason for the destruction was merely to vent frustration. It was utterly outrageous. Zhu Yu was present at the scene as well. After hearing Han Biyun's explanation, he surprisingly felt no urgency and chuckled, saying, "The new holy son chosen by the sect leader is indeed a man of temperament." The heavy sarcasm in his words nearly prompted Qin Jiangxi to slam the table in frustration. Fortunately, having cultivated to the spirit transformation stage, he managed to suppress his anger with some effort. With a stern expression, he turned to Han Biyun and asked, "Can't we procure these herbs from elsewhere?" Han Biyun shook her head. "The quantity of herbs destroyed by Yi Chun is substantial. We would need at least several thousand spirit stones to compensate for the losses." Qin Jiangxi, feeling exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. "Then let us procure a portion first to get through this immediate crisis." "However," Han Biyun replied, "but we have no spirit stones to procure the herbs." A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Jiangxi's eyes. "We shall withdraw from the sect's treasury for now. And once Yi Chun returns, he shall reimburse the sect for the losses." To Qin Jiangxi, Yi Chun was merely a target to draw fire, serving no other purpose. Since this fellow dared to destroy the sect's medicinal herbs, he must pay for it. With Qin Jiangxi's written order for the withdrawal of spirit stones in hand, Han Biyun left, and Zhu Yu chose not to linger, returning to the alchemy pavilion. After their departure, Qin Jiangxi rubbed his temples, his agitation growing. This Yi Chun was truly useless. Once he returned, he must be confined for several more months. He stood up, preparing to stroll around Tianhua sect to inspect its foundations. However, before he could step outside, Elder Song Lian from the forging workshop arrived. Elder Song was always succinct, and he got straight to the point. "Sect leader, when do you plan to replenish the forging materials needed for the workshop?" Qin Jiangxi, puzzled, asked, "Isn't there still a considerable amount of materials in the storeroom?" Elder Song shook his head. "Those materials are all quite ordinary. They suffice for forging lower-tier weapons and artifacts, but are far from adequate for high-grade items." Qin Jiangxi pondered. How were the special materials collected in the past? Elder Song replied nonchalantly, "Previously, Feng Shao led people down the mountain to either procure or gather them, accumulating them bit by bit. However, even then, these special materials often fell short of covering expenses. When Feng Shao was still here, he intended to acquire a mine, allowing us to trade the materials produced there with other sects or forces, thus establishing a more stable supply channel for the sect." Qin Jiangxi's eyes brightened, and he quickly exclaimed, "In that case, let us acquire the mine and trade for materials." Elder Song sighed. However, all those trading channels were established by Feng Shao from outside. Aside from him, no one knows what materials are available for trade or who to negotiate with. Additionally, the owner of the mine Feng Shao intended to purchase had previously benefited from him, which is why he was willing to sell the Tianhua sect at a relatively low price. If someone else were to negotiate, they might end up selling the entire Tianhua sect just to secure that mine. Qin Jiangxi was taken aback by the complexity of the situation and slammed the table in anger. "This is utterly preposterous. Feng Shao leaves without a word, leaving the sect with such a mess." After stewing in frustration for a moment, Qin Jiangxi raised his head, only to find Elder Song looking at him with a peculiar expression, one that seemed to blend confusion and shock. It suddenly dawned on Qin Jiangxi that his earlier remarks might have been somewhat inappropriate, causing his face to flush. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "Might Elder Song have any alternative solutions to temporarily resolve this issue?" Elder Song internally sighed. When Feng Shao was still around, he merely focused on forging and refining weapons. Whatever was needed could be directly conveyed to Feng Shao, who always managed to return promptly with the required materials. Now, however, with the workshop lacking materials, it fell upon him, as an elder, to devise a solution. Reluctantly, Elder Song replied, "We could send disciples down the mountain to procure materials or venture into some secret realms. Perhaps they might be able to gather what we need." Qin Jiangxi's expression turned awkward. Currently, the second branch had no one left, and the third branch had only 2 female disciples. The long branch still had a few individuals on the mountain, but they were currently sequestered in closed-door cultivation, effectively cut off from the outside world and unwilling to interact with outsiders. Lacking Feng Shao's resourcefulness, even if they were sent down the mountain to gather materials, it would be challenging to collect everything needed. Ultimately, Qin Jiangzi realized that there were hardly any usable individuals left on Tianhua Mountain. Frustrated, he couldn't help but curse Qin Zhao internally that if it weren't for that fellow letting the disciples of the second branch escape, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. After much contemplation, Qin Jiangzi finally declared, "Then let us send a few disciples to Linglong Pavilion in Liang City to purchase the necessary materials." The thought of yet another expenditure of spirit stones made him wince. Qin Jiangzi had endured hard times before. Back in those days, the 3 siblings of Tianhua sect had barely 100 spirit stones combined, unable to afford even a single bottle of decent pills. Although Tianhua sect had amassed a considerable fortune over the years through various means, Qin Jiangzi was reluctant to part with even a single stone that he had grown accustomed to frugality. Now it seemed he would spend several hundred spirit stones on medicinal herbs and another few hundred on forging materials, totaling over 1,000 spirit stones. However, he soon found solace as he reminded himself of the support from Yunjian, his wealthy and dash laws that as long as he married Lin Shaoran, Lin Fengtian would surely contribute several thousand spirit stones as part of the dowry. Right, with such a substantial sum, Tianhua sect could weather its immediate challenges and even acquire the mine that Feng Shao had previously coveted. With this thought, Qin Jiangzi felt a surge of happiness. Yet, shortly after bidding farewell to Elder Song, another individual burst into the inner hall. Qin Jiangzi focused his gaze and realized it was none other than his esteemed senior uncle, Ling Shuzi. Originally, Ling Shuzi was not expected to return for at least 2 more days, as the Tianhua sect spiritual vessel was of a low grade and too slow, taking 3 days to complete the round trip to Yunjian. However, Qin Jiangzi speculated that perhaps Ling Shuzi had successfully negotiated and was eager to return to claim credit, thus flying back alone. With this thought in mind, Qin Jiangzi prepared to greet Ling Shuzi with warmth. However, before he could speak, Ling Shuzi, with a look of panic, exclaimed, "Sect leader, grave news." Qin Jiangzi's heart sank, and he hurriedly inquired, "What happened?" Ling Shuzi, with a distressed expression, said, "Sect leader, Yunjian has torn up the marriage contract, stating they are unwilling to marry their daughter into our Tianhua sect." Qin Jiangzi was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could this be? Is it possible that Yi Chun does not meet their approval?" Ling Shuzi was at a loss for how to explain. Should he confess that Yunjian initially agreed to the marriage solely because they favored Feng Shao? And now, since Feng Shao had been expelled from Tianhua sect, their intentions had not changed. The direst aspect was that Ling Shuzi had invested considerable effort into this matter. In truth, Ling Shuzi understood that Yunjian's actions could hardly be deemed a breach of contract, as they had always intended for their daughter to marry Feng Shao, now that their chosen son-in-law was no longer associated with Tianhua sect. Their original intentions remained intact. However, Ling Shuzi was aware that if he disclosed the truth, he would bear full responsibility. Thus, after a prolonged hesitation, he finally said, "The head of the Lin family. The head of the Lin family stated that our change of the marriage contract treats his daughter as merchandise, which Yunjian finds unacceptable. Hence, Qin Jiangzi slammed the table in anger. Did you not tell them that Yi Chen's aptitude far exceeds Feng Shao's?" Ling Shuzi, feeling helpless, replied, "I did mention it, but they simply refused to acknowledge it." Qin Jiangzi felt overwhelmed by frustration. After pacing back and forth in contemplation for a long time, he finally waved his hand irritably, saying, "In that case, I shall personally visit Yunjian. They may be a formidable family, but Tianhua sect is not to be trifled with." Ling Shuzi's face turned pale at once, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "That is unwise, sect leader. You are the leader of Tianhua sect. How can you demean yourself by going in person? What if Yunjian acts dishonorably and detains you?" In truth, Ling Shuzi's fear did not stem from whether Qin Jiangzi would be detained by Yunjian, but rather from the dread that Qin Jiangzi, upon discovering the truth of the matter, would not spare him, the uncle. Although he held the title of Qin Jiangzi's uncle, his cultivation was inferior to that of Qin Jiangzi, that if he wished to advance further in his cultivation, he would need to acquire higher-level sect techniques from Qin Jiangzi. Despite Ling Shuzi's habitual display of age and seniority, he was acutely aware that he was under the thumb of the sect leader. After pondering for a moment, Qin Jiangzi also felt that it was inappropriate to recklessly approach Yun Jianch. However, the engagement had been so abruptly torn asunder, leaving him with a sense of deep dissatisfaction. Observing Qin Jiangzi pacing in circles without arriving at a decision, Ling Shuzi cautiously remarked, "Sect master, in my humble opinion, let the engagement be annulled. Our Taiwei sect is not without resources. Why should we stoop to curry favor with Yun Jianch?" Qin Jiangzi shot him a glance and scoffed. "What do you know? Was it the engagement that Qin Jiangzi truly cared about? No, it was the dowry of Lin Shaoran that mattered to him." Yet this thought could not be uttered aloud. In his frustration, he waved his hand dismissively at Ling Shuzi, saying, "Scram, get out of my sight." At this point, he could no longer be bothered to show Ling Shuzi any courtesy. After dismissing him, Qin Jiangzi gazed darkly at the sky, silently vowing, "I refuse to believe that our Taiwei sect cannot survive without you." Feng Shao. Chapter 70. Bianyan City. After leaving Yun Jianch, Yichen did not return directly to the sect, but instead arrived at a city merely 100 miles away, Bianyan City, originally a small town. Bianyan City blossomed into a renowned trading hub after the establishment of Yun Jianch, attracting people from all walks of life due to trade demands that as the influx of people increased, the city expanded continuously, ultimately evolving into a large metropolis with a population of 800,000. The Yi Chen's visit to Bianyan City was partly to seize opportunities. For a child of destiny, finding hidden treasures was a customary endeavor. Items that others overlooked would transform into divine artifacts in his hands. Having previously enjoyed the sweet taste of success, Yichen would naturally not miss any chance to capitalize on such opportunities. Furthermore, since Ling Shuzi had already returned to the sect ahead of him, Yichen could not return immediately. Their spiritual vessel had been confiscated by Yun Jianch. It was at that moment that both Yi Chun and Ling Shuzi realized that this seemingly inconspicuous vessel had actually been gifted to Feng Shao by Yun Jianch, who then passed it on to the sect. Now that Feng Shao had severed ties with Taiwei sect, it was only natural for Yun Jianch to reclaim what they had given him. Although Yun Jianch was a powerful entity, they were not inclined to be taken advantage of, as even wealthy landowners could face shortages, could they not? Without the vessel, Yichen could still fly back using his sword, but his 3 loyal followers would have to walk. Being a person of strong loyalty, Yichen would never abandon his 3-inch good brothers. He declared his intention to take them out to experience the world, which moved them to tears, making them eager to swear brotherhood with him on the spot. Of course, Yichen would not agree. "I am merely being polite. Consider it a gesture of camaraderie, but do not take it to heart." In addition, there was an unspeakable reason that compelled him to linger in Bianyan City for a while. Although Lin Fengtian had not killed him, at that moment, Lin Fengtian's true energy had penetrated Yi Chen's very marrow, nearly shattering his meridians. Coupled with the subsequent fall, Yi Chen's internal organs had sustained severe injuries. If he recklessly used his true energy now, it could jeopardize his foundation. Thus, he needed to find a place to recuperate for a time before he could safely utilize his true essence to fly. However, this was not something he could disclose. As Yichen arrived in Bianyan City, he and his companions were almost overwhelmed by its dazzling prosperity. The largest city they had previously visited was merely Liang City, which had a population of less than 100,000. A metropolis nearing 1 million was akin to a different world for them. Yet as a child of destiny, Yichen possessed an innate ability to remain composed and at ease, as if he had returned home, no matter where he found himself, at times. This was an admirable quality, preventing him from being looked down upon due to his limited experiences. However, on occasion, this very trait could invite trouble. For instance, during his confident declarations at Yun Jianch, he was met not with the respect he anticipated, but rather with a violent beating. This incident had left a deep resentment within Yi Chun towards Yun Jianch, and he silently vowed that one day, when he attained greatness, he would ensure the downfall of Yun Jianch. After strolling through the streets for a while, Yi Chun and his companions made their way to Linglong Pavilion in Bianyan City. This establishment was the largest in the entire eastern continent, offering the most diverse range of goods. Furthermore, the probability of uncovering hidden treasures was highest here. For Yi Chun, Linglong Pavilion was indeed a veritable treasure trove. Thus, how could he allow such an opportunity to slip by? As Yi Chun and his 3 followers entered Linglong Pavilion, 3 other individuals also arrived in Bianyan City. At the forefront was a young man appearing to be in his 20s, followed by 2 remarkably attractive young women. The girl on the left was dressed in pink. She surveyed her surroundings and whispered to the young man, "Master, I feel like this place isn't much different from our lower realm." Before the young man could respond, the girl on the right, clad in white, interjected, "How can it not be different? The concentration of spiritual energy here is far superior to that of the lower realm. I initially thought it would take me at least a year to break through to the innate realm, but now I sense that my bottleneck is loosening." The young man replied nonchalantly, "The distinction between the upper and lower realms is merely a matter of denser spiritual energy and a greater abundance of heavenly materials. As for the cultural environment, it is not vastly different from the lower realm. You two need not feel inferior simply because you hail from the lower realm." The girl in pink secretly stuck out her tongue and smiled at the girl next to her, saying, "Junior sister, do be careful not to act like a country bumpkin in the city, lest you embarrass master." The girl in white shot her a glare and retorted, "Is it such a big deal that we joined the sect a few days earlier? What is so impressive about that?" These 3 were none other than Feng Shao, returned to the upper realm, along with his 2 disciples from the lower realm, Luo Qiushuang and Bai Shuanghua. After slaying Yi Fan, Feng Shao had acquired Yi Fan's grandfather, the former elder of the Xinyan sect. Chen Qiu as Feng Shao had anticipated. Chen Ke indeed knew the way to the upper realm. Originally, Chen Ke planned to cultivate Yi Fan into a powerful figure in the lower realm before leading him to the upper realm. However, with Yi Fan now deceased, his hopes of returning to the upper realm rested upon Feng Shao. Following Chen Ke's guidance, Feng Shao brought Luo Qiushuang and Bai Shuanghua to find a secret path to the upper realm. Successfully returning, upon arriving in the upper realm, Feng Shao summoned the Tianhua Jade Slip to ascertain their location, only to discover that they had coincidentally come near Bianyan City. Feng Shao was familiar with Bianyan City and knew well that Yunjian was just 100 miles away. He initially intended to collect Feng Lingxue before visiting Yunjian to pay his respects to Lin Feng Tian. However, since they fortuitously found themselves in Bianyan City, he decided to make a detour. He turned to Luo Qiushuang and Bai Shuanghua, saying, "The prominent force Yunjian is nearby, that I have some connections there, and plan to visit tomorrow, that if you both wish to join me, feel free. If not, you may remain here in Bianyan City for a while." Without hesitation, Luo Qiushuang and Bai Shuanghua replied in unison, "We will go with master." Feng Shao nodded. "In that case, let us find a place to rest." After walking the streets for a short while, Feng Shao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, what a coincidence to encounter this so soon after returning." Luo Qiushuang, catching the remark, could not help but inquire, "Master, what do you mean by encountering what?" Feng Shao smiled slightly and replied, "A fellow with whom I have some entanglements. If it weren't for him, I would still be toiling away in Taiwei's sect." Luo Qiushuang and Bai Shuanghua exchanged glances, momentarily puzzled by Feng Shao's words. That as Feng Shao watched Yi Chen enter Linglong Pavilion, he surmised Yi Chen's intentions. That he turned to the 2 girls and said, "Let us first pay a visit to Linglong Pavilion. Perhaps we can unearth some good items." Upon entering Linglong Pavilion, Feng Shao learned that an auction was about to commence. That he inwardly scoffed. What a coincidence! It was clearly the heavens conspiring to arrange this for Yi Chen. Yet for Feng Shao, it was fortuitous indeed. Just the right opportunity to seize Yi Chen's chance. Having paid a sum of spiritual stones, Feng Shao led the 2 girls to a private booth for the auction. Shortly after he entered, a petite girl draped in a thin veil walked into Linglong Pavilion, followed by a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in red, exuding an air of cold elegance. Upon entering, the petite girl remarked, "Aunt D, I seem to have never visited Linglong Pavilion before." The coldly beautiful woman replied indifferently, "Neither have you, nor has your mother. Both of you seem utterly unconcerned about your own business." The young maiden chuckled, "Aunt D, it's a rare opportunity to visit Linglong Pavilion this time, but if there's anything you desire, just let me know, and I'll cover the cost." The aloof woman rolled her eyes in response, retorting, "You should save that money for your own dowry." The maiden grasped the arm of the cold beauty and, with a playful grin, remarked, "Are you worried that I'll forget you once I marry, Aunt D? Fear not, for you will always remain a cherished elder to Ranard. I could never forget you." The cold beauty sighed softly, murmuring, "I truly owe your family a great deal. Once, I had to worry about your mother, and now I find myself fretting over this little girl. In a few years, I might very well be concerned about your children." The maiden's cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded, "Aunt D, what are you saying? Ranard does not wish to have children so soon." The cold beauty replied, somewhat exasperated, "Well, that's just splendid. I can enjoy a few leisurely years." This young maiden, of course, was Lin Xiaoran, the esteemed daughter of Yunjian. The cold beauty was Diyu, the head of the Zhuke Hall, one of the 13 branches under Yunjian. Diyu was originally a Zhuke envoy of the Tianxin sect, standing alongside Lin Xiaoran's father, Lin Xiaoyun, as one of the 4 great protectors of the sect. Above them were the 2 eminent guardians, Xiao Lan and Yao Jingyuan, with Xiao Lan being the father of Xiao Ruoyao. After Lin Xiaoyun defected from the Tianxin sect, Diyu had bravely spoken on his behalf, which led to her being unjustly persecuted, ultimately resulting in her departure from the sect. Later, as Xiao Ruoyao matured and left the Tianxin sect to establish the Xiaoyao Hall, Diyu was entrusted by Xiao Lan to care for her. Skilled in swordsmanship, Diyu's techniques were fierce and explosive, akin to raging flames, earning her the title of Zhuke Sword Immortal. She was both the mentor and protector of Xiao Ruoyao, making her akin to a mother figure in Xiao Ruoyao's life. Subsequently, when Lin Fengtian founded Yunjian, Diyu was invited by Xiao Ruoyao to establish the Zhuke Hall, becoming one of the 13 hall masters. As an elder of Yunjian, Diyu commanded great respect, even from Lin Fengtian, who would defer to her. Lin Xiaoran, the daughter of Lin Fengtian and Xiao Ruoyao, was raised under Diyu's watchful eye. To Diyu, Lin Xiaoran resembled a miniature version of Xiao Ruoyao, and she naturally provided her with ample attention. That by convention, given Diyu's seniority, Lin Xiaoran should address her as grandmother. However, as cultivators enjoy prolonged lifespans and retain their youthful appearances, Diyu still appeared as a woman in her 20s. Unwilling to be labeled as old, Lin Xiaoran, like her mother, referred to Diyu as Aunt D. While Diyu doted on Lin Xiaoran, she harbored reservations regarding Lin Xiaoran's engagement to Feng Shao. In her eyes, only a prodigious talent deserving of the title of a celestial genius would be worthy of her little princess, yet Feng Shao was merely the chief disciple of a minor sect. By status, position, and aptitude, what could he possibly offer to match Lin Xiaoran? Alas, Lin Xiaoran was resolute in her decision to marry Feng Shao, leaving Diyu with no choice but to accept it. Nonetheless, she secretly vowed that should Feng Shao dare to mistreat Lin Xiaoran, she would ensure he faced dire consequences. At that moment, Lin Xiaoran tugged at Diyu's arm, hastening towards the auction house while exclaiming, "Aunt D, for some reason, I have a strong premonition that today at Linglong Pavilion, we shall encounter something unexpectedly splendid. Let us hurry inside and secure a good spot." Diyu chuckled wryly, lightly tapping Lin Xiaoran on the head. "You are the esteemed daughter of Yunjian. Do you really need to reserve a seat?" Subsequently, Diyu produced a token and presented it to the pavilion's manager, stating nonchalantly, "Please arrange a private box for me." Upon seeing the token, the manager quickly bowed and presented the number plate for the premier private box. Diyu accepted the number and said to Lin Xiaoran with a hint of indifference, "Come along, little girl." Lin Xiaoran giggled and took Diyu's hand as they entered the auction house. In Chapter 71, The Lawn Mirror, once they settled into the box and before the auction commenced, Feng Shao took the opportunity to guide Luo Qiushuang and Bai Shuanghua in their current cultivation techniques. Luo Qiushuang practiced the Taiyin Heart Sutra, which resonated perfectly with her Taiyin Xianbing physique, allowing her to harness the pure Yin true energy without the need for coupling. Her progress was swift and remarkable. In contrast, Bai Shuanghua had a more ordinary constitution. Thus, Feng Shao imparted to her the female-appropriate technique, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. While the advancement through the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was not as rapid as that of the Taiyin Heart Sutra, it offered steady and reliable progress, ensuring a lack of bottlenecks along the cultivation path as long as one refrained from excessive haste. Both of these techniques were derived from Feng Shao's integration of the memories of the master of Xia Palace. Even in the upper domain, they were considered top-tier techniques. The Qinquan Classic was a unique technique crafted specifically by the master of Shihe for herself. Upon its completion, she sensed that while this technique had universal applicability, it was unsuitable for too many practitioners. Perhaps due to the limitations imposed by the heavenly Tao, this world only permitted 2 individuals to practice this technique. Any more would likely incur divine retribution. The power of a technique that could provoke the envy of the heavenly Tao was unimaginable. After guiding the 2, Feng Shao seated himself, closing his eyes. However, he was not merely resting. At the moment he shut his eyes, a text materialized in his mind. This text also stemmed from the memories of the master of Shihe, originating from a mysterious tome entitled Tianhua. The way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and replenish the insufficient. The way of man is to diminish the insufficient in service of the surplus. Is the way of heaven akin to drawing a bow? The high are suppressed, the low are elevated, the surplus is diminished, and the insufficient is replenished. The to align with the virtues of heaven and earth is to encompass all. As the way of heaven and the measure of man. Each has its own place, and they cannot be equalized. Only by being devoid of self and selfishness can one truly harmonize with heaven and earth. Who can possess surplus to serve the world? Only those of the Tao. Hence, the sage acts without pride, achieves success without clinging to it, and does not seek to display the virtuous. Initially, Feng Shao believed this to be a cultivation technique. However, after a prolonged examination, he realized it was not simply that. Each word and phrase in Tianhua elucidated the essence of the heavenly Tao. Yet from Feng Shao's perspective, the heavenly Tao did not conform to the notion of diminishing the surplus to replenish the insufficient as stated in Tianhua. Rather, it resembled the way of man, diminishing the insufficient to serve the surplus. The surplus that the heavenly Tao serves is what is referred to as the child of fortune. Yet, even the child of fortune fails to embody the principle of possessing surplus to serve the world, which runs counter to the teachings of Tianhua. Consequently, Feng Shao speculated that perhaps the master of Shihe intended to convey a subtle message to him through this Tianhua. As for the reason behind this method, he remained uncertain. Tianhua was not limited to a single text, but he could only perceive this one that the subsequent chapters seemed to be sealed by an unknown force. However, he sensed that if he could comprehend this text, the second chapter of Tianhua would appear in his mind. Just then, Bai Xuanhua's voice broke into his thoughts. "Master, the auction is about to begin." Feng Shao opened his eyes, nodded to Bai Xuanhua, and shifted his gaze toward the auction venue that a faint blue glow enveloped his pupils. He then observed countless colors of fortune manifesting in the venue. The predominant hue of fortune was green, with a few notably high fortunes that barely exceeded red. Yet, one individual's fortune stood out distinctly, radiating a deep purpled. It seemed this person was each and to his surprise. After not seeing him for some time, this fellow had accumulated a significant amount of fortune that it appeared that he had been enjoying himself lately. With that in mind, should he consider diminishing some of Yi Chen's fortune? After all, the way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and replenish the insufficient. At that moment, a young woman in palace attire stepped onto the stage. Smiling brightly as she announced, "Welcome, esteemed guests who have traveled from afar to attend the auction at Linglong Pavilion. Rest assured, all items auctioned here are genuine and without deceit. Please feel free to bid." After a brief opening statement, the young woman produced a vial of elixir proclaiming, "The first item up for auction is a barrier-breaking pill, personally refined by Master Jia of the Qingxing Hall. That it is of superior quality, and this vial contains 10 pills. Starting bid at 8,000 spirit stones." The Qingxing Hall is one of the 13 branches under Yunjian, tasked with alchemy. Master Jia Chan, a renowned alchemist from the eastern continent, often finds her elixirs to be priceless. The term barrier-breaking refers to overcoming mental obstacles, specifically designed to combat inner demons. That it is well known that apart from demonic cultivators, all other practitioners, upon reaching a certain level, are often plagued by inner demons to varying degrees. If not resolved promptly, the consequences could be dire, ranging from loss of cultivation to death and disintegration of the soul. Thus, the barrier-breaking pill has always been one of the most coveted elixirs among practitioners. Particularly a superior grade one, that the Linglong Pavilion's decision to present a barrier-breaking pill refined by Master Jia right from the outset speaks volumes about their ambition. The starting bid of 8,000 spirit stones seemed rather modest in comparison. Indeed, as soon as the young woman concluded her announcement, someone shouted, "I bid 8,000 spirit stones." Following that, another voice chimed in, "I bid 10,000 spirit stones, 15,000 spirit stones, 18, 20,000, 24,000. The price escalated rapidly, soon reaching a staggering 50,000 spirit stones at this juncture. Many had withdrawn, unwilling to engage further. Those still bidding were either incredibly affluent or had an urgent need for the barrier-breaking pill. Ultimately, the price settled at 72,000 spirit stones. After the elegantly clad maiden called for bids 3 times and saw no further offers, she smiled and announced, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box No. 3, who has acquired this bottle of barrier-breaking elixir personally refined by Master Jia." By Shuanghua, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim, "My goodness! A mere bottle of elixir has fetched over 70,000 spirit stones." My family, the Bai clan, is considered a prominent household in Dongjiang City, yet our annual income barely amounts to 80 or 90,000 spirit stones. To think we can only afford this single bottle of elixir? Luo Qiushuang also remarked in astonishment. Is this truly the financial prowess of those from the upper realm? Feng Shao, however, shook his head and replied, "Do not overestimate the people of the upper realm. You must understand that Linglong Pavilion in Yun City is renowned throughout the entire eastern continent, that if one does not possess substantial wealth, who would dare to attend an auction here?" Following the barrier-breaking elixir, the elegantly clad maiden presented 2 more items for bidding. Although these items were of greater value than the elixir, they attracted far fewer interested parties, resulting in bids that were not nearly as competitive. Before long, the 2 items were sold for 54,000 spirit stones and 46,000 spirit stones, respectively. Throughout this process, Feng Shao's attention was primarily focused on Yi Chun. For the items that the child of destiny coveted were the true treasures. Subsequently, the elegantly clad maiden revealed a copper mirror, approximately the size of a foot in diameter, with a design that exuded antiquity. She proclaimed, "This mirror was obtained from a secret realm. However, our appraisers at Linglong Pavilion have been unable to discern its purpose, that we present this mirror for bidding in hopes that it may find its destined owner. There is no starting bid. Feel free to offer your prices." The venue fell into a momentary silence as the attendees pondered the mirror before them. The fact that even the appraisers of Linglong Pavilion could not identify its use lent it a certain value, albeit one shrouded in considerable uncertainty that it could potentially be a powerful artifact or, conversely, a mere trinket of little use to most. Whether it was the former or the latter was purely a matter of luck. Just as the crowd deliberated whether to take a chance and bid, someone suddenly called out, "I bid 1,000 spirit stones." Upon seeing the bidder, Feng Shao's lips curled into a faint smile. It appeared that this item was indeed Yi Chen's opportunity. Feng Shao consumed some fortune to activate the Tianhua jade slip and began to discern the nature of the mirror on the stage. However, before he could reach a conclusion, the expenditure of fortune left him astonished. The consumption was rather excessive. Throughout the process of using the Tianhua jade slip, Feng Shao had noticed that the higher the value of the treasure, the greater the fortune expended during its appraisal. What kind of artifact could warrant such a significant drain of fortune? Moments later, the identification results were revealed. Luan Tian Mirror, one of the 9 fragments of the 9 heavens Xinqing Mirror. Alone, a single fragment cannot exhibit its effects. Upon acquiring 2 or more fragments, they can be combined to form a formidable defensive artifact. The more fragments combined, the greater the power. It turned out to be the 9 heavens Xinqing Mirror. The 9 heavens Xinqing Mirror is one of the 10 treasures of the universe. Although it does not rank as highly as the Tianhua Jade Slip or the Deyuan Divine Seal, those 2 artifacts do not possess offensive or defensive capabilities, so such rankings do not convey much. The 9 heavens Xinqing Mirror, however, ranks 3rd, which means that in terms of power, it surpasses all the 10 treasures of the universe. Truly, what an extraordinary stroke of luck for the child of destiny. To think such a precious artifact was nearly overlooked. Although it was merely 1/9 of the 9 heavens Xinqing Mirror, who could say for certain whether he could gather the remaining 8 fragments in the future? Without hesitation, Feng Shao commanded. Tianhua, bid 10,000 spirit stones. Bai Tianhua nodded and called out loudly, 10,000 spirit stones. The elegantly clad maiden's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately responded. Box number 1 bids 10,000 spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? Yichen shot a displeased glance at box no. Wanda, had it not been for the unmistakably feminine voice of the bidder, he would have considered putting the opponent on his kill list. After all, it was rare to find something he desired, only to have someone else seize it. It was utterly outrageous. Yichen shouted, I bid 20,000 spirit stones. Before the elegantly clad maiden could speak, box number 1 quickly countered, 30,000 spirit stones. Yichen promptly called out 50,000 spirit stones. 60,000 spirit stones. The bidding escalated rapidly, leaving many in the audience bewildered. They scrutinized the copper mirror on stage, yet despite their efforts, they could discern nothing of significance. What could possibly justify such a high price? Lin Xiaoran, witnessing this scene, could not help but curiously ask, Auntie, what is the origin of that copper mirror? How has it reached such a lofty price? Diyu pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I cannot ascertain its value either. Perhaps those two simply recognized its worth and sought to acquire it. After some thought, Lin Xiaoran suggested, what if we bid on the mirror? It might indeed hold some value. Diyu replied nonchalantly, if others knew how to utilize it, they would not hesitate to spend money on this copper mirror. You know nothing about it. What would you do with it if you purchased it? Lin Xiaoran nodded. That does seem reasonable. Then we shall refrain from bidding. As Yichen watched the price soar to 60,000 spirit stones, he found himself wavering. His desire to acquire the copper mirror stemmed from its resemblance to another mirror he possessed. He instinctively felt that there might be a connection between the two mirrors, prompting his wish to purchase it. However, if the cost became too exorbitant, he would hesitate, especially since he was still unaware of the mirror's purpose. This moment of hesitation led to the conclusion of the third bidding round. The elegantly clad maiden cheerfully announced, congratulations to box number 1 for securing this copper mirror. At the moment, the copper mirror's ownership was determined. Yi Chun inexplicably felt as though he had missed out on something of great significance. Chapter 72. The Tongxian Pearl. The auction items at Linglong Pavilion were delivered immediately after the bidding concluded. Thus, shortly after the Luan Tian mirror was won, a representative from Linglong Pavilion arrived at box number 1 with the mirror in hand. After the exchange of currency and item, Feng Shao began to examine the Luan Tian mirror. Just as the appraisal results indicated, a solitary Luan Tian mirror offered no discernible utility. Feng Shao fiddled with it for a time, attempting various methods, but failed to activate any function that it seemed he would need to find the other fragments to unlock its potential. While Feng Shao was preoccupied with the Luan Tian mirror, the auction continued with several more items presented. However, these items were rather ordinary, and consequently, their final selling prices were not high. That it was not until a puppet was placed on the table that the atmosphere shifted. Esteemed guests, this item will be the most extraordinary of this auction. Do not be deceived by the plain appearance of this puppet. It is, in fact, a treasure crafted by the ancient witch clan using secret methods, known as the Avatar. After dripping blood and carrying it, should the owner encounter a life-threatening crisis, the Avatar can take the blow in their stead. In other words, the Avatar serves as an additional life. For anyone, this is an invaluable, life-saving artifact. The starting bid for this item is 80,000 spirit stones. As soon as the words left the auctioneer's mouth, the venue erupted with excitement. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. Given that cultivators enjoy long lives, they naturally fear death more than ordinary people. Yet, life is fraught with unforeseen dangers, and countless cultivators have met untimely ends due to unexpected events. Consequently, any life-saving artifact holds immeasurable value for cultivators. Although the starting bid for this avatar was set at a hefty 80,000, many in the audience regarded it as an incredible bargain. Meanwhile, in box number 1, Lin Xiaoran gazed at the avatar on stage and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a life-saving artifact! Auntie, I want to buy this." Diyu nodded in agreement. Although Lin Xiaoran possessed exceptional talent, she was still young and lacked experience. It was inevitable that she would encounter formidable foes in the future. Having this avatar could indeed preserve her life during critical moments. However, Lin Xiaoran's next statement nearly infuriated Du. With delight, Lin Xiaoran announced, I want to gift this avatar to Shao Ge. That way, I won't have to worry about him when he goes out. Du could not help but retort, You little girl, can't you think of yourself for once? What has Feng Shao done to deserve your concern? Lin Xiaoran replied matter-of-factly, I plan to marry Shao Ge in the future. Isn't it reasonable to prepare a life-saving artifact for him? Du was unconvinced. But don't you think you need a life-saving artifact more than he does? Lin Xiaoran shook her head. I don't need it. With Shao Ge around, no one can harm me. Du, this girl might truly be beyond saving. At this moment, the bidding for the avatar had already reached 200,000 spirit stones. The rapid rise in price within such a short span was a testament to the avatar's desirability. Just as someone shouted 24,000 spirit stones, Lin Xiaoran raised her voice. 300,000 spirit stones. Instantly, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. The elegantly clad maiden also noted that the latest bid came from Box No. 1, and a glimmer of intrigue crossed her eyes. While others may not be aware, as a member of Linglong Pavilion, she understood that Box Number 1 was not accessible to just anyone. There were 4 Box No. 1s in total. Typically, only the latter 2 were opened, while the first 2 were reserved for distinguished guests. Among them, Box Number 2 was designated for esteemed patrons of Yunjian, while Box Number 1 was exclusively for those of high rank and authority within Yunjian. As Lin Xiaoran's somewhat immature voice echoed through the hall, the girl in palace attire had nearly deduced the identity of the person within. She did not immediately place a bid. Instead, she first bowed respectfully towards the first private box before proclaiming, The first box bids 300,000 spirit stones. That is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The girl's actions drew the attention of the crowd. Those quick-witted immediately speculated about the significance of the individual in the first box, aware that such a bid reflected considerable financial strength. Faced with such overwhelming wealth and status, many chose to retreat gracefully. Recognizing the futility of competing, To continue bidding would not only jeopardize their chances of winning the item, but could also offend a person of remarkable origin, making it a thankless endeavor. However, one individual emerged unexpectedly, Yi Chun. The moment Lin Xiaoran called out her bid, he recognized her identity. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered at Yunjian, a surge of indignation welled within him. With a darkened gaze aimed at the first box, he shouted, 320,000 spirit stones. This declaration left everyone astonished. Curious glances shifted towards Yi Chun, eager to discern the identity of this audacious newcomer. The girl in palace attire, who had presumed no one else would bid, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and stated, This esteemed guest bids 320,000. That is there anyone willing to bid higher? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoran called out, 350,000. Yi Chun swiftly followed suit, 400,000. Lin Xiaoran cast an annoyed glance in his direction. However, she bore little memory of Yi Chun, for not everyone was worthy of her attention. She merely found him detestable for daring to contest her intended gift for Shao Ge. With a shake of her head, she continued, 500,000. Yi Chun smirked, a hint of triumph gracing his features. That it was clear to him that Lin Xiaoran was determined to acquire this item. Thus, he resolved to take advantage of the situation and cunningly exploit the girl. He promptly declared 600,000, 750,000, 1 million. As Lin Xiaoran prepared to raise her bid further, Du interjected coldly, Wait a moment. The girl in palace attire bowed respectfully to Du and inquired, May I ask what the esteemed guest requires? Du pointed at Yi Chun, stating indifferently, I suspect this individual is maliciously inflating the price. Thus, I request a verification of his funds. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun stood up, visibly displeased, exclaiming, On what grounds? Just because you desire this item. You think you can slander me? Why not verify your own funds? His words prompted many to shake their heads in disbelief. After all, the person seated in the first box undoubtedly possessed significant wealth. It was evident that he was a naive newcomer, unafraid of the potential repercussions. Du responded coolly, If verification is required of us, so be it. Now, young man, do you dare to accept a verification of your funds? Yi Chun hesitated, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. Although he had amassed considerable fortune over his numerous adventures, he indeed lacked 1,000,000 spirit stones. His intention had merely been to outsmart Lin Xiaoran, never considering how much capital he possessed, as he believed she would ultimately cover the costs. Thus, confronted with Yu's inquiry, he felt momentarily at a loss to Yu. Observing Yi Chen's expression, quickly discerned his circumstances and smirked derisively. "What is the matter? You have the audacity to bid, but lack the courage for verification? Or perhaps you simply do not possess such wealth?" After a brief silence, Yi Chen lifted his chin defiantly, declaring, "I do not possess such funds. But I have an item worth that much." With that, he produced a thumb-sized orb. The orb appeared to be shrouded in swirling mist, with a faint hue of purple discernible within. Recognizing the orb, a knowledgeable patron exclaimed, "The Tongxian Pearl! You possess a Tongxian Pearl?" Upon hearing the name, Tongxian Pearl, the crowd was taken aback, gazing at Yi Chen in disbelief at why Yi Chen, feeling a swell of pride, proclaimed, "I wonder if this pearl is worth 1,000,000 spirit stones?" After a moment of silence, a gem appraiser from Linglong Pavilion stepped forward, addressing Yi Chen. "Whether this Tongxian Pearl is worth 1,000,000 spirit stones remains uncertain. However, you may entrust it to us for appraisal, and we will provide you with an accurate valuation afterward." With a smile, Yi Chen handed the pearl over, saying, "I appreciate your assistance." Inside the first box, Lin Xiaoran turned to Yu and inquired, "Aunt Di, what is a Tongxian Pearl?" Yu's expression grew serious. After hearing Lin Xiaoran's question, she replied, "The Tongxian Pearl is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. When worn during cultivation, it can yield remarkable results, potentially doubling the wearer's efficiency. The quality of this Tongxian Pearl is exceptional. Its value likely surpasses that of the item." Lin Xiaoran's eyes sparkled with desire as she responded, "If only I could obtain this Tongxian Pearl." Yu glanced at her, choosing silence, for she knew such words would be futile. The girl was undoubtedly contemplating acquiring it as a gift for Feng Shao. The thought alone made Yu wish to find Feng Shao and unleash her wrath upon him. "Achoo! Achoo!" Feng Shao sneezed twice in quick succession, puzzled. Having reached the Golden Core realm, he should be impervious to ailments, so why was he sneezing? Bai Shuanghua asked, "Master, what exactly is the Tongxian Pearl? Why do they all look as if they've seen a ghost?" Feng Shao shrugged, explaining, "The Tongxian Pearl is essentially a tool that accelerates cultivation speed. Even the least effective variant holds considerable value." "And how effective is the Tongxian Pearl?" he presented. Feng Shao smiled enigmatically, his thoughts affirming, "The belongings of a chosen one are unlikely to be inferior." Indeed, not long after, the appraiser returned with the Tongxian Pearl and addressed Yi Chen. "After our appraisal, this Tongxian Pearl can enhance cultivation efficiency by threefold that we have never encountered a Tongxian Pearl of such quality at Linglong Pavilion. So we cannot provide an exact valuation. However, our manager believes this pearl should be worth no less than 500,000 spirit stones." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Many gazed at Yi Chen with newfound respect, and several began contemplating how to forge connections with him. After all, possessing a Tongxian Pearl valued at 500,000 spirit stones was no small feat. Yet Yi Chen, dissatisfied, questioned, "Why only 500,000 spirit stones? Is my Tongxian Pearl worth merely half that of the item?" The appraiser shook his head, clarifying, "The valuation of 1,000,000 spirit stones for the item was derived from the auction, not our estimation. According to our assessment, the item should be valued around 300,000 spirit stones." Realization dawned on Yi Chen as he accepted the Tongxian Pearl, but he looked around with a sense of satisfaction. Then turned to Yu, proudly stating, "What do you think? I can casually produce an item worth 500,000 spirit stones. Do you truly believe I cannot muster 1,000,000 spirit stones?" Yu narrowed her eyes, a dangerous smile forming on her lips. The auction resumed. The girl in palace attire announced, "This esteemed guest bids 1,000,000 spirit stones. Did I ask there anyone willing to offer a higher price?" Everyone awaited a response from the first box. Yi Chen, having resolved not to bid further after Lin Xiaoran's next call, was unexpectedly met with silence from the first box. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. Indeed, moments later, as the third call concluded, the girl in palace attire announced, Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the life-saving artifact incarnation. How does this esteemed guest wish to proceed with payment? Sweat poured down Yi Chen's forehead. He chuckled awkwardly, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze, unsure of how to respond. After a brief moment, he stammered, I shall use this Tongxian pearl as a deduction. The girl in palace attire smiled, asking, May I inquire how the esteemed guest wishes to deduct this? Through pawn or auction? Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at the first box, a glint of determination in his eyes, before gritting his teeth and declaring, Auction. Chapter 73. Auction. Yi Chen opted for auction. Confident that his Tongxian pearl would fetch a price far exceeding 500,000 spirit stones. He understood that a pawn would yield a far lesser amount. However, with more participants in the bidding, the price could vary significantly. Although parting with the Tongxian pearl pained him, he recognized this as his only viable option. While our chosen one was typically brash, he understood that Linglong Pavilion was not to be trifled with. If he could not procure the funds for the incarnation, he might not be able to exit the auction venue. Yi Chen felt his plans were sound, and his strategy well thought out. Yet, as the auction commenced, he found himself restless. The girl in palace attire announced, This esteemed guest has entrusted Linglong Pavilion to sell one Tongxian pearl, estimated at 500,000 spirit stones, with a starting bid of 200,000 spirit stones. Yi Chen could not contain himself, exclaiming, Why is the starting bid only 200,000 spirit stones? Why not 500,000 spirit stones? The girl in palace attire smiled sweetly. Esteemed guest, you may not be aware that an auction differs from a standard sale. Typically, the starting bid for our auction items is set below the estimated value. For instance, as previously mentioned, we valued the item at 300,000 spirit stones, yet the opening bid was merely 80,000 spirit stones. However, guests need not worry, for after the bidding commences, the price is likely to rise. Although the elegantly attired maiden made a valid point, Yi Chen found it difficult to swallow his frustration, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. Indeed, as soon as the maiden announced the starting price, a somewhat juvenile voice emerged from the prestigious first box. I bid 20,000 spirit stones. After a brief pause, Lin Shaoran added, This item is mine for the taking. The previously eager crowd was instantly silenced. In terms of financial power, they knew they could not compete. Realizing that no matter the final price, they would be unable to secure the item, they deemed it unnecessary to exert themselves. Recklessly calling out a bid might even provoke the bidder's disdain. Why bother? It would be wiser to simply offer a favor to the individual. Despite her youth, Lin Shaoran was far more astute than most. She had noted during the bidding with Yi Chen that apart from him, no one dared to challenge her. With a flicker of insight, she understood the situation. Thus, at the very moment the Tongxian pearl was up for bid, she confidently declared her price, exuding an air of determination. As expected, no one dared to bid against her. Witnessing the venue fall into silence, with not a single bid being made, Yi Chen was both astonished and enraged, unable to restrain himself as he shouted, You are mocking me. The maiden, however, remained unfazed, smiling as she replied, Dear guest, one must be accountable for their words. Our Linglong Pavilion is a well-respected commercial guild belonging to the Yunjian, known throughout the industry for our fairness and integrity. As for auctions, they are inherently a gamble. Bet wisely, and one may acquire wealth overnight. Bet poorly, and one risks losing everything. Should you choose to gamble, you must accept the outcome. Would you not agree? Yi Chen, however, was consumed by anger as he coldly retorted, Nonsense. You valued my Tongxian pearl at 500,000, yet now you are selling it for a mere 20,000. Everyone here can see that you are attempting to swindle me. I demand the cancellation of this auction. The smile on the maiden's face vanished. She regarded Yi Chen with a calm demeanor and replied coolly, You wish to rescind your auction consignment, dear guest. Have you considered the consequences of such an action? What consequences could there possibly be? I can simply forego the earlier item. I will act as if I were never here. The maiden scoffed. What do you take our Linglong Pavilion for? Since you have chosen to participate in the bidding, you must adhere to our rules. Now that you wish to withdraw, do you not think you are dismissing the importance of our Linglong Pavilion and the Yunjian? No sooner had she finished speaking than several guards appeared around the venue. Each guard was at least at the golden core stage, with a few even at the transformation stage. The guards advanced, encircling Yi Chun, and one who appeared to be the leader coldly inquired, "Have you considered the consequences of provoking our Yunjian?" As Yi Chun beheld the approaching figures, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Having spent considerable time within the Tianhua sect, he had grown accustomed to the rarity of golden core cultivators and the even greater scarcity of transformation stage practitioners. Yet here, within this modest Linglong pavilion, so many golden core and transformation stage cultivators had emerged at once. When did these stages become so trivial? Yi Chun was confident in his ability to contend against those of the same realm. Yet he lacked the assurance to face multiple individuals from a higher realm simultaneously. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Chun made a difficult decision: to concede. With an awkward demeanor, he stammered, I misspoke earlier. Please do not take it to heart." The maiden smiled. "Since you acknowledge your error, I trust you have no objections to the earlier bidding outcome?" Yi Chun begrudgingly replied, "No. In that case, I hereby announce that this Tongxian pearl has been won by the esteemed guest in the first box." "Congratulations," the maiden declared with a smile. At that moment, Yi Chun felt as though his heart were bleeding that a precious treasure had been sold for such a meager price due to his oversight. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to refrain from glancing at the first box, fearing that his surging murderous intent might be perceived. Yet inwardly, he swore to make Lin Xiaoran pay a price. "Your Tongxian pearl has been successfully auctioned. After deducting a 10% commission fee, you will receive 18,000 spirit stones. The 100,000 spirit stones have been offset by the 18,000. How would you like to pay the remaining 82,000? The maiden inquired with a smile. For the first time, Yi Chun realized how detestable that smile could be. Taking a deep breath, he replied in as calm a tone as he could muster, "I will pay with 80,000 spirit stones, and the remainder with my magical artifacts. Might I inquire whether you intend to pawn or auction them?" Pawnbroker. Having learned from his previous misfortune, Yi Chun was no longer inclined to trust the so-called auction. It must be said that as a child of fortune, Yi Chun's wealth was indeed considerable. One by one, he retrieved magical artifacts from his storage ring, many of which were of significant value. Upon receiving Yi Chun's artifacts, the Linglong Pavilion first appraised them and then offered to purchase them at 70% of their appraised value, a relatively fair price for a pawn. In a live auction, one might typically only receive half of their worth. Though this percentage may appear harsh, it is in fact generous compared to other pawn shops, which would likely offer only 2/3 of the value. Nevertheless, Yi Chun felt a pang of regret. Feng Shao watched from a distance as Yi Chun produced item after item. Feng Shao observed the fortune above Yi Chun's head shift from deep purple to light purple, then from light purple to deep red. It seemed this time would indeed be a significant loss for Yi Chun. Yet what astonished Feng Shao further was that nearly half of Yi Chun's fortune was absorbed by the Tianhua jade slip. He could not help but glance toward the first box, pondering who the occupants might be. How could they undermine Yi Chun while simultaneously benefiting from the situation? After all, Feng Shao had not seen Lin Xiaoran for 7 years. With the saying, "A woman changes greatly at 18," he realized that even if Lin Xiaoran stood before him, he might not recognize her. Meanwhile, an even more infuriating development unfolded for Yi Chun. After acquiring Yi Chun's pledged artifacts, the Linglong Pavilion promptly auctioned them off at the venue. This time, Lin Xiaoran refrained from participating, allowing others to bid without hesitation. Amidst the continuous bidding, Yi Chun watched helplessly as the artifacts he had just pawned for a pittance sold for at least 3 times their value. His anger nearly caused him to spit blood. Were it not for the Linglong Pavilion's formidable guards, he would have fought back right then and there. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Shao also picked up a valuable item. He obtained nothing less than another fragment of the Jiutian Shuqing mirror, the Zhu Tian mirror, which Yi Chun had previously held. Upon acquiring the Zhu Tian mirror, Feng Shao distinctly sensed the connection between it and the Luan Tian mirror. If both mirrors were activated simultaneously, they could become a formidable defensive artifact. Watching as what should rightfully belong to him was picked apart, Yi Chun felt a deep frustration and decided to stand up and leave. 3 sycophants followed Yi Chun closely, too intimidated to utter a word. Zhang Yu and the others had originally come to gain insight from Yi Chun as they watched valuable artifacts being sold off. Their eyes filled not only with astonishment but also envy. Yet the most shocking realization struck them not from the others, but from their Saint Sun's senior brother, Yi Chun. The reason they had become Yi Chun's sycophants was that he often brought them good fortune. They felt grateful and hoped for more benefits. Thus they indulged Yi Chun in all matters. However, today they discovered that the meager gifts Yi Chun had bestowed upon them were, in fact, trivial compared to his true wealth. As the saying goes, one grain of rice breeds gratitude, while a bushel breeds resentment. Previously, they had been unaware of Yi Chun's vast fortune, but upon learning that he could casually produce 80 to 90,000 spirit stones, their perception shifted. They had previously thought of how much good fortune they had received from Yi Chun, but now their thoughts turned to how much more he had yet to offer. The stark contrast left them feeling unbalanced. Nevertheless, they concealed their dissatisfaction well, masking their feelings. Meanwhile, in his fury, Yi Chun remained oblivious to their change in demeanor. Just as Yi Chun and his companions were about to exit the venue, a thunderous crash resonated from the dome above. Suddenly, debris began to rain down, plunging the venue into chaos. The Linglong Pavilion guards were taken aback, leaping into action toward the massive hole that had just been breached. However, they had only just taken flight when they were sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground, some even lifeless. Amidst the turmoil, a hoarse voice, akin to thunder, echoed throughout the venue. "Ha ha, die! All of you, let us see who dares to stop me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Diyu leaped forward, astonished recognition in his eyes. "Chu Hao, is it really you?" Chapter 74. A shocking turn of events, a swirling mass of black mist, seemingly alive, surged through the breach in the dome, hovering ominously above the crowd. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the inky mist peeled away layer by layer, revealing a gaunt, pallid man who resembled a skeleton more than a human. His visage was twisted with malevolence as he fixed his gaze upon the figure of Diyu standing before him, laughing maniacally. "Diyu, did you truly think that the 10,000 stupas could suppress me?" Upon beholding this sinister man, Diyu's expression turned grave. Slowly, she drew a crimson long sword, and at the moment it was unsheathed, an intense heat wave surged through the venue, scorching the air and seemingly singeing the very strands of hair of those present. Diyu coldly retorted, "Chu Hao, having fortuitously escaped from the stupa forest, you dare to confront me instead of seeking refuge. Do you truly believe I lack the resolve to slay you?" Chu Hao chuckled. "Diyu, I am well aware of your desire to kill me. Coincidentally, I too wish to end your life. Not only do I wish to eliminate you, but I also intend to rid myself of that little girl behind you. Had it not been for the girl surnamed Shao, I would not have languished beneath the 10,000 stupas for decades. Now that Xiao Ruyao is absent, avenging myself on her daughter seems quite fitting." Diyu's fury ignited. "You are delusional. Should you wish to harm her, you must first step over my corpse." Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoran, ensconced in a private box, gazed anxiously at the confrontation unfolding above. Although she had never met Chu Hao, she was well aware of his notorious reputation. The White Tiger envoy, Chu Hao, was a staunch loyalist of Long Huayu, the former leader of the Tianxin sect, and one of the most formidable adversaries her parents had faced in the past. After Xiao Ruyao had mastered her swordsmanship, she had battled Chu Hao in the stupa forest of Longhua Temple. Following a fierce clash, she had succeeded in defeating him, imprisoning him beneath the 10,000 stupas. The stupa forest and the Wuxiang realm were two of Longhua Temple's most sacred grounds, which had allowed the temple to withstand formidable foes for thousands of years. That it was said that the stupa forest was home to countless malevolent spirits, and no one had ever escaped from its grasp. To her astonishment, Chu Hao had somehow emerged from the stupa forest and made his way to Binyan City, a peerless prodigy who had once been Chu Hao's equal. Diyu was not one to cower in fear. However, witnessing Chu Hao's current bizarre form instilled a measure of trepidation within her. Stealthily, she communicated with Lin Xiaoran, urging, "Ranner, flee swiftly. I shall entangle this fiend." Startled, Lin Xiaoran hesitated for merely a moment before turning to flee. Observing her attempt to escape, Chu Hao's expression darkened ominously. "Little girl, where do you think you're going?" With a wave of his hand, the surrounding black mist morphed into a chain as thick as a child's arm, hurtling towards Lin Xiaoran. Diyu swiftly struck the chain with her sword, that a thunderous clang resounded as the chain was cleaved in two. Yet in that instant of severance, Diyu faintly heard the wails of tormented souls. The sound was unbearably grating, piercing through to her very core, nearly shattering her composure. Her countenance shifted as she exclaimed, "You have indeed delved into the realm of the damned." Chu Hao cackled. "If I had not embraced the ghostly path, how could I have escaped the 10,000 stupas? Diyu, once renowned alongside me, I wonder if you can still withstand my power today." Before his words could settle, he raised his hand, and the black mist coalesced into a massive blade over a yard long. With a fierce downward strike, he aimed it at Diyu. Her face hardened like frost as she formed a sword technique with her hands. The long sword in her grasp erupted into a blaze. Reminiscent of a phoenix SCRY in a moment of reverie, the sword's aura transformed into a torrent of flames, surging towards the colossal blade like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Boom! The clash of blades reverberated through the venue, nearly causing it to collapse. That a tumultuous shockwave surged forth, knocking countless spectators to the ground. The crowd, gripped by terror, scattered in panic, their screams and curses filling the air. Feng Shao, Luo Qiushuang, and Bai Shuanghua, sheltered within their box, were momentarily shielded from the chaos. They observed the fierce battle between Diyu and Chu Hao in a daze, while Feng Shao pondered over Chu Hao's earlier words. Although he had never seen Diyu, he had heard whispers of her exploits. Rumor suggested she had been Xiao Ruo's protector, yet it was evident that Xiao Ruyao was not present. Chu Hao's fixation on eliminating Xiao Ruo's daughter implied that Lin Xiaoran could very well be in danger. An unsettling premonition stirred within him as he instinctively glanced towards the number 1 box. For the vast majority present, the combat between Diyu and Chu Hao resembled a celestial clash. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows numerous times, with each impact of their weapons. The venue trembled violently that if this continued, it would not be long before the venue was utterly dismantled by their might. Among the panicking guests, one individual exhibited peculiar behavior. Our fated child, Yi Qin, that he too stood transfixed. Observing the fierce duel above, an inexplicable surge of ambition welling within him, that a voice within him declared resolutely, "One day, I shall ascend to such strength. No, I shall surpass them." Meanwhile, a petite figure hurriedly made her way outward. Although Lin Xiaoran held steadfast confidence in Diyu, she recognized that anyone capable of instilling such dread in her ally was far from ordinary. Not one to be overly sentimental, she heeded Diyu's telepathic warning without hesitation. Yet amidst the chaos, countless individuals rushed towards the exit, many employing their true essence to hasten their escape. Although Lin Xiaoran was exceptionally gifted, her training was still nascent. In the tumultuous crowd, she felt like a drifting leaf, shoved and jostled by the throngs, nearly stumbling multiple times. Suddenly, she felt something trip her foot and instinctively gasped as she fell to the ground. Before she could rise, a foot came crashing down towards her back. Just as the foot was about to strike, a surge of true energy propelled the assailant aside. In the next moment, Lin Xiaoran heard a voice beside her. "Don't panic, follow me." Upon hearing that voice, a tremor coursed through her body, and her eyes brimmed with warmth. It was Xiaoge. He had come to rescue her. Soon after, she felt a strong arm lift her up. Once standing, she felt his rough hand firmly grasping her delicate one. He then pulled her forward, and she found herself following his lead, as if she were a mere puppet. Gazing at his familiar profile, Lin Xiaoran felt a sweetness envelop her heart, sweeter than honey. She involuntarily relished the sensation of being cradled, yet a pang of regret washed over her. If only she could be held a little longer. The last time she had been embraced like this was 7 years ago, when she was small enough to nestle entirely within his embrace. Now, she had grown, unable to fit as she once had. Yet now his large hand held hers tightly as they ran together, allowing her to follow in his footsteps, mirroring his strides as they sped forward. Just as she had countless times in her dreams, in a daze, she almost believed she was dreaming. Feng Shao remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Lin Xiaoran's mind at that critical moment. His entire focus was on navigating the chaotic crowd while also protecting Lin Xiaoran from behind. Fortunately, she remained cooperative throughout, sparing him any concern. Moments later, they managed to escape the Linglong Pavilion amidst the tumult. Just as they emerged from the pavilion, it collapsed in a cacophony of gasps from the crowd. gazing at the rubble. Feng Shao was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon heard two familiar voices calling out, "Master, we are here." Yet before he could turn to look at Luo Qiushuang and the others, a figure shrouded in black mist soared into the sky. The figure paused momentarily before hurtling towards Feng Shao. Following closely behind was a fiery red silhouette. Feng Shao instinctively recognized the target of their pursuit, and without a second thought, drew his sword, shouting to Lin Xiaoran, "Run!" He understood he was no match for Chu Hao. But he could buy Lin Xiaoran some time, that if he could hold out until Diyu arrived, she would be safe. From a distance, Chu Hao spotted Feng Shao drawing his sword, assuming a defensive stance, and could not help but scoff, barking, "You dare to impede me, boy?" With that, he raised his hand, and a meteor hammer formed from the black mist hurtled towards Feng Shao from over 100 meters away. Feng Shao deftly evaded the oncoming hammer. It whizzed past him, shaking the ground beneath. Just as he steadied himself, he swung his sword without hesitation, unleashing a soaring sword aura towards Chu Hao. Chu Hao, sensing the fierce approach of the sword aura, let out a soft exclamation, impressed. Not bad. The soaring sword technique had been comprehended by Xiao Riyao after Chu Hao's defeat, thus he remained unaware of the connection between Feng Shao and the Xiaoyao Hall. Yet Diyu, witnessing the scene from afar, was astonished to see someone wielding the soaring sword aura, and soon deduced the identity of the wielder. She called out, "Feng Shao, hurry and take Ranner away." Chu Hao's expression darkened as he muttered, "So, you have ties to that little girl? In that case, you shall perish here." A dense black mist enveloped the surroundings, swiftly coalescing in the sky into dozens of gleaming blades, each approximately a foot in length. Observing this, Feng Shao instinctively felt a sense of foreboding, but he turned his head only to find Lin Xiaoran still standing frozen in place, her expression one of bewilderment. Unable to contain his frustration, he exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and flee." Yet before Lin Xiaoran could respond, the blades descended from the heavens like a torrential downpour, as the pair braced for the imminent onslaught that threatened to slice them into fragments. Feng Shao, in a moment of desperation, retrieved the Luan Tian mirror and the Zhu Tian mirror from his storage ring, that he swiftly combined the two, channeling his vital energy into them. The two copper mirrors merged, erupting in a dazzling white light, conjuring a formidable barrier that appeared before them. Almost immediately, a thunderous crash resonated as countless blades struck the shield. The shockwave from the collision surged through the mirrors and coursed through Feng Shao, causing his blood to roil violently. As if he had been struck with great force, that he opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it. It was evident that the two mirrors alone were insufficient to withstand such an assault. If only he had another mirror. Seeing Feng Shao spitting blood, Lin Xiaoran's face paled in terror as she rushed forward to embrace him, anxiously inquiring, "Brother Shao, are you all right?" With a wry smile, Feng Shao looked at Lin Xiaoran and could not help but ask, "Why on earth are you still here?" "I told you to run." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaoran shouted, "I refuse to leave you behind." "Ah, what a tragic pair of star-crossed lovers." Chu Hao sneered coldly. The barrier conjured by the combined mirrors was unexpectedly powerful. Yet it could not endure under his relentless assault for long, that as he observed the two entwined on the ground, a malicious intent surged within him. He materialized a colossal hand from the black mist, seizing Lin Xiaoran in its grasp. Feng Shao attempted to charge forward, but was sent flying by a single swipe of Chu Hao's hand. Just then, Diyu arrived, brandishing his sword in an attack against Chu Hao. Chu Hao, caught mid-air by Diyu's strike, retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Diyu crashing into the ground. Chu Hao spat out a mouthful of purplish-red blood, his expression darkening that he had sustained severe injuries and was in urgent need of recuperation. However, with Lin Xiaoran now in his possession, his objective had been achieved. As he prepared to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a figure, prompting an involuntary exclamation. "The body of Fire Devourer, how unexpected to encounter you here. In that case, you shall come with me." Yichen could never have anticipated that as a mere bystander, he would find himself embroiled in such calamity that in the next instant, he felt darkness envelop him, his body tightening, and then he was lifted into the air. Just as Chu Hao began to fly away with both captives, Feng Shao struggled to regain his footing, in a frantic rush, He produced several medicinal pills and swallowed them all at once. Once he felt his strength slightly restored, he immediately took to the skies on his sword, pursuing after them. Chapter 75. My Shaoran, you have grown, put me down. Let me go. From the moment Chu Hao seized her, Lin Shaoran had not ceased her struggles. Initially, Chu Hao ignored her, but as time passed, he grew increasingly irritated. When they soared above a dense forest, he could no longer contain himself and barked at Lin Shaoran in a harsh tone. You wretched girl. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? Lin Shaoran, undaunted, glared defiantly at Chu Hao, retorting, If you dare to harm me, my brother Shao will never let you off the hook. Brother Shao. Chu Hao let out a cold laugh. The brother Shao you speak of must be that young man from earlier. Correct? That boy, at such a tender age, has achieved considerable cultivation and managed to withstand my strike. He possesses some skill. But do you truly believe he can kill me? Lin Shaoran, with a tone of derision, replied, How long have you been cultivating? My brother Shao has only just begun. Just give him a few more years, and killing you will be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Chu Hao's expression darkened. You insolent girl. You are indeed cut from the same cloth as your mother. Had it not been for your mother's provocation back then, I would not have languished in the floating pagoda forest for decades. Since you have such faith in your beloved, I shall go and kill him now. I am eager to see who will come to kill me like a chicken in a few decades. Lin Shaoran was struck with alarm. If you dare lay a hand on my brother Shao, I will have my parents crush your bones to dust. Then I shall be most eager for that. Chu Hao replied with a chilling laugh. But before that, let me show you my true capabilities. As his words fell, Lin Shaoran felt the grip of the enormous hand tighten suddenly, and a chilling aura penetrated her body. Pain coursed through her, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Chu Hao observed Lin Shaoran's agony with a smirk, waiting for her to succumb to the torment and plead for mercy. To his surprise, however, Lin Shaoran gritted her teeth and remained silent, defiant in her suffering. Even Chu Hao could not help but commend. Well done, little girl. You certainly have some spirit, reminiscent of your father's tenacity. Shivering yet resolute, Lin Shaoran replied, If you have the ability, then kill me. Tormenting me is no true skill. Chu Hao sneered. You wish for death? Then I shall deny you that. Not only will I keep you alive, but I will ensure you endure this pain for eternity. As Chu Hao tormented Lin Shaoran, Yi Chen watched in trepidation, not daring to utter a word for fear of attracting Chu Hao's attention. That he was uncertain why he had been brought here, but suspected it was not for anything good. Sure enough, a moment later, Chu Hao's gaze shifted to Yi Chen, and with a smile he inquired, Boy, I wager you are quite curious as to why I have brought you here. Why don't you take a guess? Yi Chen forced a laugh and said, Senior, are you not considering taking me as your disciple due to my exceptional talent? Chu Hao erupted into laughter. You think highly of yourself. Regrettably, you are mistaken. Suddenly, Chu Hao's demeanor turned grave. I find your body of fire devourer quite satisfactory. I have just emerged from the floating pagoda forest and am in need of a new vessel. Your body is quite fitting for my requirements. Yi Chen inwardly despaired and hastily implored, Senior, my body is not as remarkable as you might think. I suffer from hemorrhoids. The pain is unbearable daily. Moreover, my digestive system is weak. I frequently have diarrhea. Senior, I have many ailments. Seizing my body would bring you no benefit. I know of a person with exceptional talent. Perhaps you could consider him instead. Intrigued by Yi Chen's words, Chu Hao asked, Oh, and who might this person be? Yi Chen grinned. That person is our sect's master elder brother, Feng Shao. Upon hearing this, Lin Shaoran, despite her agony, exclaimed, You cowardly wretch, how utterly shameless. Fearing for your life, you lack any spirit. Chu Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed. Look at this little girl, younger than you by several years, yet in terms of spirit, she far surpasses you. Yi Chen felt embarrassed, yet inwardly scoffed. What use was spirit at a time like this? Did he fear dying too soon or enduring too much pain? Did he not see how Lin Shaoran, full of spirit, was now being tortured to the point of incoherence? Just as Chu Hao was about to speak further, he suddenly froze, a playful expression crossing his face. He turned to Lin Shaoran and said, Little girl, your beloved is here. Lin Sharon's heart raced in shock, and just as she was about to speak, she was enveloped by the black mist and silence that moment. Feng Shao, arriving on his sword, spotted Chu Hao from a distance and shouted, "Release her at once!" Chu Hao regarded Feng Shao, a smile gracing his lips. "You, young man, possess quite the audacity. Do you truly believe you can contend with me?" Feng Shao unsheathed his Jinwu sword, his expression grave. "I am aware I am no match for you, but even so, I cannot stand idly by as you take Sharon away." Chu Hao chuckled coldly. "In that case, let us engage if you can defeat me. Both of them shall be yours." Feng Shao cast a glance at Yi Chun before returning his focus. "I only wish to take Shaoran." Yi Chun's expression soured instantly. Did he long to cry out for help, but thought better of it and sealed his lips. After all, Feng Shao was unlikely to defeat this foe. Seeking help would be futile. "Should you wish to take this girl, then unleash your full strength." Amidst Chu Hao's maniacal laughter, the black mist behind him transformed into dozens of chains, ravenously lunging toward Feng Shao. Observing this, Feng Shao immediately activated his movement technique, striving to evade while preparing to counterattack. However, Chu Hao seemed to sense Feng Shao's intentions, the chains overwhelming him from every angle. Feng Shao exerted every ounce of his strength, yet found no opportunity to retaliate, instead being forced to cross his sword defensively against an incoming strike. The chains collided with the Jinwu sword, producing a thunderous clang, while Feng Shao felt as though his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, nearly causing him to spew blood. That a voice echoed within Feng Shao's mind. "Young man, this individual likely possesses the cultivation of the Tai Ching realm. With your golden core cultivation, it will be difficult for you to contend with him." Feng Shao, while evading the onslaught, cursed inwardly. "Old ghost, if you do not assist me soon, you can find your own way to Xianlei Mountain." Chen Ke, how disheartening, once addressing him as senior, now reduced to old ghost. Truly, the hearts of men are no longer what they used to be, but in a scenario where humans wield knives and I am the fish on the chopping board. Chen Ke, in a state of helplessness, could only lend his strength to Feng Shao. In the next moment, Feng Shao felt an influx of true energy surging throughout his body, sharpening his senses slightly. As he absorbed the power that Chen Ke bestowed upon him, Feng Shao marveled inwardly. "Old ghost, I never imagined you possessed such formidable means." However, Chen Ke replied, "Youngster, this individual is profoundly skilled. Even with my strength lent to you, you are likely no match for him." Feng Shao's tone turned grave. "Even so, retreat is not an option. Is it because of that little girl?" "Indeed, it is precisely because of her." Chen Ke sighed inwardly, yet said, "Under ordinary circumstances, you would likely face certain death. However, he appears to be gravely injured, causing his aura to fluctuate. You may exploit this weakness." Feng Shao's eyes brightened instantly. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Even if I had, what difference would it make? You are still not his adversary." While the two conversed, Chu Hao's offensive continued unabated. Feng Shao, like a small boat amidst raging winds and towering waves, stood firm against the tumult, unwavering despite the chaos. Chu Hao clicked his tongue in wonder, exclaiming, "You, young man, seem to harbor some secrets, but it matters not. Whatever your secrets may be, you shall perish here today." With that, chains rose and sliced toward Feng Shao. Taking a deep breath, Feng Shao's eyes shone with determination. This was the moment he had awaited. As the chains neared, Feng Shao summoned the Luan Tian mirror and the Zhu Tian mirror, erecting a solid barrier to shield himself. In an instant, the chains struck, crashing against his protective barrier with a thunderous roar. This wave of assault was ferocious to the extreme, nearly forcing Feng Shao to spit blood. Yet, this also granted him a brief respite in the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity before the chains retracted, Feng Shao unleashed his full strength, cleaving the chains asunder with a single stroke that he transformed into a streak of flowing light, charging straight toward Chu Hao. Chu Hao sneered. "What, do you think you can harm me at close range?" Feng Shao shouted. "I may not be able to injure you, but what if I use this?" As he spoke, Feng Shao suddenly raised a seemingly unremarkable, dark square seal resembling a brick. The moment Feng Shao lifted the seal, Chu Hao discerned its essence through its aura. The 7 mysterious evil suppressing seal. How could it be? Before Chu Hao could react, Feng Shao flung the seal towards him. The black mist recoiled before the 7 mysterious evil suppressing seal, dissipating like snow under the sun, unwilling to approach it. Ultimately, the seal struck Chu Hao with no obstruction whatsoever. He let out a piercing scream as the black mist disintegrated in an instant. Chu Hao had already sustained injuries from his battle with Du, emboldened by Feng Shao's mere golden core cultivation. He had dared to engage him, only to be struck squarely by the 7 mysterious evil suppressing seal, exacerbating his already grievous wounds, even affecting his primal essence. As Feng Shao summoned the seal back. Preparing for another strike, he saw Chu Hao fling a mass of black mist towards him. Feng Shao raised his sword, intending to cleave through the mist, when he caught a glimpse of a petite figure emerging from within. Startling him, he quickly retracted his sword and embraced the figure within the mist. However, just as Feng Shao held Lin Xiaoran, the black mist suddenly transformed into a steel whip, crashing down upon her. Feng Shao, taken aback, instinctively turned and braced himself, absorbing the heavy blow with his back. The strike forced Feng Shao's insides to churn violently, and he couldn't help but spit a mouthful of blood. His body plummeting like a meteor toward the ground. In the moment before impact, Feng Shao twisted with all his might, orienting his back toward the earth. Boom! The impact was so forceful that he broke through the ground. Beneath the surface lay an expanse of emptiness, and Feng Shao continued his descent, cradling Lin Xiaoran as he fell. Time seemed to stretch as they plunged downward, until Feng Shao suddenly felt a violent impact against his back. Pain shot through his organs, and he spat another mouthful of blood. Fortunately, they finally reached the ground. Regaining his composure, Feng Shao hurriedly checked on Lin Xiaoran's condition. Seeing that she was uninjured, he let out a sigh of relief. After escaping the peril, Feng Shao took a moment to gather his energy, then turned his attention to the girl he had not seen in 7 years. Whether Lin Xiaoran was in shock or for some other reason, she lay quietly in Feng Shao's embrace, eyes tightly shut, as if in slumber. Observing Lin Xiaoran's ethereal beauty and her now graceful figure, Feng Shao suddenly realized she was no longer the delicate little girl he remembered. My Ranner has grown up, Chapter 76. Healing at this moment, Feng Shao's entire body ached, and his internal injuries were severe. He painstakingly set Lin Xiaoran aside and sat up to meditate. The true energy cultivated from the Qin Kuan secret tome healed internal injuries remarkably quickly. After half an hour, Feng Shao felt nearly restored. The remainder would require medicinal treatment for gradual recovery. He opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. However, upon seeing Lin Xiaoran still in a comatose state, astonishment washed over his face. Although Lin Xiaoran had not awakened, her complexion had turned pale, her breathing rapid, and her body trembled as if besieged by frigid cold. Feng Shao rushed forward, pressing on Lin Xiaoran's pulse, gently infusing her with true energy. As the energy penetrated deeper, Feng Shao's brow furrowed increasingly. He could distinctly sense an extremely cold energy lingering within Lin Xiaoran's meridians, steadily encroaching upon her heart and dantian. Had it not been for Lin Xiaoran's inherited cultivation method, which possessed formidable resistance, this cold energy would have long since invaded her heart and dantian. Even so, Lin Xiaoran could only rely on instinct to endure, utterly incapable of expelling the cold energy from her body. Feng Shao quickly lifted Lin Xiaoran, allowing her to lean against him. One hand pressed against her heart on her back, while the other rested on her lower abdomen. He transformed his physical constitution into the 9-yang diamond body, and as his Qin Kuan true energy circulated within this form, it transformed into pure yang true energy, which he continuously channeled into Lin Xiaoran's heart and dantian through his hands. Feng Shao's method of healing was rather unrefined. It should not be employed unless with someone intimately close. However, since Lin Xiaoran was his fiancée, and given the urgency of the situation, he set aside his reservations. Under Feng Shao's intense effort, Lin Xiaoran's complexion gradually regained its color, and her trembling ceased. Yet, as the healing progressed, Feng Shao's brow furrowed once more. Feng Shao based his healing on her heart and dantian, using the pure yang true energy to cleanse Lin Xiaoran's entire meridian system and dispel the cold energy. Yet it seemed the source of this cold energy was particularly tenacious, clinging to her meridians like a stubborn parasite. No matter how Feng Shao channeled his true energy, he could not eradicate it entirely. Whenever he withdrew his energy, the cold energy would swiftly reassert itself, once again invading her heart and dantian. Feng Shao searched his mind for the medical texts acquired through his fused memories, quickly identifying the root of the problem. But it turned out this chilling energy was a special type of true energy known as ghost-in true chi. What set this true energy apart was its ability to feed on the host's own spiritual energy, allowing it to grow stronger. In other words, as long as the afflicted individual possessed any true energy, the ghost-in true chi could not be expelled. Those of higher cultivation could forcibly expel this ghost-in true chi using their overwhelming true energy, albeit at the cost of significant damage to their own essence. However, it was a means of thorough healing. Lin Xiaoran, having practiced for a relatively short time, lacked sufficient true energy to expel the ghost-in true chi, allowing it to feed on her own energy and grow stronger. In light of this situation, the medical texts in Feng Shao's mind offered three potential methods of treatment. The first was for the afflicted individual to cultivate pure yang true energy, gradually expelling the cold energy through meditation. This method was the most effective and offered the quickest recovery, but Lin Xiaoran did not practice pure yang true energy and was currently in a coma, rendering this method unusable. The second option was for the afflicted individual to engage in dual cultivation with someone possessing a special constitution, utilizing the partner's physique and true energy to drive out the ghost-in true chi. The medical text listed a multitude of suitable constitutions for dual cultivation. Upon seeing one of the constitutions, Feng Shao's eyelids twitched, and a surge of anger welled up within him. How could there be a fire-devouring body? The fire-devouring body is also considered a type of pure yang body, making it effective against this insidious true energy. However, when the possessor of the fire-devouring body was Yi Chun, Feng Shao felt that the matter was far from simple. Connecting the dots to the heavenly Tao's attitude towards the fated children, Feng Shao nearly instantaneously deduced why Lin Xiaoran had fallen victim to such a profoundly sinister form of true energy. It was all the work of that wretched fate. A trap, another infernal trap. In the past, when such traps were employed against other women, Feng Shao merely felt a sense of regret. But now, he was consumed by unbridled fury. That damned fate had the audacity to target Ranner. Had he not pursued after her, Feng Shao shuddered to think of what might have transpired next, taking several deep breaths to suppress the anger swelling within. Feng Shao closed his eyes and entered a state of deep contemplation. After transforming into the 9-yang diamond body, he met the requirements for dual cultivation. However, Lin Xiaoran was still quite young, and Feng Shao found it impossible to stoop to such base actions with someone so young. Thus, the only feasible option left was to employ the third method of treatment. The third method did not impose stringent requirements regarding constitution. It merely required the ability to cultivate pure yang true energy. Regarding the treatment method, to be honest, it can be considered a form of dual cultivation, albeit not in the conventional sense of physical union. However, those who can reach this stage are not far removed from the realm of true dual cultivation. After much contemplation, Feng Shao finally made up his mind. He removed his upper garments, revealing his robust physique. He then leaned down, took a deep breath, and gently helped Lin Xiaoran out of her top. Before long, the tender and youthful form of the girl appeared before him. Throughout this entire process, Lin Xiaoran remained in a state of unconsciousness, completely unaware that she was now almost openly exposed to her beloved Xiaoge. Feng Shao cast aside distracting thoughts, cradling Lin Xiaoran's soft and delicate body in his embrace. Under the influence of the pure yang energy, his body radiated warmth akin to a furnace, prompting Lin Xiaoran, who was suffering from the chills, to instinctively wrap her arms around him. Feng Shao's hands encircled Lin Xiaoran's back, pressing against her smooth, satin-like skin. One hand rested over her heart, while the other found its place on her lower abdomen. With both hands exerting force, a torrent of warmth surged into Lin Xiaoran's body. This action effectively subjected her entire meridian system to the purifying heat of his pure yang energy. Consequently, the malevolent yin energy had nowhere to hide. Gradually dissipating under the intense warmth, the dark energy faded, Lin Xiaoran's complexion began to regain its rosy hue, and her breathing grew more stable. During the healing process, the surging energy brought forth a potent masculine aura from Feng Shao, which in turn influenced Lin Xiaoran, gradually rousing her from her stupor. However, before she could fully open her eyes, she felt herself being held tightly in someone's embrace that a sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Lin Xiaoran. And she hastily opened her eyes, only to behold the figure she had longed for. Thus, the individual embracing her in such an intimate manner was none other than, at this realization, Lin Xiaoran quickly shut her eyes again. Her once rosy cheeks now blushed a deep crimson. She silently reassured herself. After all, I will eventually marry him, so whether it's now or later, it's quite similar. Yet, despite her internal consolation, her heartbeat raced uncontrollably. She reveled in Feng Shao's embrace, greedily inhaling the scent that emanated from him. How wonderful it was to be held by Shao Gu again. Indeed, as long as he was near, there was nothing to fear. In truth, the moment Lin Xiaoran regained consciousness, Feng Shao had sensed it, for her sudden quickened breaths and rapid heartbeat were impossible to ignore. However, he was at a critical juncture in his healing practice and could not afford to be distracted. Moreover, the manner in which they were entwined left him at a loss for words. Thus, he tightly closed his eyes, pretending to be oblivious to the situation. Before long, he noticed Lin Xiaoran's heartbeat beginning to stabilize. Even as her breathing grew heavier, Feng Shao found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. How could this young girl manage to sleep in such circumstances? Yet, it was a relief. If she were asleep, the awkwardness would be alleviated. This healing process consumed Feng Shao a full 2 hours. After expelling the last trace of malevolent energy from Lin Xiaoran's body, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. With gentle care, he helped her don her clothing before putting on his own. Once he had tidied up, Feng Shao sat beside the slumbering Lin Xiaoran, unable to resist stealing glances at her picturesque visage. Ever since their engagement, he had often fantasized about what their reunion would look like. Yet, among the countless scenarios he had imagined, none had been like this. Remembering the sensation of holding Lin Xiaoran and the contact of their skin, he felt his face flush and a warmth kindling in his lower abdomen that he quickly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. After all, Lin Xiaoran was still so young. How could he entertain such notions? It was utterly beastly. Yet had he possessed even a modicum of restraint earlier, he might have found himself in a precarious situation. He gazed at Lin Xiaoran, lost in thought. For the first time in his life, he began to yearn for a family. Chapter 77. The token of affection. When Lin Xiaoran awoke once more, she beheld Feng Shao, who was fully dressed and sitting cross-legged beside her, quietly watching over her. Upon noticing her awakening, he smiled and asked, "Are you awake? Is there any discomfort in your body?" Recalling the sensations and sights from her earlier awakening, Lin Xiaoran felt her cheeks flush. She feigned composure and replied, I feel much better." Feng Shao nodded. "That is good to hear." A silence fell between them. Although they both tactfully avoided mentioning the incident that had just transpired, an undercurrent of embarrassment lingered in their hearts. Lin Xiaoran, in addition to feeling awkward, was also enveloped by a sense of shyness. Though she had already accepted Feng Shao as her future husband, she was still an innocent girl. How could she remain unaffected in light of such events? Yet, when she recalled the potent masculine scent that had enveloped her, she found herself reminiscing. Prior to this, Lin Xiaoran had accumulated a wealth of words she wished to share with Feng Shao. Yet, for reasons unknown, as soon as he stood before her, she found herself at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, she finally managed to broach a topic, saying, Shao Gu, where exactly is this place?" Feng Shao lifted his gaze and responded, "I'm not certain. This appears to be a natural cave, hidden beneath a dense forest." "Then how do we end up here?" Lin Xiaoran inquired further. Feng Shao pointed upwards, saying, "There's a newly formed opening above. We fell through that." "Oh!" Lin Xiaoran nodded. And once again, silence enveloped them. She couldn't quite comprehend why. Despite her desire to converse with Shao Gu, she found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, while she appeared calm on the surface. Her heart was in turmoil. Observing her struggle to express herself, Feng Shao couldn't help but chuckle. "Little girl, do you have a lot you want to say to me?" Lin Xiaoran was taken aback. Was her eagerness so evident? She instinctively denied, "No, I just have a few things." At this point, she was once again at a loss for words. Feng Shao gently urged, "If you have something to say, just say it. It's just the two of us here. Is there anything you feel shy about in front of me?" Lin Xiaoran raised her gaze, meeting Feng Shao's encouraging expression. With determination, she asked, "Xiaogu, have you thought about me during these years?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, she felt her heart race, and her cheeks seemed to ignite with warmth. She couldn't help but internally regret her boldness, chastising herself. "Lin Xiaoran, how could you be so indiscreet? Now, Xiaogu might think less of you." When one begins to harbor feelings for another, there is an inherent desire to present their best self, to capture the other's attention, to earn their admiration, and to convey the message that they are worthy of such affection. There is an ever-present fear that a misstep in words might tarnish their image in the eyes of the beloved. This anxiety is a universal experience for anyone caught in the throes of infatuation or secret love. Feng Shao, however, simply smiled and replied, "I have thought about it." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran felt a surge of joy. Yet Feng Shao followed with, "But not much." Lin Xiaoran, she felt a tinge of grievance. While she thought of Xiaogu nearly every day, it seemed to given her much thought that an imbalance stirred within her. Especially when she beheld Feng Shao's smile, which suddenly seemed somewhat vexatious. Unable to contain herself, she playfully swatted at him, feigning annoyance. "Xiaogu, you're always teasing me." Feng Shao burst into hearty laughter. He ruffled Lin Xiaoran's hair, grinning. "I was just joking. How could I not think of you when you're such a delightful little girl?" Lin Xiaoran, skeptical, asked, "Really? Really?" Feng Shao affirmed earnestly, nodding that at last Lin Xiaoran's displeasure transformed into delight. "Then what have you thought about me?" With a smile, Feng Shao replied, "I wonder if you are eating and sleeping on time, how tall you've grown, if you've become more beautiful, whether you have friends around you, if anyone has made you angry, and if, when we meet again in the future, you will still recognize me." Lin Xiaoran pouted and retorted, "And what about you? When you see me again, will you recognize me instantly?" Feng Shao chuckled, shaking his head. "Little girl, do you not realize how much you've changed in these 7 years? When I first laid eyes on you, I could hardly believe how much my Ran'er has grown." Hearing him refer to her as my Ran'er, Lin Xiaoran felt warmth flood her eyes. Instinctively, she rubbed them and whispered, "You haven't come to see me all these years. I thought you had forgotten me." Feng Shao sighed. "Forget anyone else, but never you. You were the first girl to declare she wanted to marry me, though she had been merely 8 years old at the time." Under Feng Shao's gentle guidance, Lin Xiaoran gradually shed the distant demeanor she had earlier displayed, embracing the intimacy of their connection. It was no wonder, for in her heart, Feng Shao had always been the omnipotent older brother from 7 years ago. Although she often thought of Feng Shao over the past 7 years, it was inevitable that she would embellish him with elements of her own imagination. She piled all the most beautiful things she could envision onto Feng Shao, and unconsciously, he transformed in her heart from a mere beloved into a radiant idol. Consequently, Lin Xiaoran could not help but feel a sense of inferiority, completely forgetting that Feng Shao was, in fact, just an ordinary person. Upon realizing this, Feng Shao playfully began to dismantle the constraints Lin Xiaoran had placed upon him. Eventually, Lin Xiaoran also set aside her insecurities and began to genuinely draw closer to Feng Shao. Once she shed her psychological burdens, she instantly reverted to that lively little girl. She wrapped her arms around Feng Shao's arm and, with a beaming smile, asked, "Brother Shao, am I not the most beautiful woman you have ever seen?" Feng Shao chuckled, patting her little head, and replied, "Little girl, you are still quite a ways from being a woman." Lin Xiaoran pouted, displeased, and retorted, "How can that be? Haven't you said it yourself? I've already grown up." With that, she puffed out her chest, entirely unaware that her actions might be inappropriate. Feeling the softness of her touch on his arm, Feng Shao immediately sensed something amiss and inwardly lamented. This little girl had no idea just how significant her allure was. He forced himself to dismiss that intoxicating sensation and casually remarked, "Some things you will need a little more time to comprehend." Lin Xiaoran blinked in confusion and asked, Then why don't you clarify things for me right now? Brother Shao? Ah, well. Feng Shao was at a loss for words that wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but certain truths, if voiced by him, would come across as inappropriate that he could only say, once we are married. You will understand. Upon hearing the phrase, get married, Lin Shao Ran's eyes brightened immediately. Brother Shao, come back to Yujian Pavilion with me. My father has already said that once we return, we can have a wedding ceremony. Feng Shao was taken aback. So soon? He scrutinized Lin Shao Ran once more. Generally, a girl's body is nearly fully developed by the age of 14. And since Lin Shao Ran was already 15, she could be considered an adult from a biological standpoint. Yet, looking at her somewhat immature face, Feng Shao found it difficult to associate her with the term wife. Alas, does my future father-in-law truly wish to marry off his precious daughter so eagerly? He asked Lin Shao Ran. Ranner, don't you think it might be a bit too early for you to marry me? Lin Shao Ran looked perplexed and replied, Too early? I'm already 15 years old. My mother married my father when she was 16. Feng Shao. The ancient rumor that all men were fond of young girls seems to hold some truth. After some contemplation, Feng Shao decided to sidestep the topic altogether, that if necessary, he could always marry her, but refrain from consummating the union. As long as he could control himself, no one could label him a pervert. With that thought, Feng Shao chose not to dwell on the subject any longer, and he reached into his storage ring, producing a shimmering silver sword, and handed it to Lin Shao Ran, saying, For our first meeting after 7 years, I cannot let you come empty-handed. This sword is a gift for you. Do you like it? The Lin family had a tradition of swordsmanship, and even at her young age, Lin Shao Ran had become quite an adept swordswoman. Upon seeing the long sword, she recognized its exceptional quality and exclaimed, Brother Shao, where did you get this sword? It looks as though it rivals my father's Huang Quan sword and my mother's Bai Luo sword. Feng Shao laughed. It certainly does not pale in comparison to the Huang Quan sword or the Bai Luo sword. For this is the Yin Chan sword. Lin Shao Ran was taken aback and quickly asked, Is this not the legendary Yin Chan sword, one of the upper 4 swords from the 8 swords of Ling Shao? Feng Shao nodded affirmatively. As a swordsman, Lin Shao Ran possessed an inherent fondness for renowned swords. The moment she held the Yin Chan sword, she was entranced. She lovingly caressed the sword, feeling the chill emanating from it. Then, with utmost care, she drew the sword from its sheath, handling it as if it were a fragile piece of porcelain rather than a deadly weapon. After examining the Yin Chan sword for a moment, she reluctantly returned it to its sheath. However, to Feng Shao's surprise, Lin Shao Ran handed the sword back to him, her tone filled with reluctance yet determination. Brother Shao, you should keep this sword. Feng Shao, intrigued, asked, Why, do you not like this sword? Lin Shao Ran shook her head. This sword is indeed magnificent, but you need it more than I do. Feng Shao chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Lin Shao Ran's hair, and gently said, Silly girl, I already possess a sword suited for me. Look. As he spoke, Feng Shao drew forth another sword, one that radiated a golden brilliance. Lin Shao Ran's mouth fell open in amazement. This can't be the Jin Wu sword. Can it? Indeed, it is the Jin Wu sword, Feng Shao affirmed, simultaneously placing the Yin Chan sword into Lin Shao Ran's hands. Since I already have the Jin Wu sword, the Yin Chan sword naturally belongs to you. This time, Lin Shao Ran no longer refused. She cradled the Yin Chan sword in her arms, her face beaming with joy. Thank you, Brother Shao. I absolutely adore your gift. Seeing Lin Shao Ran's delighted expression, Feng Shao couldn't help but smile knowingly. At that moment, Lin Shao Ran suddenly inquired, Brother Shao, does this count as our token of love? It has long been said that the Jin Wu sword and the Yin Chan sword are a pair, just as the Bai Luo sword and the Huang Quan sword are. Thus, Lin Shao Ran asked this question. Feng Shao nodded, Indeed. Chapter 78. The Annihilating Furnace in Truth. Feng Shao harbored complex feelings regarding the engagement. Years ago, when the people from Yujian Pavilion approached Tianhua sect with a proposal for a union, Qing Yangzi, recognizing the strength of Yujian Pavilion, agreed without much hesitation. This meant that Feng Shao only learned of the engagement after it had been established. Regarding this betrothal, Feng Shao felt no aversion, though it always struck him as peculiar. After all, Lin Xiaoran had always been that little girl of 8 in his heart. Even at the time the engagement was made. She had only been 12. Any normal person would find it difficult to harbor any special feelings for a 12-year-old girl. Nevertheless, Feng Shao made a special trip to Xiaoyao Hall to consult Xiao Ruoyao about the matter. To his surprise, she was quite nonchalant, merely stating that Lin Xiaoran might possess the heart of a child, or perhaps her feelings for Feng Shao were genuinely deep-rooted. In any case, the engagement was only known to Yujian Pavilion and Tianhua sect. And should Lin Xiaoran's feelings change in the future, the two families could discuss it privately. Thus, Feng Shao unexpectedly found himself with a fiancée teed up for Lin Xiaoran. Feng Shao felt more affection than love. He regarded her more as a little sister rather than a romantic partner. However, now Feng Shao believed he should no longer overlook the feelings of this young girl. The Yin Chan's sword served as his response. It was perfectly acceptable for the little girl to be young. He could wait for her to mature. After all, cultivators lived long lives, and a few years of waiting was hardly significant. Though both were physically unharmed, neither wished to leave the cave just yet. Lin Xiaoran nestled in Feng Shao's embrace, recounting the experiences she had endured over the years. Feng Shao listened attentively, occasionally responding with a word or two. After years of pent-up thoughts, Lin Xiaoran finally had the opportunity to share them with Feng Shao without reservation. In the cave, shrouded in darkness and devoid of sunlight. Time slipped away unnoticed. Lin Xiaoran was unaware of how long she had been conversing with Feng Shao. She only knew that before she could finish expressing all she wanted to say, fatigue overwhelmed her. Noticing Lin Xiaoran rubbing her eyes in drowsiness, Feng Shao thoughtfully suggested, "If you wish to sleep, then do so that we can always continue our conversation later." Lin Xiaoran murmured, "Then, will you stay by my side?" "Brother Xiao." "I will," Feng Shao replied softly. "From now on, we will always be together." Lin Xiaoran, aware of Feng Shao's reputation for keeping promises, felt an overwhelming joy in her heart. She glanced up at Feng Shao's gentle visage, and a sudden impulse surged within her. This impulse came so unexpectedly that Lin Xiaoran, without a moment's hesitation, leaned in and pressed a firm kiss on Feng Shao's cheek. Feng Shao was momentarily stunned. When Lin Xiaoran realized what she had done, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a charming flower in full bloom. She buried her face in Feng Shao's embrace, too shy to meet his gaze. Yet in her heart, she felt no regret for her impulsive action. Rather, there was a burgeoning sense of delight. Feng Shao instinctively touched the spot where Lin Xiaoran had kissed him, then lowered his gaze to the girl nestled in his arms that he leaned down and gently kissed her ear, which felt as hot as fire, and softly said, "Ranner, sleep now." With Feng Shao's response, Lin Xiaoran's heart fluttered with a mix of surprise and joy. She thought blissfully, "Brother Xiao indeed likes me too." In the deep, dark cave, tranquility reigned, and the two, reunited after 7 years, shared a peaceful yet extraordinary night. Meanwhile, at Yujian Pavilion, a sleepless night unfolded. Lin Fengtian, upon learning that his daughter had been abducted by Chu Hao, was filled with rage that he immediately summoned the masters of Yujian Pavilion to search for Chu Hao's whereabouts. Yet it was as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Injured and in considerable distress, Diyu had not yet had the chance to tend to his wounds when he felt compelled to join the search for Lin Xiaoran. However, he was stopped by Lin Fengtian. Observing the pallor of Diyu's face, which was marred by guilt, Lin Fengtian offered words of comfort. "Senior D, Ranner has always been clever. Even if she has been abducted by Chu Hao, I am certain she will return safely. You need not fret excessively." Diyu shook his head in response, saying, "But you do not comprehend the extent to which Chu Hao has changed. I am deeply concerned that he may inflict harm upon Ranner." Lin Fengtian shared his apprehension. Yet he could not allow it to show that he was not only a father, but also the leader of a formidable power. While Diyu served as Lin Xiaoran's protector, his status was not insignificant. Even Lin Fengtian could not presume superiority in her presence. For both Lin Xiaoran and Lin Fengtian, Diyu was an elder, and thus they were obliged to show him a certain degree of respect. Regarding the abduction of Lin Xiaoran, although Lin Fengtian was worried, he would not blame Diyu, for he understood that Diyu had done his utmost. He recalled that decades ago, Xiao Ruoyao had been cast into the abyss of the underworld by Long Huayu while trying to save Lin Fengtian, leaving her fate uncertain, and Diyu had felt similarly remorseful at that time. In a fit of rage, Diyu had recklessly stormed into the main hall of Tianhua's sect to challenge Long Huayu, nearly losing his life. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Xian Wushi Lungping and Lung Lingyu, Diyu might have perished then and there. Lin Fengtian did not wish for Diyu to act irrationally once more, so he endeavored to soothe him instead. Ultimately, he insisted that he would personally lead the search for Lin Xiaoran, citing the need for someone to guard Yujian Pavilion as his reason for keeping Diyu behind. Reluctantly, Diyu accepted Lin Fengtian's instructions. Yujian Pavilion, a major force, was brimming with experts and formidable warriors. Under Lin Fengtian's direct leadership and command, the masters of Yujian Pavilion mobilized, scouring the vicinity of Bianyun City for hundreds of miles. With such significant efforts from Yujian Pavilion, it was not long before Chu Hao's whereabouts were uncovered. Lin Fengtian immediately pursued Chu Hao himself, but Chu Hao, facing Lin Fengtian, was no longer the overwhelming force he had been decades prior. In desperation, Chu Hao exerted all his strength to flee eastward, covering 1,000 miles in a single night, only to be intercepted by a young girl clad in green, wielding a sword that as he beheld Xiao Ruoyao. Her beauty unmarred, yet her expression icy. A chill coursed through Chu Hao. Xiao Ruoyao's demeanor was tranquil, yet her eyes brimmed with murderous intent. She slowly raised her by Luo long sword and coldly declared, "Chu Hao, surrender my daughter, or I shall ensure your utter annihilation, leaving you with no chance of reincarnation." Instinctively, Chu Hao glanced back at Lin Fengtian, who stood silently behind him, brandishing the Huang Quan sword. In that moment, he comprehended the futility of his escape. Captured by this formidable couple, Chu Hao recognized his grim fate and began to laugh maniacally, pointing at Xiao Ruoyao and Lin Fengtian as he proclaimed, "What can you two do? No matter how powerful you are, your daughter shall never return." "Ha! What have you done to my daughter?" Lin Fengtian demanded. Chu Hao laughed. "I have flayed her skin and shattered her bones. I must admit, this little girl possesses remarkable spirit. Even in the face of death, she refused to beg for mercy, insisting that you come to avenge her. Now, is this not the perfect opportunity for your revenge?" Xiao Ruoyao's fury ignited. "You seek death." Raising her sword high, the surging thunder coiled around the Bailuo sword, exuding a cataclysmic force. Though Chu Hao was nearing the tribulation realm, this strike was more than sufficient to obliterate him. Just then, Lin Fengtian interjected, "Chu Hao, our daughter has likely been rescued by someone else, has she not? Do you think inciting our anger will grant you a swift death?" Chu Hao scoffed. "Believe what you will. I have already reduced that little girl to ashes along with her romantic companion. Regrettably, I forgot to save a couple of bones for my own enjoyment." Lin Fengtian extended his hand, revealing a small red furnace. Though it appeared unremarkable upon seeing it, Chu Hao's expression changed dramatically. "The Annihilation Furnace?" "Indeed, it is the Annihilation Furnace," Lin Fengtian replied calmly. "If you refuse to disclose my daughter's whereabouts, I shall have no choice but to invite you inside for a while." The Annihilation Furnace, alongside the Nine Heavens Fire Cauldron, was renowned as one of the two great celestial fire furnaces. However, while the Nine Heavens Fire Cauldron was exclusively for refining weapons, the Annihilation Furnace specialized in refining souls. Even though Chu Hao had grown indifferent to life and death, the mere threat of the Annihilation Furnace caused his heart to race, but he feared neither death nor the shattering of his soul. But the torment of being trapped within the Annihilation Furnace, unable to escape or perish, filled him with dread. Noticing the fear etched on Chu Hao's face, Lin Fengtian smiled faintly. "So, what is your decision? Chu Hao, have you come to a conclusion? Will you continue to be obstinate, or will you honestly reveal my daughter's whereabouts?" Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone. Chapter 79. A fortuitous encounter. Yi Chun trudged through the dense forest, his steps uneven, having unknowingly journeyed through the night. Although he appeared quite disheveled, he felt a profound sense of relief within. After Feng Shao and Lin Xiaoran were plunged into the depths below, Chu Hao initially intended to recapture them. However, at that moment, Diyu, despite his severe injuries, arrived on the scene. Chu Hao had not feared him at first, but after being struck by the 7 Qiantown evil seal, he had sustained significant damage to his essence, leaving him with less than 10% of his full strength. With no other option, Chu Hao abandoned the pursuit of Feng Shao, and Lin Shao ran and fled. To Yi Chen's dismay, even under such circumstances, Chu Hao had not forgotten to take him along. One could only wonder if all of Chu Hao's skill points had been allocated to agility, as he managed to escape with remarkable speed, even in his battered state. After a time, the relentless Du lost track of him. Once assured that he had evaded Du, Chu Hao pondered a particularly devious scheme as he glanced at the pale-faced Yi Chen, who had been jostled about during the escape. Desperate to survive, Yi Chen racked his brain to keep pace with Chu Hao. Perhaps Chu Hao had been suppressed for too long, causing him to lose his wits. For he genuinely let Yi Chen's bluster convince him to temporarily abandon his plan to seize Yi Chen's body. Thus, Yi Chen narrowly escaped disaster. Before long, numerous experts from Yunjian Pavilion caught up to them, and Chu Hao was once again forced to flee with Yi Chen and TOW. Yi Chen could not help but curse inwardly. At this moment, can you not forget about me? Now, Chu Hao existed as a half-human, half-ghost entity. Initially, he had entered the ghostly path to escape from the floating tower forest. However, upon emerging, he wished to relinquish this hybrid existence and return to being fully human. Yi Chen's fire-devouring body was the perfect vessel for him, ensuring that the ghostly essence would be purged during the possession process. Hence, how could Chu Hao easily abandon him? Yet, after a brief flight, Chu Hao realized he had indeed overestimated himself. The current Yunjian Pavilion was far more potent than the Tianhua sect of decades past. Brimming with experts, even Chu Hao could not guarantee his escape from such overwhelming pursuit. After a convoluted escape, Chu Hao, seeking to lighten his load, was reluctantly forced to abandon Yi Chen in the forest. In his haste, and without the need for excessive courtesy, Chu Hao's throw nearly resulted in Yi Chen's demise. Yi Chen lay in the forest for some time, finally managing to recover, gazing at the dense canopy that obscured the sky. He felt on the verge of tears. It had been a harrowing ordeal. He had almost believed he would meet his end. Having narrowly escaped death, Yi Chen finally set aside his previous arrogance and began to tread cautiously. Though it was likely that Chu Hao had already fled far away, Yi Chen could not be certain that this man would not have a change of heart and return to capture him again. Thus, he abandoned the idea of flying with his sword and instead trudged through the forest on foot. Fortunately, as a cultivator, even after walking all night, he would not tire easily, though fatigue inevitably weighed on his spirit. As dawn broke and the sun ascended higher in the sky, Yi Chen suddenly found himself emerging into a clearing. Before him lay a vast lake. Exhausted, he collapsed by the water's edge, breathing heavily. After resting for a while, he sat cross-legged, drawing upon the lake's spiritual energy to rejuvenate himself. Meanwhile, on the opposite shore of the lake, a man and a woman were approaching. The man was strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary presence. The girl appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old. Youthful as she was, she had blossomed into a graceful beauty, resembling a celestial being. The girl laughed and chatted merrily, but her arms were tightly wrapped around the man's arm, as if afraid he might suddenly escape. The man, both amused and exasperated, allowed the girl to lean against him. These two were Feng Shao and Lin Xiaoran. After spending a night in the cave, although they cherished their time alone together, they understood the necessity of finding a way out. After all, Lin Xiaoran had been missing for an entire day. And Yunjian Pavilion must be in disarray to avoid a potential ambush by Chu Hao at their point of descent. Feng Shao resolved to seek an alternative exit from the cave. This cave had likely existed for countless ages. Despite being underground, it was vast beyond measure. The two wandered through the darkness for 2 or 3 hours before finally locating an exit. Upon stepping out of the cave, Lin Xiaoran was filled with exuberance, grasping Feng Shao's hand and exclaiming, "Brother Shao, we are free!" Feng Shao smiled gently and said, "Now that we are out, let us hasten our return. I am certain your father is anxiously searching for you." However, Lin Xiaoran pouted and replied, "I don't want to go back so soon. I wish to spend a little more time with Brother Shao." Feng Shao affectionately tousled her hair and replied, "You truly leave me with no choice." With a cheer, Lin Xiaoran hugged Feng Shao's arm and pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Brother Shao, there's a lake over there. Let us go for a stroll." As he felt the soft touch of her arm, Feng Shao's face involuntarily flushed with embarrassment. This little girl, when she let loose, was utterly carefree, and it was testing the limits of his proud composure. The two bantered as they approached the lakeside, only to lift their eyes and see a familiar figure meditating by the water's edge. Feng Shao and Lin Xiaoran exchanged silent glances. Lin Xiaoran scrutinized the figure, feeling a sense of familiarity, and after a moment's thought, she finally recalled who it was. Unable to contain herself, she reported to Feng Shao, "Brother Shao. It's this scoundrel, sent by the Tianhua sect to the Yunji pavilion, claiming he wishes for me to marry him. Father said he would leave this man for you, which is why he spared his life. Now that we've encountered him, you must teach him a severe lesson." Feng Shao was taken aback. Such a thing occurred? Lin Xiaoran nodded earnestly, her expression a mix of confusion and indignation. "I wonder what that Qinjiangzi is thinking. Does he truly believe that the Yunji pavilion is coveting the Tianhua sect?" Feng Shao sighed inwardly. His master was, to put it bluntly, ambitious yet lacking in capability, that he had single-handedly upheld the Tianhua sect, but it was a last resort. Considering Qinjiangzi's misjudgment of the circumstances, it was a stroke of luck that he had not led the Tianhua sect to ruin. Yet, Feng Shao could hardly fathom that Qinjiangzi would audaciously attempt to alter the marriage contract of the little princess of Yunji Pavilion. That as the two conversed, Yichen seemed to sense something and emerged from his meditative state. However, upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find Feng Shao and Lin Xiaoran standing nearby, watching him. At that moment, Lin Xiaoran had removed her veil, revealing a breathtakingly ethereal visage. The instant Yi Chun beheld Lin Xiaoran's otherworldly beauty, his heart ignited with fervor. Yet upon noticing their closeness, an uncontrollable jealousy surged within him, compelling him to wish to rush forward and cleave Feng Shao into countless pieces, understanding the intent behind Yi Chen's gaze. Feng Shao felt a surge of anger rising within him. He discreetly positioned himself in front of Lin Xiaoran and coldly remarked, "Yi Chen, it has been a long time." Yi Chen slowly rose to his feet. Fixing his gaze upon Feng Shao, Lin Xiaoran disregarded him entirely, yet bestowed such favor upon Feng Shao, which incensed Yi Chen. Refusing to show weakness, he retorted with biting sarcasm, "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the discarded disciple of Tianhua sect." Feng Shao scoffed. "Yi Chen, do you truly believe that such words will provoke me?" Yi Chen erupted into laughter. "Feng Shao, you never expected this, did you? I am now the holy son of Tianhua sect, and all the power you once wielded is now in my hands. 30 years of changing fortunes. What do you have to say now?" Feng Shao replied calmly, "If you desire the position of holy son, then take it. You cannot possibly think that I value this position as you do. I can only say, Yi Chen, your vision is far too narrow." Yi Chen's expression darkened ominously. "Feng Shao, what use is your bravado? The Tianhua sect is now under my command. No matter how much you do for the sect, it amounts to nothing if you do not consider your own interests. Merely a fool." Feng Shao sighed. "There's no point in this exchange. Yi Chen, I have no time to debate such matters with you. That I declared upon leaving Tianhua sect that we have a blood debt to settle. It seems fate has brought us together today. I shall collect some interest from you." Yi Chen drew his blood-refining sword, pointing it at Feng Shao without fear. "Perfect. You wish to kill me, and I wish to kill you. Let us settle this today, to determine victor and fate." "To determine fate? You are not worthy." Feng Shao slowly unsheathed the Jinwu sword. Lin Xiaoran, seeing this, obediently stepped aside. She held unwavering confidence in Feng Shao. After all, in her eyes, he was invincible. She waved her arms and shouted, "Go, Brother Shao, beat this scoundrel to a pulp." Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen's fury intensified, and he coldly warned, "Feng Shao, I hope you remember who it was that sent you to the netherworld." Chapter 80. Extortion. Yi Chen was brimming with confidence, ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation. Defeating opponents of higher rank had become as effortless as eating or sleeping. Now that he had reached the Golden Core realm, even if Feng Shao had also ascended to the Golden Core, He would never be his match. Thus, he was certain that he could easily slay Feng Shao in this battle. Even if he wielded the 36 sword techniques, he was not afraid. Yichen let out a long howl, eagerly charging towards Feng Shao with his sword. Yet Feng Shao merely wore a faint smile as he observed Yi Chen's advancing figure. Though he had intended to leave Yi Chen for Shuer to take revenge, he was certain that a sound thrashing was unavoidable. Half a stick of incense later, Yi Chen lay on the ground, staring up at the sky, momentarily unable to recover from the brief but intense confrontation. In his plans, this battle should not have lasted long. However, the issue was that it was not he who should be taking the blows, but Feng Shao. What had gone wrong? Yi Chen recalled that he had immediately unleashed one of the highest-level sword techniques of Tianhua sect, the Ziwei sword technique. Yet, just as he raised his arm, before he could even bring the sword down upon Feng Shao, a heavy blow struck his chest, sending him flying. The subsequent confrontation. No, it could hardly be termed a confrontation. It was entirely one-sided beating. Yi Chen could not comprehend Feng Shao's sadistic enjoyment as wave after wave of sword energy rained down upon him, quickly reducing him to a bloodied mess that on several occasions, when Yi Chen attempted to counterattack, Feng Shao simply thwarted him with a single move. Throughout the ordeal, Yi Chen never found an opportunity to retaliate, enduring a relentless onslaught. Initially, he had hoped to fight back. Yet, upon realizing that he was no match for Feng Shao, he could only crouch on the ground, protecting his head and absorbing the blows. Ultimately, after being sent flying by a sword strike from Feng Shao, he lay on the ground, gazing at the azure sky, listening to the melodious chirping of birds, tears of bitterness spilling from the corners of his eyes. Why did the outcome of this battle deviate so drastically from his expectations? Why was Feng Shao's swordsmanship so astonishingly powerful? Why did he find himself without a single opportunity against this man? Why did all the good fortune in the world seem to be monopolized by this individual? Even the girl he fancied was enamored with him. The heavens were unjust. As Yi Chen wallowed in self-pity, Feng Shao, meanwhile, sheathed his Jinwu sword with satisfaction that he had already resolved to leave Yi Chen's fate in the hands of his beloved disciple. However, to prevent this fortunate child from growing too swiftly, it was necessary to periodically administer a sound thrashing. And the severity of this beating was just right. His skin was marred with wounds, and the golden core within him was left half-shattered, coupled with a thorough beating that had extinguished his fighting spirit. Now, Yi Chen's fortune had diminished to a blue hue, rendering him scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary person. Yes, excellent. In such a state, he would likely take 2 to 3 years to recover. Observing Yi Chen's despondent demeanor, Feng Shao approached, crouching down, and softly remarked, "I haven't even begun to exert myself, and yet you have already fallen? Yi Chen, you are so weak, it poses quite the challenge for me." Yi Chen, overwhelmed with indignation, retorted, "If you have the capability, then kill me. A gentleman may die, but never suffer humiliation." Feng Shao feigned surprise and asked, "Are you serious?" Yi Chen remained silent. Before he could gather his thoughts, Feng Shao produced the 7 mystic seal, stating, "Since you are so intent on death, I can only fulfill your wish and own need for gratitude. This is merely my duty." Yi Chen was speechless. Feng Shao kindly reminded him, "Yi brother, when you arrive in the underworld, do not forget who it was that killed you. If you forget me, I would feel quite embarrassed." Yi Chen was left without words. "Yi brother, take a moment to admire this beautiful world. Perhaps contemplate your ambitions, your aspirations, your dreams, and your friends." "Oh, forgive me. I forgot you have no friends." Yi Chen was at a loss for words. This was unbearable. After delivering a series of seemingly nonsensical remarks, Feng Shao finally raised the 7 mystic seal, declaring, "Farewell, Yi brother." As he spoke, the 7 mystic seal glowed with radiance, and it seemed Feng Shao was about to unleash his full power upon Yi Chen. Yi Chen could already imagine himself being reduced to a bloody pulp beneath this seal. Wait! In that instant, as the 7 mystic seal was about to descend, Yi Chen finally felt fear that he hastily called out to stop Feng Shao. Adopting a pitiful demeanor, "Senior brother, for the sake of our past as fellow disciples, spare me this once." In that moment of pleading, Feng Shao clearly saw Yi Chen's deep blue fortune transform into a light blue hue. Feng Shao shook his head and replied, "No way. You just mentioned that this battle will determine not only our standings but also our fates. Since Brother Yi has stated this, how could I possibly refrain from assisting him in fulfilling his wishes?" Yi Chun hurriedly flattered, "Master Brother, I was merely jesting with you earlier. In truth, we are merely engaging in a friendly spar among fellow disciples. There is no need for such life and death stakes. You have always had a good temperament. Why be so serious with your junior brother? This is quite unlike you." As he spoke, Yi Chun even began to reproach Feng Shao. Feng Shao, both amused and exasperated, darkened his expression and coldly retorted, "So, are you suggesting that this is all my fault?" Yi Chun could not help but shiver and quickly replied, "No, no. It is entirely my fault. It is all the junior brother's mistake. I should not have provoked my senior brother. I truly deserve punishment." With that, Yi Chun slapped his own face twice, in a desperate bid to preserve his life. He sought to make his act convincing, managing to redden his own cheeks. Taking advantage of this, Feng Shao reaped a substantial amount of fortune, but he knew that there was an even greater opportunity for fortune to be harvested. He glanced down at Yi Chun's fingers and said, "Brother Yi, while I could let you off this time, you must at least show some sincerity, right?" Yi Chun understood that he was likely to suffer a considerable loss this time. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Junior brother obtained a manifestation at yesterday's auction, reputed to shield cultivators from calamities that I have yet to establish my ownership through blood. I shall gift it to you as a present." Feng Shao shook his head. "That is still insufficient." Yi Chun could not help but inwardly curse Feng Shao's greed, but dared not show it on his face. Suppressing his heartache, he continued, "I also possess a pair of heart locks, which allow the wearers to borrow each other's strength, that I shall give this pair to you and sister-in-law, as a wedding gift for you both." Upon hearing this, Lin Shao Ran's face flushed, her heart secretly delighted, and her dislike for Yi Chun diminished significantly. It must be said that Yi Chun's scheme was rather astute, as it struck a chord with Lin Shao Ran. However, unfortunately, his calculations were destined to fail, for the one holding the power of choice was Feng Shao. Feng Shao still shook his head, stating, "Still not enough." Yi Chun, feeling helpless, had no choice but to produce several more items. Now that he was at the mercy of another, though it pained him, Yi Chun could only offer them to buy his own life. After all, if life were lost, nothing else would matter, Feng Shao, growing impatient, remarked. "Why make this so complicated? Just hand over your storage ring." Yi Chun was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why don't you just take it?" Feng Shao looked at him with disdain. "What do you think I am doing?" Yi Chun. "Feng Shao, you have changed. You are no longer the selfless senior brother you once were. I condemn you on behalf of our sect." Perhaps finding Yi Chun's actions too slow, Feng Shao casually drew a dagger. Beginning to trace it over Yi Chun's fingers, Yi Chun immediately broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "I'll give it all to you. Just don't harm me." Only then did Feng Shao retract the dagger, patting Yi Chun on the shoulder, saying, "If we had done this sooner, we wouldn't have wasted so much time." Yi Chun, trembling, Yi Chun slid the storage ring off his finger, enduring the agonizing pain in his heart as he placed the ring in Feng Shao's hand, saying hoarsely, "Now this should suffice, right?" Feng Shao examined the storage ring, using his spiritual energy to probe its contents, and then nodded in satisfaction. "Brother Yi truly is a plump sheep. I am quite pleased. Do visit often. I shall always welcome your challenges. By the way, as you said, it shall determine both standings and fates." It must be said that Yi Chun possessed quite a number of fine treasures. Despite Feng Shao's own collection amassed through the Tianhua jade slip, his wealth paled in comparison to Yi Chun's. Though Yi Chun had fewer items, they were all of exceptional quality at that moment. Feng Shao suddenly realized that perhaps this was indeed the correct way to utilize the fortune of the destined child. "Yi Chun, this is a heartless betrayal. Feng Shao, does your conscience not ache?" Yet, faced with Feng Shao, Yi Chun dared not utter another word. Slowly rising, he ingratiatingly addressed Feng Shao and Lin Shao Ran. "Then I shall take my leave." Feng Shao smiled. "Until next time, remember to bring more good things." Yi Chun stumbled, nearly falling as he hurriedly took flight on his sword. Upon witnessing this, Feng Shao slapped his forehead in frustration, lamenting, "Oh no, I forgot he has a sword." It was unclear whether Yi Chun had heard Feng Shao's words. But after they were spoken, his speed on the sword increased dramatically, defying the image of a severely injured person. Watching Yi Qin's gradually receding figure, Lin Shao ran curiously inquired, "Brother Shao, why didn't you kill him?" Feng Shao shook his head with a smile. "What would be the point of that? It's far more entertaining to let him live. I am looking forward to his next visit, hoping he brings even more treasures." With that, Feng Shao retrieved an enormous egg from Yi Qin's storage ring. The surface of the egg was adorned with fiery red patterns, unmistakably indicating that it was no ordinary spirit beast. Lin Shao ran gasped. "What spirit beast egg is this? I can sense an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy emanating from it. The creature that hatches from this egg will surely be extraordinary." Based on the guidance from the Tianhua Jade Slip, Feng Shao explained, "This is a phoenix egg, and judging by its appearance, it seems close to hatching." "A phoenix egg?" Lin Shao Rant's expression turned even more astonished. The phoenix has been silent for thousands of years. How can there still be phoenix eggs in this world? How could one not call him the child of destiny? If he did not stumble upon some long-lost treasures, how could he possibly claim the title of the destined one? Feng Shao handed the phoenix egg to Lin Shao Ran, saying, "Ranner, from this day forth, you must keep this phoenix egg with you at all times. It must not leave your side. This way, when it hatches, it will automatically recognize you as its master." Lin Shao Ran cradled the phoenix egg in her arms, unable to part with it, but she feigned, "Such a precious item. Why don't you keep it for yourself, Brother Shao?" Feng Shao shook his head. "You need it more than I do. With it protecting you in the future, I will feel much more at ease." Lin Shao Ran rubbed her delicate cheek against the smooth shell of the egg, blissfully saying, "Brother Shao, you are truly wonderful to me.